Carolina's primary was just 3 days ago, but much has changed since then. 3 candidates have dropped out: Tom Steyer, Pete Buttigieg, and Amy Klobuchar. 2 of them quickly threw their support behind Joe Biden, as did another former candidate, Beto O'Rourke. Bernie Sanders leads the delegate count right now. The number ultimately determines who becomes the nominee at the convention in July. 1,300 delegates are up for grabs tonight. Tonight will also be Michael Bloomberg's first time on ballots. He has already spent $500 million on his campaign. Let's bring in Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Nicole Killion. Ed is a CBS News political correspondent. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. And Nicole is a CBS News correspondent. All right, great to see you all. Ed, let me start with you. So, has the apparent consolidation of support around Joe Biden created pressure on other candidates to drop out?
Well, a super duper Tuesday to you, Elaine. And yes, it has created some pressure, but there's no reason to believe that either Mike Bloomberg or Elizabeth Warren or Tulsi Gabbard, for that matter, are planning to get out after tonight. All of them appear to be, at least at this point, planning to soldier on. Of course, a really poor showing tonight, an inability to accrue any delegates for Bloomberg or Warren, would perhaps cause them to have to reconsider. There's been some reporting this afternoon in other outlets, not independently confirmed by CBS, that the Bloomberg team considered or was urging the mayor to possibly consider dropping out of the race. But a spokeswoman just a little while ago in a statement said, quote, "We're looking forward to Mike being on the ballot for the first time tonight. We'll finally get to hear what voters, not pundits, think about our campaign." I know you're going to ask Nicole a little bit more about that, but that's just the latest example of the kind of pressure that's been brought to bear, or at least the chatter about the possibility of getting out. But why would he? You know, the man has invested hundreds of millions of his own money. He'd like to see whether voters are taking to it. There is a chance in several states tonight that he could be viable, places like Virginia or Texas. And so, you know, he plans to soldier on, as does Warren, who is expected to do well tonight in Massachusetts, and then later in the evening, potentially in places like Minnesota, Colorado, as well as California.
All right, as you've been speaking, Ed, you can see it right there. Our first CBS News exit poll on this Super Tuesday, most important issue to Virginia Democratic primary voters. No surprise there, health care topping that list at 40%, followed by income inequality at 24%, climate change at 17%, and race relations at 14%. That health care number, Ed, is something we have consistently seen across the board when you ask voters about this.
It is, and that's in the state of Virginia specifically, and I notice it seems a little lower than I believe it was in Iowa and New Hampshire. Somebody will have to check.
We'll check on that, yeah.
But I believe that's slightly lower. Either way, notable that income inequality and climate change would also be second and third. Climate change has been up there. Income inequality, though, I think that number's a little higher as well than some of the early primary states. That's potentially good news for Sanders and Warren, who, of course, have spent a lot of time discussing that issue over the past year.
Caitlin, let me ask you, you have spent the day in Houston speaking to voters there. Do you find that people have been moved at all by the endorsements of Joe Biden yesterday?
Hi, Elaine. Yeah, we're here in Houston at a polling location, and the line behind us has been steadily moving all day. We just checked it out again, and it's now wrapping around a playground. This steady stream of voters, this is one of the busiest polling locations in Houston, and the voters that we talked to have been moved by those Biden endorsements. We talked to one woman who said she planned on backing Amy Klobuchar up until last night, when Amy Klobuchar dropped out of the race and endorsed Joe Biden. So this woman told us that now she's reluctantly supporting Joe Biden because Amy Klobuchar's endorsement mattered to her. We also talked to another woman who came out of voting here, who said that she was waiting to see the results in South Carolina before making her decision. She had been leaning towards Michael Bloomberg, and then told us she saw an advertisement from Tom Steyer highlighting Bloomberg's record on redlining, and Warren has been critical of him as well on that issue, and said that she was pretty turned off by it, so turned her vote to Biden. But it's interesting how strategic these voters are. It's important to note, too, that here in Texas, as in California, voters have already been voting, about 1 million ballots already cast. So that is the big question. We talked to one woman who had already voted for Amy Klobuchar. Of course, that won't matter now that she's out of the race, but does that have an effect on the overall totals? But if you're looking at where we are now, and you can see all the campaign signs behind me, this is a very busy polling place, and if you're in line by 7 p.m. here, you are able to still cast your ballot.
Well, Nicole, you were at Mike Bloomberg's campaign office in Miami today. At a news conference, reporters asked about his path to the nomination. Let's listen to that.
And if Joe dropped out, they would take away. Joe's taking votes away from me, and right. I think that is true. And hopefully
you're also taking votes away from Joe Biden.
Well, it goes in both directions. Have you asked Joe whether he's going to drop out?
I cover you.
When you ask him that, then you can call me. And I think what happens here is nobody gets a majority. At best, somebody will have a plurality. By definition, somebody will have a plurality. And then you go to a convention, and then we'll see what happens in the convention. Miss, last question.
Do you want a contested convention? Do you want a contested convention?
Well, I don't think that I can win any other ways. But contested convention is a democratic process. There are rules in the Democratic Party of how you go about this.
So we saw your question to Bloomberg there. What are his expectations for how he'll do in tonight's contests?
Well, I think it's interesting, Elaine, because on one hand, former Mayor Bloomberg spent a lot of time in these stops that he's made throughout the state today talking about the importance of winning. But time and again, when he was asked, what states are you going to win tonight, he wouldn't go there. And instead, that's where you got that answer that you heard talking about, well, you know, you get a plurality of, the delegates. And for the most part, his position really is you don't even necessarily have to win a state, that simply you just need to win delegates. So I think even in those types of comments, it seems like he was kind of tempering expectations, not going there in terms of projecting where he thought he would do well, but rather, hey, as long as I pick up some delegates on the board, that's certainly what seems to be his expectation tonight. He also spent a lot of time talking about the importance of Florida. So certainly, my personal read on that is that if in fact he doesn't do as well as he hopes tonight, it seems like really Florida is the state that he wants to focus on and target, which of course votes later in the month.
Ed, Elizabeth Warren is staying in the race through Super Tuesday. How much is at stake for her tonight?
Oh, she's got to do a few things. First of all, she's got to win her home state of Massachusetts. Otherwise, why are you in this? And there are some suggestions that she could trail Bernie Sanders. If that happens, it's not only embarrassing to her, but it's indicative of what could be a very strong night for Sanders, not only there, but across the country. Beyond Massachusetts, however, her team points west to Colorado, to California, possibly to Minnesota as well, places where she could potentially be viable. In and around Denver, obviously West Coast cities, Minnesota, with Klobuchar out of the race. Remember that in our polling, it showed that Warren was a second choice for many Klobuchar voters potentially. So, we'll see. Their concern, candidly, is that she's not going to do as well in the Eastern and Central time zones, and people might start to write her off as the night continues. But they say stay tuned for what could happen in Colorado and California especially. If she hits viability in California, given the fact that they got 415 delegates to give out, that's potentially a sizable chunk for her. And going into Michigan next week, where she is tonight, going in later to Arizona, Illinois, and Florida, and other big states in the Northeast, if she can stay in this, if she can certainly afford to at this point, but if there's political reason to keep going, her team plans to keep her going.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, I know you have to get going. Thank you so much. Let's continue our conversation now and take a look at another exit poll. We've been showing it to you here on the screen. From North Carolina here, the most important issue, again, topping that list, you see health care at 42%, followed by a tie at climate change and income inequality, both at 21%, and race relations, 13%. There you see as well, North Carolina Democratic primary voters saying 56% support replacing all private health insurance with a government plan, 40% opposing that. Caitlin Huey-Burns, what does this perhaps signal to us about where the Democratic electorate is on that issue of health care, which, as we know, has been so hotly debated, specifically the idea of Medicare for all?
It has, and Medicare for All as a policy has been kind of a tripwire for a lot of these Democrats. Think about people like Kamala Harris and even Elizabeth Warren when tasked with defining their own plans on Medicare for All have been come under scrutiny and have tripped up a bit. Bernie Sanders has really owned that issue and hasn't been really held accountable the same way others have, particularly Harris and Warren, on those details. But healthcare continues to be the top issue of concern over and over and over again. It's something that applies across the country. We've been hearing from voters here in Texas who say that's a top issue. One woman we talked to addressed the cost of prescription drugs as a concern and her father's access to care and coverage. So this is going to be something I think you're going to be seeing across the board. It's something that Democrats want to campaign on. And when you look at Medicare for All, it's often popular in polls. But when you look down at the beyond the top line numbers, there are questions about private insurance. There are questions that voters have about what this would do to their own health care plans. The devil is always in the details. And we've seen some candidates come under more scrutiny for those details. But I think it also speaks to what you're seeing in that exit poll, speaks to this idea that Democrats have largely, which is needing improved access to care, needing the cost to come down, and it's something that they feel like they can run on, especially against Donald Trump.
Let's take a look at another exit poll from CBS News here. This also out of North Carolina. Democratic primary voters there, 81% saying that they will vote for the nominee no matter what, 17% saying they will not. And Virginia, let's take a look at that same question. There you see 83% of Democratic primary voters in that state saying they will support the nominee, 17% saying no. Nicole, what have you heard in talking to voters out on the campaign trail about this notion of unity? Because we've talked a lot about how the idea of electability is so critical. We've seen certainly these very heated fights on the debate stages throughout the months. But what is it that you are hearing about ultimately whether or not these voters will support the Democratic nominee?
Well, I think when you talk to a lot of voters, certainly one of their chief concerns is they want someone who can beat President Trump. And that really is the message that Democratic leaders hope resonates with these voters and sticks with voters, because ultimately they believe that's what will enable voters to rally behind the nominee and these other candidates to rally behind the nominee to have this common goal of trying to defeat President Trump. For instance, we've talked to DNC Chair Tom Perez time and again, and that's really his chief point. You know, no matter what seems to be divisions on the trail now, whether it's between Sanders or Biden or Warren, ultimately this comes down to trying to beat Donald Trump in the fall. And so, you know, that's why certainly you've heard that kind of messaging too from some of the candidates, for the most part, saying, yes, you know, if it's not me, I will support the nominee. But again, that seems to be what voters want most from the ones that I've talked to. You know, some of them certainly, it's been tough for them to make up their minds. For instance, when we were in South Carolina, so many people told me they made their decision at the last minute, and our exit polling really reflected that. So, you know, there are a lot of choices, not as many now, but when there were, certainly that did cause a dilemma for a lot of voters. But ultimately, most of the ones I talked to felt confident that whoever they voted for would be best to go up against Donald Trump this fall.
Interesting. Caitlin, let me ask you about that last set of numbers that we just showed, another set of CBS News exit poll figures coming out of a number of states regarding their feelings about the Trump administration. There you see in the state of Virginia, Democratic primary voters overwhelmingly, 61% saying they feel angry. And that figure seemed to go up in other states as we go through. There you see North Carolina, 62% saying they're angry. I believe we saw Maine as well. There's Alabama, 55%, that figure lower in that state. Maine at 79%, and Massachusetts as well. I'm curious, Caitlin, is that something you've heard expressed on the campaign trail? Because you have visited a number of states and spoken to voters, and I wonder if they've expressed that. If so, what do they say about that?
Right, we've been covering this race for well over a year, and since the very beginning of January in 2019, when I was in Iowa, I was hearing from Democratic voters that their #1 priority was finding a candidate that can defeat Donald Trump. the animosity towards this president within the Democratic Party is strong. And I think that is uniting people around Biden at this moment who were with some of the other candidates. It's something that has been really felt. It's something palpable in the Democratic Party base. And it has at many times served to override major policy proposals or policy differences. This election seems to be most about electability, about Donald Trump, more than a specific driving policy. But I think you're starting to see that if the race narrows down between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. And I'd also say that that's why some of these endorsements that we're seeing are so important. To go back to Nicole's great point about voters making up their minds at the last minute. This race is like whiplash. I mean, 24 hours ago, it was a very Joe Biden was in a very different position. Now he has the endorsements from 3 former candidates. We talked to someone in line today who said he had been just kind of looking at his phone and decided to go with Bernie Sanders. So making his decision literally in line at the polling place. But I think voters have been really kind of paralyzed by this decision in a lot of ways because, number one, they had so many candidates to begin with. And number 2, they don't quite know what electability means yet. So they're looking for input from either other people in the form of endorsements or other states. Going back to that woman that I talked to that said South Carolina really kind of crystallized her decision here in Texas.
Fascinating to hear how it is that voters are making this evaluation and this decision tonight. Caitlin Huey-Burns and Nicole Killion, thank you both very much. CBS News will bring you all of the Super Tuesday election results in a primetime special report tonight. Norah O'Donnell will lead coverage starting at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. You can stream that live right here on CBSN. Still to come, the number of coronavirus cases in the U.S. is climbing by the day, and the Federal Reserve is trying to limit the damage to the economy. But President Trump says it isn't enough. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
The virus and the measures that are being taken to contain it will surely weigh on economic activity, both here and abroad, for some time. We are beginning.
That was Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell explaining why he decided to cut interest rates in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak. The 0.5% drop in rates by the Fed is the largest cut since the 2008 financial crisis. After Powell's announcement, the stock market took a dip after a strong Monday. It finished the day nearly 800 points down. Powell has been a frequent target of President Trump. The president has criticized the Fed chairman repeatedly for not taking stronger action on interest rates. This morning, Mr. Trump said he was happy Powell made the adjustment, but attacked the Fed for not going further.
We should be paying less. So the Fed rate is too high. It's very simple. It's too high. It puts us at a competitive disadvantage, especially when it comes to exporting our product to other countries. The other countries love that. I don't like it at all. So I'd like to see our Fed lead instead of being led.
Daniel Lippman and Gabriel Rubin join us now from Washington. Daniel is a White House reporter for Politico, and Gabriel covers Congress for the Wall Street Journal. Welcome to you both. Daniel, does the White House believe the Fed cut will help boost the economy, and does it remain concerned with how it's reacting to the coronavirus?
Yeah, I think the White House, they know basic economics, that this is going to help the economy. But they're worried that it's not enough, as you played that Trump clip. But this is also fairly unprecedented because a president should not be intervening in terms of urging the Fed to cut rates. Remember, he has a re-election in November, and so he has been harping on the Fed way before this. And the Fed is supposed to be independent, but they're feeling pressure from Trump, and he is still not a happy camper about this.
Well, Gabriel, what about lawmakers? Are lawmakers worried about the interest rate cuts or the state of the economy because of the coronavirus?
I think there's definitely a lot of concern about the state of the economy as a result of the coronavirus. And the concerns from lawmakers are mostly about whether there will be a fiscal stimulus to accompany the rate cuts. Democrats in particular are always making the point that monetary policy is not enough and fiscal policy always needs to accompany it. So you saw someone like presidential candidate and Senator Elizabeth Warren come out with a plan for $400 billion in stimulus spending related to coronavirus to jumpstart the economy and to prevent us from going into a larger downturn. You saw Secretary of the Treasury Steven Mnuchin being questioned this morning by Democratic lawmakers about a possible stimulus package, and he voiced at least an openness to considering an infrastructure package, but we're very far away from any sort of negotiation between the administration and members of Congress on this to see if we would actually get some sort of stimulus package. But it is something to monitor down the road.
Well, Daniel, before leaving for a roundtable with health officials, the president was asked about potentially banning travel to areas afflicted by coronavirus. He said he wouldn't do so domestically, but that his administration is looking at blocking travel to countries such as Italy and South Korea. Let's listen to some of that.
We're being very stringent, but we're now looking at other countries that have been badly affected, and we're thinking about doing something we may have to do. We don't want to do that, but we're looking at other countries, and we're being very stringent. We're watching Italy very closely, South Korea very closely, even Japan very closely, and we'll make the right determination at the right time. We've cut it off, as you know, with numerous other countries.
So, Daniel, what are you hearing? Is banning travel something the White House is actively preparing for? And does this signal a larger plan to combat the coronavirus?
I think it's part of the mix. And if you have a country that's very poorly hit, then it's kind of an obvious thing to pursue. But there's an economic cost to that. Italy's we trade a lot with Italy, and so a lot of Italian Americans, they travel back and forth, and so we don't want to block U.S. citizens from coming back into the country, and so there are economic tolls to all of this. But I think the White House is trying to focus to try to minimize this as much as possible, especially in an election year where Trump does not want to, face a virus epidemic that spirals out of control.
Well, Gabriel, Vice President Pence is briefing lawmakers about the coronavirus. What do we know about those briefings and how lawmakers are reacting to the vice president's leadership of the task force?
Yeah, the vice president was up on Capitol Hill today meeting with a group of Republican senators and then a group of Democratic senators as well. And the main questions were all about testing. There has been a lot of news in the last couple of days about some of the failures of the Centers for Disease Control to come up with a diagnostic system, diagnostic kits that would go out to local health authorities to make sure that everyone who is possibly infected with coronavirus gets tested. There have been numerous delays on that. So the questions came from both Republicans and Democrats to Vice President Pence, who, by many accounts, gave forthright answers. But the senators from Washington in particular, Maria Cantwell and Patty Murray, really wanted, where there has been a cluster of the outbreak, really wanted to know when there is going to be a comprehensive testing regime in place, and those concerns were followed up on by Republicans as well. And Senator Debbie Stabenow of Michigan made the point that, the administration is scrambling. That was her word to describe the administration's response right now. And the questions really come down to, when is there going to be a comprehensive testing regime in place, and when can we expect more details about the administration's plans going forward?
Before we go, I want to turn to another topic, Daniel. The Afghanistan peace deal the U.S. signed with the Taliban over the weekend. Today, the president confirmed he spoke with the leader of the Taliban. Let's listen.
I did. I spoke to the leader of the Taliban today. We had a good conversation. We've agreed there's no violence. We don't want violence. We'll see what happens. They're dealing with Afghanistan, but we'll see what happens.
Daniel, how significant is it that an American president spoke with the Taliban leader, and what more do we know about this peace deal?
That's very significant, and it's kind of funny that he loves that phrase, we'll see what happens. That's his, kind of placeholder remark that he likes to use. But this has really never happened in the last few decades. What's interesting is that the U.S. in the 1980s, we worked with elements of the Taliban and al-Qaeda to fight against the Soviet Union. But now that we've been fighting against the Taliban for almost 20 years, there's a real hunger among Trump's voters to get out of Afghanistan. But I reported today that Lindsey Graham, a top Trump ally, he's been pressuring Trump and the White House to make sure there is a residual force, special operations, and also CIA paramilitary troopers who can stay in Afghanistan and be part of that solution to make sure that we don't face another terror threat from Afghanistan if the Taliban takes over.
All right, Daniel Littman and Gabriel Rubin, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up after a break, Senator Amy Klobuchar is out of the presidential race, which means one of her former rivals will win her home state this Super Tuesday. So, how do voters there feel? That's next. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Do you have any plans to drop out before or after Super Tuesday?
No, a third of America hasn't voted yet, and they're going to be able to vote on Super Tuesday. States like Minnesota, states like Colorado, and right now only 3% of people have actually voted.
That was Senator Amy Klobuchar on Sunday, speaking with Esme Murphy of our Minneapolis station WCCO. The Minnesota lawmaker has since ended her presidential bid. She has also endorsed former Vice President Joe Biden. Minnesota is an important Super Tuesday state. 75 delegates will be awarded there. It's worth noting candidates must garner at least 15% of the vote to receive delegates in the state. For more, let's bring in Esme Murphy. She's a reporter and Sunday morning anchor for WCCO, and she joins me now from Minneapolis. Esme, thanks very much for being with us. Polls close in Minnesota at 8 p.m. local time. What are some of the biggest issues on the minds of Minnesotans as they vote today?
Well, there was a recent poll here by the Star Tribune that said 23% of the voters were concerned about health care. That was their number one issue. 18% said that their number one issue was climate change, and 14% said income inequality was their number one issue. That third one, I think, is very, very important here because that is Bernie Sanders' vote. For 14% of the people to say, even long before Amy Klobuchar dropped out, that that was their number one issue is an indication of just how strongly Sanders' message has resounded here and how well he is expected to do here.
Well, what happens, Esme, to votes cast for Senator Amy Klobuchar now, and how significant will early voting be in this contest?
Well, Elaine, this is really a great example, perhaps, of a downside to early voting. Minnesota has one of the longest early voting periods in the country. We started early voting on January 17th. That's 46 days. And I think there are a lot of people here wondering, maybe I shouldn't have early voted. There are 15 candidates on the Democratic ticket when voters go to the polls today. Only 5 of them are left in the race. And one of those who dropped out, of course, Senator Amy Klobuchar, dropping out really just hours before the polls opened here. So the early voting, I think, will have an impact. The bottom line, if your candidate is out, those votes don't count. And I think Amy Klobuchar will get a significant amount of votes here, as would Pete Buttigieg, but certainly less than Amy Klobuchar. So I think that it's going to be very interesting to see. One thing we won't know, though, is they won't divide the votes out for us, so we won't know what the percentage was before she dropped out and the percentage after she dropped out.
Well, since Klobuchar is no longer in the race, how have other candidates positioned themselves to do well in Minnesota?
Well, I think it's all about Bernie Sanders. And I think the polls here, there were 2 polls that have been done here in Minnesota that both showed Senator Bernie Sanders within the margin of error of catching Amy Klobuchar. This is before she dropped out. 4 years ago, he ended up beating Hillary Clinton here by almost 30 percentage points in the Minnesota caucuses. He has consistently performed better here than he has in polling here. So I think that there was an indication that Bernie Sanders actually had a chance to beat Senator Klobuchar here. She says she was convinced that she would have won, but I think there are a lot of pollsters here who say he really had a shot of beating her outright, and that may in fact have been a factor in her decision to drop out on the eve of Super Tuesday.
All right, Esme Murphy for us. Esme, thank you. For more, I want to bring in Joel Payne and Molly Hooper. They are both CBS News political contributors. Joel is also a Democratic strategist and former Hillary for America senior aide. Welcome to you both. All right, let's start with our CBS News exit polls, which found that beating President Trump in November is a priority for voters, which is what we've been hearing from our reporters on the campaign trail. By fairly wide margins, voters say they prefer a nominee who can beat President Trump to one they agree with on major issues. So, Joel, what does that tell you? What does that signal to you?
I think that would suggest an area of strength for the former vice president. I was riveted to hear Caitlin's reporting from the field earlier, where she talked about people who are actually thinking about waiting until later in the day to vote to see how other returns have come.
Kind of stunning, right?
That is stunning and frankly a little it's a little unsettling.
Is it
That's
unsettling
not really,
as a Democrat? Because
it's as a Democrat because look, I just think, look, as someone who is who works in this space, you want folks to vote for passion and vote for who they agree with. I'm not sure if you find the best candidate by doing that. Maybe we can have that discussion later. But in terms of who it advantages in this moment, I think it certainly advantages the former vice president. And I think that would suggest that he could have a good night where voters have those types of attitudes that prevail.
Molly, what do you think?
Well, incidentally, I heard that from one or two people in Virginia. I mean, these are politicos who live and work on Capitol Hill in that area. And earlier today, the New York Times, their podcast, The Daily, featured an individual who was doing that, waiting until the end of the day.
I listened to that to see what the actual early results might be.
Exactly, and that's something that I've heard from several other. I mean, I'd say a handful of individuals waiting to see. Okay, is Mike Bloomberg up? Is Joe Biden up? And vote for that person because they want somebody who's not just going to beat Donald Trump, but they want somebody who's going to defeat Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders, to a lot of Democrats that I've talked to on Capitol Hill in particular, he does not represent necessarily the Democratic Party, establishment.
Sure.
But it's like he takes it one step further than the Democratic Party as a whole is comfortable in going. Elizabeth Warren, on the other hand, she discusses a lot of progressive ideas and she espouses those ideas, but isn't quite at the same place where Bernie Sanders is, and has been seen as somebody who's a little bit more willing to work with members within her own party and with some more how shall we say, open-minded Republicans.
Well, Elaine, it also demonstrates that Donald Trump is the central figure through this entire election season. This is and it's funny because a lot of times candidates don't want the race to be about them.
Right.
They want it to be about the issues. But Donald Trump, every single election, whether it's on the Republican side in a primary, whether it was 2016, he wants every election to be about him. He's getting his way because this election is going to be about him, not just on the Republican side in the general, but in the Democratic primary.
And by the way, inserting himself into conversations on the eve of Democratic contests in early states by holding rallies like we just saw in South Carolina.
And driving record turnout, too, by the way, in Nevada, in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, all record numbers that match Obama-level 2008 numbers of turnout. So as a Democrat, thank you, President Trump.
Right. So let's get to some more of our exit poll numbers here. So this you see, Super Tuesday Democratic primary voters asked, prefer the nominee be someone who can beat President Trump. Oh, yes. So this is what we just talked about, or agrees with you. But in terms, though, of clarifying the case for an individual Democratic candidate, that may be something they all agree on about whether or not, it should be someone who can beat the president. But the fact that, as we heard Caitlin and other reporters talk about, people are kind of waiting until the last moment would seem to suggest that those cases have not been made with a degree of clarity.
Well, and I think it also reflects the fact that Joe Biden, this is kind of a Johnny-come-lately a bit in terms of him being this dominant figure this cycle.
Do the endorsements help from maybe Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg?
The endorsements certainly help, but I think Biden has taken such a long time to get his sea legs about him. He certainly seems to have found his pitch and his message now, and he's got that center-left establishment of the party behind him. But remember, he doesn't have a lot of fundraising. There are a lot of institutional disadvantages that still are going to beleaguer the Biden campaign. Actually, one of the biggest things of him getting the Buttigieg endorsement is getting all of Buttigieg's fundraisers and his bundlers and his donors.
That's
I would
huge.
say almost bigger than the delegates themselves. Getting that infrastructure will help Joe Biden immensely.
So I want to ask about other endorsements. Molly, you covered Capitol Hill. Do you think we're going to see now other Democratic lawmakers step in and get behind Joe Biden in a way that we haven't seen, to Joel's point, before?
We already have.
Yeah.
I mean, after South Carolina and, of course, Jim Clyburn stepping in there, he's sort of this kingmaker in South Carolina and came out in full force behind Joe Biden, more so than any other congressional member of Congress that I've seen thus far, really pushing Joe Biden in the state and showing what can happen if somebody who is seen as a respected figure in the party in a state gets behind Joe Biden and really pushes Joe Biden to make the rounds. That can make a difference. And so the next day, immediately, we saw Terry McAuliffe, former governor of Virginia, get on board. Tim Kaine, current senator of Virginia, get on board. We saw Bobby Scott, another member of the Congressional Black Caucus. He's a member from Richmond, and he also is backing Biden. In California, we saw similar. Barbara Boxer finally stepped up for Joe, and we're seeing more momentum in terms of congressional endorsements coming on behind Joe Biden. And what's also very interesting is in races such as, in Arizona, where that Senate race, Mark Kelly versus Martha McSally, that's one of those races where if Bernie Sanders is at the top of the ticket, Martha McSally is the next senator from Arizona. That's sort of the conventional wisdom. And Mark Kelly came out in support of Biden the other day.
Right.
So yes, I think that we are seeing more momentum, and it's more of a, I guess you could say, liberty. There's sort of a freedom of the members almost on the part of the Democratic side coming out to support Joe Biden. And keep in mind, Joe Biden is not a sitting member of the Senate, but guess who is? Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders.
Right.
I mean, it's unusual,
this is going to be looked back on as the week that the Democratic establishment struck back. Starting when you had people like Rahm Emanuel on TV yelling 8 days ago. Then you had Jim Clyburn endorse Joe Biden. You saw all of the kind of machinations behind the scene go at Bernie Sanders on opposition research. This was the week that the Democratic Party did what Republicans could not do 4 years ago. They wrestled the control of the narrative of this race back, and now they have their opportunity to defeat what many people are starting to see as the Trump of the left. That has become the moniker of Bernie Sanders, for good or for bad, as the Donald Trump of the left. We'll see what happens this time around.
But the question is, did the Democrats do this soon enough? Because as we've seen, that's the question. Because as we've seen in these early voting states, look at Minnesota. I mean, all those individuals in California who've already voted early.
That adds up.
That adds up, and it takes away votes from Joe Biden because people will have cast their votes for Pete Buttigieg, cast their votes for Amy Klobuchar, and those aren't necessarily going to translate to Joe Biden, right? I mean, you can't just say, "Oh, Pete Buttigieg voters, we're just going to put that in Joe Biden's camp." No, we don't have ranked voting yet in these states, and that's an argument, a separate. We can have that discussion on another day.
Yeah.
But that's not the way it works, and so that could possibly factor into what happens in California.
Well, let's turn back to our exit polling. So we found that in southern states, more voters are looking for a return to Barack Obama's policies rather than moving toward more liberal policies. So, Joel.
We had a nice laugh about this off air. The idea that someone would suggest that Barack Obama is not a liberal, that just kind of tells you where we are. We are probably existing in a Republican Party that Ronald Reagan could not win the nomination, and in a Democratic Party where Barack Obama could not win the nomination. So that's just interesting subtext for this question.
The landscape has changed.
When it comes to ideology.
Now, I do think that the way that this is framed is that Obama represents more than liberal or moderate. He represents the establishment. And I think that is probably what is reflected there, is more of an anti-establishment and outsider approach to politics. That's why we've seen Pete Buttigieg do well. That's why we've seen Bernie Sanders do well. And that's why Donald Trump is sitting in the White House right now, because we have this outsider streak that is running wild through politics right now.
But what's very funny about this whole situation is that in 2008, Barack Obama was the outsider to Hillary Clinton's insider, and he's the one that won. But again,
times have changed.
He also was not a democratic socialist, which scares a lot of people. I shouldn't say a lot of people, but the Democratic establishment. Barack Obama was more.
He was an unknown, but he was sort of a known unknown.
He was a known unknown, exactly. He wanted to work within the Democratic Party, and he was out helping Democratic candidates. We don't see that necessarily as much with Bernie Sanders, in his capacity as a member of Congress.
So let's talk about Michael Bloomberg. He told reporters this morning that he has, quote, no intention of dropping out of the race. He also said he believed the only way he could win the nomination is through a contested convention. So what are your thoughts on that,
Well,
Joel?
I have no intention of sweating through this suit, but depending on how hot it might get, I may lose control of that. So things happen, and I think that, whenever you hear someone say no intention, whenever you hear someone say that, really look closely at parsing the words there. I think certainly, look, Mike Bloomberg has spent over $500 million so far.
That's wild.
This is his first opportunity to be on the ballot. Remember, he hasn't been on the ballot in the first 4 states. If you are Mike Bloomberg, you are not going to accept counsel from someone who tells you that you have to drop out of a race after spending $500 million before one vote has been cast with your name on the ballot.
You keep your own counsel,
Yes. So I do think that there will be a very different conversation at Bloomberg headquarters tomorrow, depending on what happens. If he's competitive, if he wins a couple primaries or caucuses, and if he, is able to compile some delegates, I do think that there is more of a justification for him to stay in. If not, I think that it becomes harder for him to justify his position in the race.
And what will also be interesting is to see what all those Democrats who he bought. He didn't. He took it back.
He took it back. He started to say
he invested
that he helped work for it. Yes,
exactly. Well, I mean, he did really help a lot of those Democrats who became the majority makers in the House win their races. It'll be interesting to see after Super Tuesday whether those individuals are more likely to step out and say, hey, Mr. Mayor, it's time to come out of the race, because a lot of them have not done that to date.
All right, something we'll be watching closely. Joel Payne and Molly Hooper, great to see you both. Thank you. Still to come, California is Super Tuesday's biggest prize with hundreds of delegates up for grabs. We'll see how the candidates have been trying to get traction there. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
At least 23 people are dead after tornadoes tore through Tennessee earlier today. Tennessee is one of the 14 states holding primaries on the Super Tuesday. Officials said that the tornadoes damaged 15 out of 169 polling places, including this one in Nashville. Residents were encouraged to check whether their polling place was affected, and the state's election commission created alternative places for those people to vote. For more on this, I'm joined by CBS News weather producer David Parkinson. So, David, tell us, what is the Super Tuesday forecast looking like?
Yeah, Elaine, one of the really interesting things about that storm that you were talking about in terms of the tornadoes is we have a 75-mile swath of damage at least. Now, I just got off the phone with the National Weather Service. They're telling me they won't know until tomorrow if it was one tornado or two, because there's still so much rescue and recovery work being taken place in the eastern part of the Cookeville area that they can't actually get their survey teams on the ground. So that's something to know there. In terms of the timing, this was all the worst time of the night to happen, sort of a 1 to 2:30 a.m. time range. A lot of people were in bed, so your phones might have woken you up, but there wasn't a whole lot of time to get to a safe place, but there was indeed warning. Now, in terms of other things going on with Super Tuesday, I do want to go ahead and pull up our little Super Tuesday map here and show you a couple places we got to watch out for today. So Texas is the first one. We're seeing some storms that are starting to form somewhere around the Austin and San Antonio area. So there's a map right there. All of the states that are highlighted show you the places where we have Super Tuesday races. So in Texas, where polls close at 8 p.m., there's about 2 hour 8 p.m. our time, 7 p.m. Central Time. You have 2 hours or so of some severe weather potentially in Austin and San Antonio. Further east in Alabama, there's heavy rain. There was a tornado watch earlier this morning, but now things are starting to calm down. And then we're watching some storms right here in the D.C. area, so Northern Virginia, where the polls close in about an hour. There are still some rain showers in the area, and then it's rainy in the Northeast and New England, in in places like Massachusetts, Vermont, and Maine, but it is also well above normal. We're up into the 60s in parts of Massachusetts today, so perhaps that might get some people out. Meanwhile, in the West, well, I got good news for you in the West. No weather going on as usual. Fortunately for you, where you need rain, you blanked in San Francisco and LA rain for the month of February. We look like we could be seeing rain next week, but for Super Tuesday, it's nothing but sunshine, where the latest polls are going to be closing tonight.
All right, David Parkinson for us. David, thank you.
Sure thing.
There are more delegates up for grabs in California than any other state on Super Tuesday. California has 415 pledged delegates. That's about 30% of the total count at stake tonight. The Democratic candidates have taken note. Former Vice President Joe Biden was crisscrossing California today. He told reporters earlier he, quote, feels good about his chances in the state. Meanwhile, Senator Bernie Sanders held a rally in Los Angeles over the weekend. His campaign says 24,000 supporters attended the event. California's Governor Gavin Newsom has not endorsed anyone yet. Here's what he said about the state of the race after casting his ballot this morning.
I felt like we were at a moment where I was hoping we'd find some unity, and I think my voice is better served in that space than asserting myself on an endorsement that at the end of the day may not amount to much. I mean, I'm not naive about endorsements. I think they matter unless you don't have them, as often the case, and I think it wasn't particularly necessary in the state of California.
For more, let's bring in Brian Anderson. He's a politics reporter for the Sacramento Bee. Brian, it could take weeks to count all of the outstanding ballots in California, but what are you watching for when the first wave of results come in tonight?
Well, first, thanks for having me, and I invite people to our website at sacbee.com or to look up our presidential tracker just by Googling that, so I got to get out
Get your plug
there.
in.
But first wave of
Sound
results.
like a candidate.
Oh, no, don't say that, no.
I'm just kidding.
So first wave of results will come in at 8 to 8:15. Polls close at 8. We could see a scenario in South Carolina where, based on exit polls, these national networks or the Associated Press calls the race for Sanders, who is the favorite. But there's a lot of unknowns. Polling in California happened largely before the South Carolina primary results came in. So there's still some room for Biden and a lot of unknowns. But if Bernie Sanders has a lead at 8:01 p.m., you can expect him to be having a good night.
About California's 40th congressional district outside of Los Angeles. You reported this is a key area to keep an eye on tonight when it comes to the presidential nomination. Can you walk us through why it's so critical for Bernie Sanders to win there?
Absolutely. So if you look at the 2016 election and you look at all the 53 congressional districts in California, the largest share of voters within a given congressional district who are Latinos are in Congressional District 40. The same goes for young people. So this is a district with high Latinos and high young people populations. And this is arguably Sanders' base here in California. He's made appeal to minorities. He's resonating well with young voters here in this state. So Congressional District 40 is really the key district to watch when evaluating Sanders' performance tonight.
Well, today marks the first time Michael Bloomberg's name will be on the ballot. The former New York City mayor has flooded California airwaves with more than $75 million in television and radio ads leading up to Super Tuesday. Are there indications that his campaign is resonating with voters there?
I mean, it's really tough to tell because this is such an unorthodox strategy of skipping these 4 early voting states. So we're really going to find that out tonight. What I'm hearing on the ground from people is some disappointment that some former candidates dropped out and that they had already cast their ballots. But what I'm also hearing is some skepticism for Bloomberg and favoritism for Biden. So that's just sort of what I'm casually hearing on the ground. But we fully expect Bloomberg, Warren, Biden, and Sanders to at least pick some of the 415 pledged delegates up for grabs here in this state.
So let's talk about Joe Biden. He picked up endorsements from Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar last night. What has his campaign operation been like in California?
It's been an unusual operation here in California. He's been reluctant to do media interviews. We actually got to interview him in Nevada rather than California when he was out on the West Coast. So he really hasn't been as active. But if you look at candidate appearances here in the state, he's been in California more than any other candidate still in the race, though the vast majority of those appearances have been fundraisers. And as far as the ground operation for Biden, at last check, he has 18 employees in the state and just one field office, which pales in comparison to the 22 offices and 105 paid California staff members for Bernie Sanders. So it's a smaller operation, but we don't know what that South Carolina bump might look like here.
Finally, Brian, you reported that at least 1.8 million people voted early in California's Democratic primary. However, only half the candidates are now on California's ballot. Can those voters get a do-over?
Well, it depends. So I should clarify, that's 1.8 million Democrats or independents who voted in the Democratic primary. Today, the early vote total surpassed 4 million overall. But just with regard to the disappointment some of these people have been feeling, it's clear that maybe about 400,000 or 500,000 votes here in California went to the likes of Pete Buttigieg, or don't forget Andrew Yang, or maybe a Tom Steyer or Amy Klobuchar.
Right.
So there's clearly some disappointment here on the ground. But the bottom line is to request a new ballot, you have to have not submitted it already. So even if you marked it, as long as you didn't mail it, you're fine to get a new ballot. But if you already mailed it and submitted it, you're out of luck.
All right, Brian Anderson for us. Brian, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
We are just getting started on the Super Tuesday. We'll check in on Colorado and Massachusetts in the next hour and keep it here for special coverage throughout the evening as the votes come in. You're streaming Red and Blue on CBSN.
Dan Rather reporting this Super Tuesday from CBS News election headquarters in New York. Good evening. First Super Tuesday results are in. Kentucky polls have closed, leading off the 20-state Super Tuesday night. A bonanza of convention delegates on the line, mostly in the South, not all of them, but most of them in the South, and key Campaign 88 questions to be answered tonight. Does George Bush come out of Super Tuesday unstoppable by his rivals? Do the Democrats produce a clear front-runner? What about Albert Gore?
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
CBS This Morning.
There is still an hour to go until the first Super Tuesday polls close, but we're already getting results from our exit polling. We're getting new numbers now from 2 more states, Minnesota and Texas. First, let's look at Minnesota. 2/3 say they want a candidate who agrees with them on major issues, who can beat President Trump, and 31% say they want a candidate who agrees with you on the issues. In Texas, 57% want a candidate to beat President Trump, while 41% want a candidate who agrees with them. When you broaden it out across all Super Tuesday states, health care is the most important issue to Democratic voters, followed by climate change and income inequality. By a 20-point margin, Democrats prefer replacing private health insurance with a government plan. Nancy Cordes, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Lecrae Mitchell, and Alex Tin join me now from across the Super Tuesday map. Nancy is CBS News chief congressional correspondent, reporting from Burlington, Vermont. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter currently in Houston, Texas. Lecrae is a CBS News campaign reporter in Charlotte, North Carolina. And Alex is a CBS News campaign reporter in San Diego, California. Welcome to all of you. Nancy, let's start with you. You were in Vermont following Bernie Sanders. Are those numbers his campaign would want to see tonight?
Well, healthcare is no doubt one of the most important issues to him, so it's somewhat heartening for them to see that it's also the most important issue for the electorate. He has always maintained that the party is behind him when it comes to some of his bigger, bolder ideas, Medicare for all, moving to a single-payer system, and he kind of brushes off the more moderate wing of his party that argues that the voters want solutions that they truly believe can be enacted. In fact, what polls have shown, and these exit polls, it sounds, are no exception, is that actually a lot of Democratic voters, people from the progressive wing of the party, don't mind their candidates pushing ideas that might seem a little bit pie in the sky, that might be difficult or if not impossible to execute. They say that at this point in the race, they like their candidates to think big. And so that is going to be one heartening number for Bernie Sanders tonight.
Well, Alex, you are in San Diego following Joe Biden's wife, Dr. Jill Biden. How is her campaign feeling heading into tonight?
Well, yes, like you said, I am here in San Diego, where just a few blocks away, Jill Biden just wrapped up a sit-down with some military families and veterans here in Southern California. And you could tell, at least from her, she was ecstatic. Coming after these endorsements from multiple former candidates who are no longer in the race, the campaign is excited that they will finally be able to potentially cross the so-called 15% viability threshold in order to pick up some delegates here in the state. I mean, you have to understand that not that long ago, maybe less than a month ago, the campaign was internally wondering whether or not they would be able to score enough votes in some congressional districts to pick up any delegates, let alone to win a lion's share of the delegates. Wow. But now with the field coalescing, at least some of the former field coalescing behind former Vice President Joe Biden, the Biden campaign is openly saying that they feel confident about their chances here in this state, and the excitement was palpable in the room right here in San Diego.
Well, Caitlin, you've been in Texas, where Joe Biden rolled out his endorsements from Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, and Beto O'Rourke. What impact has that had on voters choosing a candidate today?
Anecdotally, we can say in our reporting, talking to voters at this polling location in Houston, this is we've seen a steady stream of people in line to vote here. We talked to a couple of voters who said those endorsements really mattered to them. We talked to one woman who told us that she was supporting Amy Klobuchar, and once Amy Klobuchar dropped out of the race last night and endorsed Joe Biden, she said that she was now going to vote for Joe Biden. Reluctantly, she said, but that really influenced her choice. We talked to another woman who was watching the results in South Carolina and wanted to see if Biden could do well there and show a broad constituency that could compete across the country. And she said after seeing that, she voted for Joe Biden as well. So anecdotally, we're seeing some movement, and that's what we're watching for tonight, whether, in fact, Joe Biden's endorsements from Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, and Beto O'Rourke, who of course is still a popular figure here in the Democratic Party, whether that is moving votes. It was a big day for Joe Biden yesterday here in Texas. We interviewed him yesterday and saw him campaigning in Houston at a historically black university, really speaking to the state's changing demographics, especially in areas like Houston that favor Democrats.
Well, Lecrae, I want to dig into the numbers from North Carolina, where you are tonight. In North Carolina, more than half want the next president to return to Barack Obama's policies. What does that tell us about North Carolina Democrats and where they may be leaning tonight?
Well, even from the dozen of voters that I spoke to today, Elaine, it's evident that you can see that people who are supporting former Vice President Joe Biden, they always cite his experience working as Vice President with President Barack Obama. They say they want to go back to a time that felt more civil, a time where the country felt a bit more united. And those exit polls also show where 31% of North Carolina voters say that the most important candidate quality for them is someone who can unite the country. And so I do think that here there is some nostalgia for the Obama presidency. Interestingly enough, I met a registered Republican voter today who could not vote in the Democratic primary, but said that in the general election he plans to vote for anybody but President Trump, and said that if he had to choose between Biden and Sanders, it would be Biden, because he thinks that he has a better chance of uniting the country, of working across the aisle, and being able to bring Republicans to the table with Democratic voters. Now, another candidate that I was looking at and listening out for today was Michael Bloomberg, of course, because he's up to this point spent $17.3 million in ad spending here. He has 4 field offices, and his signs line the highways here in Charlotte. I've seen them all day today, but surprisingly enough, no one that I spoke to today said that they had voted for Bloomberg, while some said they had considered him as a second option and would vote for him in a general election if he were the nominee. I think something that's as interesting as well is the Bernie Sanders supporters that I met here today. These are people who hadn't considered voting for Biden up until this point and still today had not changed their minds. They're in for Sanders. They say he's for the people. And one of those supporters said that in the general, he'll vote for whoever the nominee is, except for if it's Bloomberg, because then he'd have to take a longer, harder thought about whether or not he'd vote.
Interesting. Well, Nancy, we saw questions to Bloomberg about whether he would drop out to support Joe Biden. Are you hearing anything similar from the Sanders camp about Elizabeth Warren?
No word from the Warren camp yet, but let me remind you that, as of Monday morning, Amy Klobuchar was indicating that she was going to stay in the race through Super Tuesday, and by the afternoon, we were getting word that she was dropping out. So sometimes these are the kinds of things that candidates don't reveal until the very last moment, until they've truly made up their mind and made their contingency planning. So everyone understands that this is a very fluid race, and what we're really watching for for tonight is just how much momentum Joe Biden has given those two big endorsements from Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg just last night. There's been no polling done that would indicate whether we're going to see a massive shift towards him, or, as Bernie Sanders is hoping, that a lot of this is already baked in. That in California, for example, a third of Democratic voters have already voted early, so they didn't have a chance to take in that new information. Or perhaps that other voters simply weren't watching television last night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time when Joe Biden appeared with Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg on a stage in Texas. So no one really knows exactly how big the impact of those endorsements is going to be, and that's what makes tonight such an interesting Super Tuesday night. I remember 4 years ago on this night, it was pretty clear that Hillary Clinton was going to have a very good night, and that she was really going to expand her delegate count, her delegate lead over Bernie Sanders. That's what we assumed Bernie Sanders would be doing going into this week, and now we simply don't know.
Right. Well, Caitlin, which campaigns are looking at Texas as a much-needed win tonight?
Right. Well, the biggest delegate prizes tonight are California and Texas. And there's this long-standing rivalry between Texans and Californians. But talking to Texans on the ground, we've been here in Houston a couple of times throughout the primary process. There was a debate here. We followed a couple of candidates here as well earlier this last year. Texas is a place that, unlike California, Democrats want to be campaigning here for the long run, trying to turn this state purple and then eventually blue. And so today is seen as a real test of strength for the organizing that's been going on since 2018. Here in Houston, where Harris County is, Harris County saw turnout double in 2018, and they're hoping to build upon that progress again today and help to cultivate Democrats in down ballot races. You can see all the yard signs here behind me. A lot of local races having competitions here today as well. And this is where the party really wants to be building. They think the demographics are growing in their favor. They see areas like Houston as representative of areas where Democrats can grow in other areas across the country. So Texas is certainly a battleground tonight in terms of the primary, but Democrats are hoping that to use tonight as a way to continue building on towards November.
Lecrae, North Carolina has been one of Michael Bloomberg's top targets. He's spent a significant amount of time there, as you told us. How important is the race to him tonight?
You know, I think that based off of how much money he spent here alone, I was watching TV earlier this morning, and there was an average of 2 Bloomberg ads per every half hour. Wow. And this is just a rough calculation that I did this morning. So I'd say that he's prioritizing this state. This is going to be where we can see how he performs. We couldn't see that in states like South Carolina, where he wasn't on the ballot. And I think that I had one vice chair at a precinct today tell me that at the end of the day, no matter how much money a candidate spends in a state, it really does come down to how the volunteers feel about this candidate. And I think he was making a nudge at Bloomberg and saying you can pay people to stand in front of precincts and pass out your campaign information, but if a person doesn't really believe in your campaign, you see that and how much extra time that they've spent on the ground here. And so I think it's yet to be seen how he will do here, obviously, and how that money and the time that he spent here and prioritization that he put here will play out for him. I will say again, I spoke to a dozen or so voters today, and he was not mentioned as someone that people were voting for. I will say, on the other hand, other candidates that were, and someone told me today they were considering Elizabeth Warren because of who she was as a person and her policies. And so I think it's still to be mentioned that even if a person spends a lot of money here and they have that recognition, that name recognition, at the end of the day, some voters are still looking for the candidate that really resonates with them and that makes them feel like that's the person that they're wanting to vote for, even if they're not the eventual nominee.
Well, Alex, is it clear how long of a night we're looking at in California tonight?
Well, it's unclear if we're talking about one night or perhaps multiple nights or even multiple weeks. I mean, Obviously, a lion's share of Californians, and by a lion's share, I mean roughly a quarter to a third, have probably already sent in their mail ballots. At least that's according to some of the data we've seen collected so far of the mail ballots that have been returned to the county authorities who are responsible for counting those ballots. But beyond that, beyond all of those mail ballots that need to be tabulated, there are also the in-person ballots that are being cast today and that have been cast at early vote centers for multiple days now here in California. So while we may already see when those results start first coming in that maybe Bernie Sanders has a clear lead as the polling indicates, and that clear lead may lead to what we expect, the massive delegate share that we expect he'll get, maybe he'll declare himself a winner and maybe we'll have enough information for that. But in terms of getting the final results of who is eking out delegates in some of those far-flung counties in California, in those places where the margins between Bernie Sanders and other candidates is a lot smaller, those are results that we may not even have by the end of the night, let alone by the end of the week.
All right. Nancy Cordes, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Lecrae Mitchell, and Alex Tin, thank you all. Our Lana Zak is at the decision desk with CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Lana, Anthony, what have you got for us?
Oh, Elaine, we are in for a long night tonight. Our Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, is here with me. And we're just going to start off now because none of these polls have closed yet, giving our viewers a sense of what to expect, even as you've been telling people the basics of the exit polls. But Anthony, first of all, I'm looking at our pretty map here, and I'm seeing that we still have Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Tom Steyer on here. Why are they still
They're on the ballot. They're on the ballot in these places. Obviously, they've dropped out, and that could have a big effect on the race. We'll see, but they're on the ballot. We will, however, be looking at, as votes come in, you'll start to see this map light up, right? And you'll see Virginia first, because that closes at 7 p.m. So we'll start to know something about what's going on there. The other thing is, Lana, that everyone should know how we do those exit polls, which is that in all these states, we sent interviewers to polling places throughout the state, random sample, to talk to all kinds of people, and then we find out how they voted. That information gets relayed back to us here at the decision desk. That's how you get those exit poll numbers we've been talking about, and ultimately that'll be how we decide what the race is shaping up to look like.
And Virginia, one of the first states that's going to close tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time. 99 delegates up for grabs here.
And then we're going to move on to, at 7:30, Vermont at 7 also, and then
but Vermont,
at 7,
Vermont, obviously the home state of Senator Bernie Sanders. He won that state in the last election.
We'll be watching that closely.
Right.
But
North Carolina is one that you think is a little bit more important, perhaps, for
North Carolina. We'll be looking at that at 7:30 when that closes, and then it's off to the races, and then we're off to 8 o'clock.
And in North Carolina in particular, I'm wondering if it's a more urban state. It's interesting because it's a purple state, right?
Yeah.
Or it's a red state maybe with blue highlights.
Yeah, in fact, I'm glad you mentioned that. As these votes start coming in, just to give people a little bit of a preview, one place we're going to be looking at for sure is what they call the Research Triangle area around Wake County, the cities of Raleigh and Durham. That is a place where you've got a lot of reliable Democratic voters. Question's going to be who turns out? Can Joe Biden get those reliable Democrats? Are there young people excited about Bernie Sanders? We'll be watching that. We'll be watching around the area of Charlotte. That's another larger population center. We'll be looking at that and seeing which way the state might go as well. That could be telling. So there's a lot of storylines inside these states that we'll be watching all night.
And I know that we've mentioned Sanders with his home state, Joe Biden obviously having just come off of a big win right here. Obviously, there's a big question mark factor with Bloomberg's entrance into the race. This is the first time we're going to be seeing him in any of these exit polls, right?
It is, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because the key number to watch for all these candidates, but particularly for the folks who came in with the pre-election polling just around, there's this magic number that the Democrats set, and it is 15. Everybody remember that one, 15%. That is, in all the congressional districts and statewide, the threshold above which the Democrats start giving out delegates. And if you crack that 15%, you're in contention for delegates. And if you fall below it, then you don't get any. And there are candidates like Elizabeth Warren, like Michael Bloomberg, who in the pre-election polling have been right around that bubble. And I think one of the big storylines tonight is going to be, do they end up above it, get in the delegate fight, or do they fall below it?
Now, you do see these exit polls, and you're seeing stuff that you can't even report yet because it's still really, really early. But can you give us any hints about tonight?
We do not. The first rule of exit polling is you don't talk about exit polling until the polls have closed. But I will tell you this, that everybody needs to watch, not just as the states come in, but the congressional districts. And this gets a little bit wonky, but look, these are the delegate rules. In each congressional district, the Democrats have delegates up for grabs. So as these votes come in, we're going to be looking at each one of these districts and trying to estimate how many delegates are going to come out of these districts and go on to the national convention in support of one of these candidates.
Well, we are going to continue watching all of that, and I'm going to continue pressing Anthony for more details, Elaine, but sending it back to you.
Great info to set us up for what will be, no doubt, a fascinating evening ahead. Lana Zak and Anthony Salvanto, thank you both. CBS News will bring you all of the Super Tuesday election results in a prime-time special report tonight. Norah O'Donnell will lead coverage starting at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. You can stream that live right here on CBSN. Coming up after a break, Colorado can be a political mystery, and the shakeups in the race may have turned the state into a toss-up. We'll check in with a local reporter to find out what voters there are looking for as they head to the polls. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
There are 67 delegates up for grabs tonight in Colorado. The state is hosting its first primary in 2 decades after switching from a caucus format earlier this year. Early polling showed Bernie Sanders with a lead heading into this Super Tuesday. But moderates are uniting behind former Vice President Joe Biden after a big win in South Carolina on Saturday. Sean Boyd joins us now. She's a political specialist at CBS 4 Denver. Sean, thanks so much for being with us.
You bet.
So as we mentioned, Sanders has been strong in Colorado. Why is the senator resonating with voters there?
You know, it is interesting. We've had one poll so far that shows Sanders in the lead here. But, Elaine, I'll tell you, you mentioned Biden and people rallying behind Biden. This is not only our first presidential primary in 2 decades, it's our first all-male presidential primary ever, which makes it difficult to predict. But I'll tell you, a lot of voters, a third of voters had already turned in their ballots by the time Stiers and Klobuchar and Buttigieg dropped out. They cannot re-vote vote. So, it'll be difficult what we read from the Colorado results because, some of those people who voted for the Klobuchar or the Buttigieg may have gone to a Biden and were not able to because their ballots were already in.
So let's talk about the fact that you had Joe Biden's win in South Carolina with Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, as you say, both dropping out yesterday. At this point, are you hearing anything anecdotally from reporters there in Denver about folks, as we've been hearing from some of our reporters, are sort of delaying their own votes because they kind of want to have a feel for, how things are playing out before they ultimately make their decision?
Right. Right. So as of this morning, we still have about 2/3 of our ballots still out there. So a lot of people have hung on to those ballots, waiting to see just how this race shaped out, who would still be in the race by the time they voted. You mentioned Biden and him gaining momentum, and, the establishment has really rallied around him as the Sanders alternative in this race. Biden is the only major candidate still in the race that has not held a single public event here. He has not ran an ad here. He does not have campaign apparatus here. So he is behind some of these other candidates just in terms of his organization in this state.
Well, what are the issues most important to Democratic primary voters in Colorado? And I think we've got some new CBS News exit poll figures to talk about that a little bit more. There we see health care topping the list.
Right. As it is nationally, healthcare is a big issue here in Colorado. Our mountain communities have some of the highest healthcare costs in the country. What is interesting, in 2016, we had a ballot measure to create a statewide single-payer system, and that failed, overwhelmingly failed in 2016. Again, we have these unaffiliated voters who are weighing in this election. And so it will be interesting to see where they break. Do they break for a Sanders, who is for a Medicare for all? And I think that will be telling. It will show that Sanders has certainly more support than the fringe left in a swing state like Colorado.
Right, and Colorado is now...
And Elaine, I want to talk too. There are a couple other issues. When you talk about issues that are big in Colorado, one of the issues that is bigger here than in other states probably is fracking. Oil and gas is one of our biggest industries. And again, we had a ballot measure just in 2018 that would have effectively banned fracking here. That, again, failed overwhelmingly. Bernie Sanders in favor of banning fracking. He leads in the only, the Magellan poll, the only major poll that has been done here. He is leading. So,
wow, that is a fascinating note. Let's also talk about, though, this big Senate race in your state. Tell us the latest on that race.
So I think, it will be interesting to see who emerges as the presidential nominee, because that will have an impact in Colorado. Our two main candidates in that Senate primary. The primary isn't until the end of June. Our former Speaker of the House, Andrew Romanoff, who is definitely in line with Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren. Our other main candidate is our former governor and former presidential contender, John Hickenlooper, who is definitely a moderate, who has opposed Medicare for all, opposed the Green New Deal. So if a Sanders is at the top of the ticket, that could be tricky, certainly, for a Hickenlooper, who will not change his positions, he has said, even recently. So Sanders supporters would not necessarily be Hickenlooper supporters. So I think it could definitely change the dynamic of that race if you have a Hickenlooper as the Senate nominee and a Sanders as the presidential nominee.
Fascinating. All right, Sean Boyd for us. Sean, thank you. President Trump won North Carolina in the 2016 election, but Democrats hope the overwhelming number of new voters will flip the state this year. CBS News' Chip Reed is in Charlotte with more.
Offices like this one reflect the changing face of North Carolina. Founded 10 years ago in the basement of an abandoned cigarette factory, American Underground now has 5 locations with a mission to help new businesses take off.
This is the bullpen, which is really the launch spot.
Molly Demarest grew up here in Durham and now manages this campus for startups.
Would it be accurate to call this area a magnet for young, high-tech oriented people?
Absolutely.
And was it that way when you were growing up?
Not from what I remember.
American Underground is part of statewide growth that's seen nearly 300,000 jobs created and more than 1 million new registered voters since the last presidential election.
There's a draw of people from out of market, and then there's also a lot of people that are choosing to stay. You know, the brain drain concept. I think we're seeing that less and less.
Hospitality is the state's fastest growing sector, spurred in part by a craft beer boom that's seen breweries skyrocket from just a few dozen in 2011 to more than 300 today.
I am the black woman brewer in North Carolina.
Brianna Brake launched Spaceway Brewing in 2018. She and fellow entrepreneur Nicole Oxendine would like politicians to talk more about barriers for women of color.
There are ceilings for black women. I think, you know, it ripples into so many different layers of life, but no, I don't hear anybody talking about that.
I like the people that say the most radical things. Bernie Sanders is saying some stuff that's like he's got my mom like, how's this man gonna do all this stuff? There's no way he can. But I'm like, well, shouldn't you go with the dude or woman or whoever that's saying the most broadest thing? Maybe you'll get some of that.
A political battleground, President Trump won Nash County by fewer than 100 votes in 2016. But Brake's operation inside this old Confederate cotton mill shows the area is changing.
I've had people come out to me and say, you're here, so everything's good now. Like, y'all don't have anything to complain about, basically. And I'm like, please, let's just drink this beer and not have this conversation.
The people who've been here for years, they've been doing it, and that's black and white. We've been doing it our way for years and years. You know, how can we as the next generation kind of pool together and say, well, we want something different?
Our vision of hope.
The same year President Trump won in North Carolina,
Finally,
the state elected Democrat Roy Cooper as governor.
Do you believe that North Carolina is moving from being a red state to a blue state?
Definitely, no doubt about it.
Trey Nix ran Cooper's campaign.
I think the state is way more competitive today than people totally realize. And I think now that you've got so much growth, there will be a day where Republicans will not win here very much.
Outside the city, farmers are struggling, and tobacco, once the state's most profitable crop, has seen sales to its largest trading partner, China, plummet from $166 million in 2016 to just over $1 million last year.
I keep hearing Secretary of Agriculture and other folks say, you know, short-term pain for long-term gain. But you got to survive that short-term pain or the long-term gain doesn't do you any good.
Farmer Brandon Batten cut his tobacco production in half, losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. But he remains optimistic and supportive of President Trump.
I think he needs a little more time. It didn't get this way overnight, and I know it's not going to be fixed overnight. But I'm hopeful that, you know, the president's right and we'll need bigger tractors and more land, but I haven't ordered any yet.
Still to come, one of the biggest factors for Democratic voters is a Republican. We'll see how President Trump is impacting the race for the nomination as our special Super Tuesday coverage continues. You're streaming Red and Blue.
I must say, it is only tonight that I fully understand why they call this Super Tuesday. From Florida to Texas and all states in between, people opened their hearts to Hillary and to me, but for something much bigger than just another campaign. Tonight, the people are calling for genuine change.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
The first polls on Super Tuesday will be closing in about 30 minutes, but we're already getting a look at how some voters feel. Our CBS News exit polling has found that so far, 63% of Super Tuesday primary voters say they prefer a nominee who can beat President Trump. That's compared to 34% of Democratic primary voters who'd rather see a candidate who agrees with them on major issues. At the end of the day, though, 83% of Democratic primary voters today say they will support the Democratic nominee no matter what. For more, let's bring in Antoine Seawright and Leslie Sanchez. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist, and Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. Good to see you both again. Antoine, let's start with you and this exit poll about how 63% of primary voters say it's more important to them candidate defeat President Trump than agree with them on issues. What does that say about the state of the race on this Super Tuesday?
It says to me that voters have been consistent about what their priorities are. This number has been consistent every single primary and even before the primary season started. So what that also says to me is people understand you cannot govern if you do not win, and losers do not legislate. Therefore, if we can get across the finish line first as Democrats, we can figure out the policy agenda it will take in order for us to really soothe the ears and concerns of the American people. And I think primary candidates have to keep this in mind and not get caught up in the bubble conversations, Elaine, because no matter the differences we appear to have as Democrats, they certainly do not compare to the differences we have with Donald Trump and the Republican Party. And I think voters are demonstrating that in their participation in this process at record numbers.
Leslie, our CBS News exit polling also found 69% of voters said they feel angry with the Trump administration. So just how big a factor is President Trump in this primary race?
He's a big activation point, no doubt, on the left. You see so many more candidates getting in. You're seeing the progressive, we talked about this Democratic Socialist insurgency in the Democratic Party, meaning the Bernie Sanders effort. And it's had so many people trying to figure out how to defeat the president versus understanding why people supported the president. And that came up a few times in the debate by some of the centrist candidates who were saying you have to understand what the frustration was by so many disaffected voters who were frustrated with many of the Obama policies, who were frustrated by lack of border enforcement and security. They'd lost faith in public and private institutions, especially after the economic downturn of 2008. There was a lot of frustration in the country, so putting America first and prioritizing that was what really wrangled a lot of disparate groups together. And I don't see anything yet that's talking to that. You have to have, when you're talking about this type of leadership style, you have to match it with leadership style. And that's really where the contest comes down to.
Antoine, from your perspective, what do you make of that figure? 69% of Democratic voters saying they feel angry with the Trump administration. Is that something that you would expect at this point in the Democratic primary contest? How do you think that could manifest itself?
Elaine, in elections, there are several things that drive people or fuel them: anger, frustration, or dissatisfaction from what they've been getting. And I think many people who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 feel like the president has not only let them down, but have failed them on the policy agenda he promised them that will ultimately improve their quality of life. And so we're seeing the disinfected voters that Leslie oftentimes referred to really go back to the Democratic side who voted for Barack Obama in 2016. And when you look at the political concrete of this party, African-American voters, not only are they angry, they feel like we've gone full steam backwards in some of our communities, because while Republicans try and do victory laps about things are so good for people of color, most of us will argue that things have not only gotten not only good, but they've gotten worse in some cases.
Leslie, let's talk about the delegate-rich state of Texas, your home state, poised to award 228 pledged delegates. The demographics of that state, as you know, have been changing, so much so that Democrats have talked about for months now, turning that red state blue. Give us a sense of what, the demographic reality is, and also the fact that the Latino vote in particular is not a monolithic vote. We've talked about the generational divide that exists in that population.
Sure, you have a lot of Trump supporters in Texas who are Latinos and second, third generation individuals. It's very different. I always think back to last election, Bernie Sanders won Travis County, a lot of that area in Austin, which has a lot of California transplants that come over there. And it's a tech sector, a music sector, very entrepreneurial, and just kind of a little keep Austin weird. It's a little different from the rest of the conservative part of the state. Democrats have been talking about this for a long time, that it's going to be this big wave, but the types of Democrats that win in Texas are conservative Democrats. They believe in free trade. You think of members like Henry Cuellar, who is a Texas member on the border, who's a Democrat, who the ACLU, the unions went against him and continue to go against him for his votes on trade. So it's a very different type of formula. But Texas is so unique because of what was learned in 2016 by the Sanders campaign. They lost to Hillary Clinton. Same case can be made in California, where it was really California came in after the fact. Hillary Clinton had basically won enough delegates to be the nominee. But Bernie Sanders learned that Spanish advertising, working on the ground, building those coalitions, making that introduction would have a payoff. And he never stopped campaigning. That's why I want us to pay attention tonight to California, Texas, North Carolina, where they're deploying the same type of tactics and activating not just young voters, but Latino voters who are voting many times for the first time.
Well, Antoine, you wrote an opinion piece about Super Tuesday, arguing that, quote, March will be full of political madness. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just think that while some people think that the score will be settled tonight about who is likely on their pathway to be our nominee, I probably disagree. With the stakes so high and so many delegates up for grab, I think that we will have some clarity, but the window would not be clear enough where we can see our way through this entire process. And so, therefore, it's on to the third leg of this race, the March 10th leg of this race. And so, we're in the basketball season of March Madness. As you know, I oftentimes put sports and politics together.
Yes, you do.
So we're going to experience political March Madness, Elaine, starting tonight.
All right. Well, do you think that the remaining campaigns are prepared, Antoine, for this, quote, March Madness to begin?
I think some of them are. I've been very clear, and I think I wrote this in my piece. The primary process is a marathon, not a sprint, and direction is more important than speed. And the best campaigns and the best candidates will demonstrate their ability to take a licking and keep on ticking. And to this point, that's been Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. We will be tested tonight, or Michael Bloomberg will be tested tonight for the first time. So we will see his political durability and how flexible he is in this primary process.
Antoine brings a really good point when he's talking about Bloomberg with respect to that. And I was just looking at the numbers. Hillary Clinton's campaign, the expenditures were $1.2 billion. And we stood aghast. It was $1 billion presidential campaign expenditure. And Donald Trump was something like $687 million. Bloomberg alone has spent $500 million, and we're not at Super Tuesday. We're here today. It's astounding the amount of money. It is really astounding, yeah. And the impact is, are we back to 1988, for example, when Jesse Jackson and Al Gore split that Southern vote, right? So it allowed the liberal candidate to move forward. That's the question. I think that's what the urgent cry is in the establishment. They don't want to be front-loaded with this. I'm telling them, putting California where it is today as opposed to further down the calendar is really going to change up that dynamic, because because a lot of the vote is going to be split with that Biden Bloomberg effect, and especially in states like Texas where those delegates matter.
Right. Leslie, let's talk about some down ballot races. What should Republicans be watching for when it comes to these congressional and Senate contests? Because we've been talking so much about the national Democratic primary here, but down ballot, some really interesting races as well.
It really depends where you're looking, right? So even in California, they're talking about a lot of the mix-up. Darrell Issa running down there, been Duncan Hunter's former seat. The demographics are changing, but any areas that are along that U.S.-Mexico border still have a lot of tension with Mexico. They want to see stronger enforcement, but there's a lot more of an appetite to find a solution that works, whether it's a pathway to citizenship or legalization of some sort. And so the tone around that is really going to matter, especially when you have large amounts of, for example, Latino voters. But down ballot, I think that's where they're sweating bullets, a Texas term in Texas, is because if Bernie Sanders at the top of the ticket and you get that push out, you're going to have a lot of people deciding they don't want to pull that country that far to the left, and they're going to come out for somebody like Donald Trump.
Well, Antoine, your opinion piece touches on down ballot races. You say they're imperative to protecting the Democratic majority in the House. What races are you watching closely?
I'm watching for every single last one of them. I'm especially watching for the congressional district returns. Look, there's several things Democrats have to measure along this primary nominating process. One, the enthusiasm and turnout in the primary, because that will give us a nice, smooth flirtation for what we could see in November. Number two, we have to look at places we won in 18 and lost in 16 states and congressional districts, as well as legislative seats. They are so important. There are several states who are on the ballot tonight in which the state houses are very close to being flipped, which is very important for the purposes of redistricting and drawing lines after this 2020 election, but also some U.S. Senate seats on the ballot in some of these places that could be essential to protecting our democracy. As you know, the next president will nominate judges. The next party in control of the Senate will confirm them. Those are generational things that will be on the ballot. And it all starts in this primary process. So I'm watching every single one of them. We have to win up and down the ballot if we want to put our fingers on the thermostat for the next generations to come.
All right, Antoine Seawright and Leslie Sanchez, great to see you both again.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. You're streaming Red and Blue on CBSN.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS, Sunday morning.
The virus and the measures that are being taken to contain it will surely weigh on economic activity, both here and abroad, for some time. We are beginning.
That was Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell explaining why he decided to cut interest rates in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak. The 0.5% drop in rates by the Fed is the largest cut since the 2008 financial crisis. After Powell's announcement, the stock market took a dip after a strong Monday. It finished the day nearly 800 points down. Powell has been a frequent target of President Trump. The president has criticized the Fed chairman repeatedly for not taking stronger action on interest rates. This morning, Mr. Trump said he was happy Powell made the adjustment, but attacked the Fed for not going further.
We should be paying less. So the Fed rate is too high. It's very simple. It's too high. It puts us at a competitive disadvantage, especially when it comes to exporting our product to other countries. The other countries love that. I don't like it at all. So I'd like to see our Fed lead instead of being led.
Daniel Lippman and Gabriel Rubin join us now from Washington. Daniel is a White House reporter for Politico, and Gabriel covers Congress for the Wall Street Journal. Welcome to you both. Daniel, does the White House believe the Fed cut will help boost the economy, and does it remain concerned with how it's reacting to the coronavirus?
Yeah, I think the White House, they know basic economics, that this is going to help the economy. But they're worried that it's not enough, as you played that Trump clip. But this is also fairly unprecedented because a president should not be intervening in terms of urging the Fed to cut rates. Remember, he has a re-election in November, and so he has been harping on the Fed way before this. And the Fed is supposed to be independent, but they're feeling pressure from Trump, and he is still not a happy camper about this.
Well, Gabriel, what about lawmakers? Are lawmakers worried about the interest rate cuts or the state of the economy because of the coronavirus?
I think there's definitely a lot of concern about the state of the economy as a result of the coronavirus. And the concerns from lawmakers are mostly about whether there will be a fiscal stimulus to accompany the rate cuts. Democrats in particular are always making the point that monetary policy is not enough and fiscal policy always needs to accompany it. So you saw someone like presidential candidate and Senator Elizabeth Warren come out with a plan for $400 billion in stimulus spending related to coronavirus to jumpstart the economy and to prevent us from going into a larger downturn. You saw Secretary of the Treasury Steven Mnuchin being questioned this morning by Democratic lawmakers about a possible stimulus package, and he voiced at least an openness to considering an infrastructure package, but we're very far away from any sort of negotiation between the administration and members of Congress on this to see if we would actually get some sort of stimulus package. But it is something to monitor down the road.
Well, Daniel, before leaving for a roundtable with health officials, the president was asked about potentially banning travel to areas afflicted by coronavirus. He said he wouldn't do so domestically, but that his administration is looking at blocking travel to countries such as Italy and South Korea. Let's listen to some of that.
We're being very stringent, but we're now looking at other countries that have been badly affected, and we're thinking about doing something we may have to do. We don't want to do that, but we're looking at other countries, and we're being very stringent. We're watching Italy very closely, South Korea very closely, even Japan very closely, and we'll make the right determination at the right time. We've cut it off, as you know, with numerous other countries.
So, Daniel, what are you hearing? Is banning travel something the White House is actively preparing for? And does this signal a larger plan to combat the coronavirus?
I think it's part of the mix, and if you have a country that's very poorly hit, then it's kind of an obvious thing to pursue, but there's an economic cost to that. Italy's, we trade a lot with Italy, and so a lot of, Italian Americans, they travel back and forth, and so we don't want to block U.S. citizens from coming back into the country, and so there are economic tolls to all of this, but I think the White House is trying to focus to try to minimize this as much as possible, especially in an election year where Trump does not want to, face a virus epidemic that spirals out of control.
Well, Gabriel, Vice President Pence is briefing lawmakers about the coronavirus. What do we know about those briefings and how lawmakers are reacting to the vice president's leadership of the task force?
Yeah, the vice president was up on Capitol Hill today meeting with a group of Republican senators and then a group of Democratic senators as well. And the main questions were all about testing. There has been a lot of news in the last couple of days about some of the failures of the Centers for Disease Control to come up with a diagnostic system, diagnostic kits that would go out to local health authorities to make sure that everyone who is possibly infected with coronavirus gets tested. There have been numerous delays on that. So the questions came from both Republicans and Democrats to Vice President Pence, who, by many accounts gave forthright answers, but the senators from Washington in particular, Maria Cantwell and Patty Murray, really wanted, where there has been a cluster of the outbreak, really wanted to know when there is going to be a comprehensive testing regime in place, and those concerns were followed up on by Republicans as well. And Senator Debbie Stabenow of Michigan made the point that, the administration is scrambling. That was her word to describe the administration's response right now. And the questions really come down to, when is there going to be a comprehensive testing regime in place, and when can we expect more details about the administration's plans going forward?
Before we go, I want to turn to another topic, Daniel. The Afghanistan peace deal the U.S. signed with the Taliban over the weekend. Today, the president confirmed he spoke with the leader of the Taliban. Let's listen.
I did. I spoke to the leader of the Taliban today. We had a good conversation. We've agreed there's no violence. We don't want violence. We'll see what happens. They're dealing with Afghanistan, but we'll see what happens.
Daniel, how significant is it that an American president spoke with the Taliban leader, and what more do we know about this peace deal?
That's very significant, and it's kind of funny that he loves that phrase, we'll see what happens. That's his, kind of placeholder remark that he likes to use. But this has really never happened in the last few decades. What's interesting is that the U.S. in the 1980s, we worked with elements of the Taliban and al-Qaeda to fight against the Soviet Union. But now that we've been fighting against the Taliban for almost 20 years, there's a real hunger among Trump's voters to get out of Afghanistan. But I reported today that Lindsey Graham, a top Trump ally, he's been pressuring Trump and the White House to make sure there is a residual force, special operations, and also CIA paramilitary troopers who can stay in Afghanistan and be part of that solution to make sure that we don't face another terror threat from Afghanistan if the Taliban takes over.
All right, Daniel Littman and Gabriel Rubin, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are just getting started on the Super Tuesday. We'll check in on Colorado and Massachusetts in the next hour and keep it here for special coverage throughout the evening as the votes come in. You're streaming Red and Blue on CBSN.
Dan Rather reporting this Super Tuesday from CBS News election headquarters in New York. Good evening. First Super Tuesday results are in. Kentucky polls have closed, leading off the 20-state Super Tuesday night. A bonanza of convention delegates on the line, mostly in the South, not all of them, but most of them in the South, and key campaign 88 questions to be answered tonight. Does George Bush come out of Super Tuesday unstoppable by his rivals? Do the Democrats produce a clear front-runner? What about Albert Gore?
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
What can voters expect to see today?
CBS This Morning.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop the noise.
My moral compass, my politics, and my worldview comes from the internet.
And turn the world.
If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
Right side up.
Who here believes in evolution?
Chaos meets clarity in eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you for joining us. We begin this hour with Super Tuesday calls in 2 states. CBS News projects Senator Bernie Sanders will win his home state of Vermont, and former Vice President Joe Biden will take Virginia. 16 delegates are set to be awarded in Vermont, and 99 delegates are at stake in Virginia. Later this hour, polls will close in North Carolina. 110 delegates are up for grabs there. For more, I want to bring in Joel Payne, Leslie Sanchez, and Molly Hooper. Joel is a CBS News political contributor, Democratic strategist, and former Hillary for America senior aide. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. And Molly is a CBSN political contributor. Welcome to all of you. All right, just get reaction right off the bat from you, Joel. Virginia for Joe Biden. What is your initial reaction to that?
I think that makes some sense,
Yeah.
Especially when you consider Northern Virginia, a lot of those D.C. suburbs. We talked a little earlier about the New York Times Daily, the podcast earlier today, and how that really reflected, I think, a lot of anti-Sanders sentiment out there, particularly in that area. I would imagine
County, that was a voter in
Arlington,
Arlington
Alexandria,
County,
some of those bedroom communities outside of D.C., I think that reflected probably an advantage for Biden, also with the consolidation of the other candidates in the race. Also, there's a pretty significant military vote in the Newport News, Norfolk area, kind of Tidewater region of Virginia as well. So that might reflect the kind of more moderate conservative part of the Democratic electorate coming through.
And actually, Vice President Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden, just had a big rally in that area, the Norfolk area, on Sunday night with Terry McAuliffe, former governor of Virginia, Tim Kaine, current senator of Virginia. So he had, after South Carolina, a lot of endorsement, a lot of energy in that area, but also in the more liberal district up where I live in Arlington. He had, several members of Congress in that area, like Jennifer Wexton, who took out Barbara Comstock, a Republican, but represents that area, Democrat as well, and a number of the other Democratic members of the congressional delegation came on board with Joe Biden in the last few days.
Yeah.
The interesting part of that is suburban women are going to be a big part of that, because you mentioned Barbara Comstock. That was an area suburban women were really critical to the Virginia 10 race in 2018 and losing that really critical Republican seat. Comstock's one of the best members that we had, for sure. But the signs the tea leaves may start saying that many of these suburban Democratic women are feeling they don't want a revolution, they want to restore kind of the calmness and the understanding of what they're buying into.
And that's reflected here. This is our CBS News figures on how Biden won. You see 75%, to your point, Leslie, saying that they want to return. to Obama's policies. These are Virginia Democratic primary voters. So that would seem to sort of underscore your point, perhaps.
It's true. And Virginia is one of those areas when you talk, if you looked up establishment, you know, in the dictionary, you would find these bedroom communities. You would find Northern Virginia, because it's basically the entire D.C. Establishment works and lives there. So it's people protecting their jobs, their interest, and probably a lot of former Biden staffers lived there as well.
Also, remember, Virginia not that long ago was a purple reddish state. That in the last decade has really become more of a Democratic stronghold in the state house. Most recently, 2 years ago, we saw the state House of Delegates in Virginia turn blue. You've got pretty much the full, I believe, both senators and the governor and much of the congressional delegation is Democratic now, and it turned Democrat under Barack Obama. That became a Democratic stronghold when Barack Obama turned it blue.
And the most recent election, for these midterm elections, Democrats picked up a number of key seats. Allison Spanberger, former CIA operative,
Abigail Spanberger,
Abigail Spanberger, defeated a conservative Republican in Eric Cantor's old district. I mean, there were a number of seats that turned parties, and that was in the past year and a half, the past 2 years.
Right. So our CBS News exit polls also found that beating President Trump in November is a priority for voters. At least 6 in 10 voters said they are angry with the Trump administration. So, Leslie, what does that mean for the president's campaign as he looks to get reelected?
Well, you're talking about intensity on each side. So the campaign that is able to activate and turn that energy into voters who get out on a cold day, they leave home and they take their children, and there's a lot of hurdles to getting to the polls and really take a vote in a primary election. They're thinking a lot about this in terms of kind of the horse race, who would do better, and you don't really know. What is fascinating, when you dig deeper into this, it's going to be a contest of two people, right? So when Trump is against somebody like Joe Biden, it makes Nevada less competitive for Republicans. Virginia certainly is off the map. But if it's somebody like Sanders, then we start seeing, a 1988 or even 84 all over again. Republicans start saying, wow, the electoral map looks very red, because as a choice between Trump and Sanders, many people, even conservative Democrats, are going to pull either not vote or pull to the right.
Well, and it was those conservative Democrats like Spanberger who were shaking in their boots at the thought of having Bernie Sanders at the top of the ticket, because that's where those down ballot races,
Lexton, Spanberger, Scott, all of them.
All of them. That's where they could be impacted, and they want to get reelected too. It might be a presidential year, but every 2 years, members of Congress are up for election.
Not to mention the fact that this really kind of helps Biden do what he needs to do tonight in terms of making up ground in that delegate hall. That's 99 delegates. I think that's the fourth biggest hall behind North Carolina, Texas, and California tonight. So it's a big state for Biden to claim.
Yeah. So here we see when Virginia Democratic primary voters made their decision. You see 48% say the last few days, 52% say earlier than that. Joel, does that signal anything to you?
Well, I think it suggests that, Biden probably had a pretty good infrastructure there before. That's not quite the numbers you would expect if everybody, say at the last minute, were making that decision. It's pretty much a 50-50 split. But I think just the reflection of kind of what part of the Democratic electorate this is Obama-Biden country, essentially. This is Hillary Clinton. This is, I would imagine if you go back and look at the crosstabs, she did pretty well here. This tracks closely to what you would expect Joe Biden to do pretty well at on a night like tonight.
Can I ask you something, Joel? We always show what issue is most important to Democratic primary voters in whichever state. My question is, if in fact you continue to have people talk about electability as being sort of their number one consideration, do issues matter?
Oh boy. Well, this is kind of a pain point issue. I got tongue-tied a little while ago when I was on with you, just trying to think about these voters who are acting like pundits. I think issues are secondary this cycle for a lot of Democrats.
And that's different, right?
Yeah, and that's different. And I don't know if that's a long-term strategy for success for Democrats. Many Democrats, many strategists would tell you that this is a kind of one-term thing or one-time thing because Donald Trump is an existential crisis, right? And that this is a special case where you have to find someone who beats Trump above all else. That's frankly what African American voters in South Carolina told you with the results of South Carolina this past weekend. So, yeah, it seems like voters are telling you that the issues, whether it's economic issues, health care, what remedy on health care, whether it's Medicare for all versus Obamacare 2.0, those are secondary.
Right.
That is an interesting bit of data to come through.
And how does that affect then, if you're a Democratic strategist advising a candidate, when you see this number, that 63% of Super Tuesday Democratic primary voters prefer someone who can beat President Trump, rather than the 34% who say they want him to agree with you, him or her. What does that then do to shape your strategy? Because you can talk about issues, but this notion of electability is such a subjective idea. How do you kind of present your case?
And the job really, look, my job on the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2016 was I did ads for African American voters. And there's a lot of talk, and I don't want to get too deep here for the viewers, about persuasion universe versus turnout universe.
And when you talk about,
when you talk about persuasion, this is the part of the campaign when you really want to start to persuade voters, win them over, give a positive case for why your candidate or why your remedy works. Turnout is the last 6 weeks, get to the polls, here are the early vote days, etc. This feels like this is going to be a turnout election for Democrats. And I think that is going to have repercussions for a lot of different communities. I know African-American communities particularly are very sensitive about that. I would imagine Latinx communities will probably have a sensitivity towards that. So I do think that kind of portends how, whether it's the Biden campaign or the Sanders campaign, when they decide what their strategy for GOTV is going to be and when that turns on, this will portend a lot for that.
Yeah. I think it also, since 2004, we've seen a lot of these kind of mini splits with Super Tuesdays. So you've got, nobody's really the winner take all like we used to see since they really started putting these together. And that's what the interesting part is. So Bernie Sanders is in that, let's get him out, let's go activate him, get out the vote in some of his key states, because he never stopped campaigning since 2016. But Bloomberg is doing that introduction. And people that are voting for Bloomberg, the ads that they've seen, I'm hearing about Hispanic voters, for example, that are voting for Bloomberg because they got a piece of mail, and they never got anything else, quite honestly. So this is the first time they go, oh, it's a viable candidate, but perhaps generationally their children are voting for Trump. So you're seeing split households. We saw that before. The distinct difference with Trump, where we were before with Trump, this very unorthodox candidate as Republicans, is now you have a unified party who feels he's delivered on 80% of what he was going to do. You know what you're going to get. You expect the bombastic treatment. And he's promising more Supreme Court justices. They've confirmed all these conservative justices if these were your issues. And they're doing things about the wall. He's doing trade. He's delivering. They don't want to upset the apple cart again for an unknown. That's where this formula is going to keep splitting tonight and as we go through the next several cycles.
So we've been looking at the favorability numbers for different candidates. Among Virginia Democratic primary voters there, you see the opinion of Joe Biden, 67% saying favorable, 32% saying unfavorable. But can we go to the previous number, if you have that handy? Because this was the Bloomberg discussion that we were talking about. So off camera, we were talking about how he has spent so much money in various states, including Virginia. In fact, I was looking at an email from our Sarah Ewald-Weiss, a campaign reporter at CBS News, who tallied it up. It's $17.9 million that Michael Bloomberg has spent in Virginia alone. To have a favorability rating like that, 56%, doesn't seem like that necessarily moved the numbers in the direction you wanted them to be.
Well, one of the key issues that Michael Bloomberg is known for it has to do with gun rights. And, Virginia, Virginia, as purpley and blue as it's turning, there's still a strong contingent of Second Amendment right individuals who do not want anybody to come in and take away their ability to purchase a firearm. And actually, we saw that with the Fox News town hall the other night with Michael Bloomberg. Yes, I've never seen a protest, but there was a protest in that Virginia-based town hall meeting by Second Amendment rightsers.
It's a really excellent point. All right, for more on how things are looking around the country, let's throw it over to Lana Zak. She is with CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto at our decision desk. Lana?
Hey, Elaine. So this was a really quick call. As soon as those polls closed at 7 o'clock, Anthony was able to put it in Joe Biden's call. All right, column, and I want to break down with you, Anthony, what exactly happened. We know that more than half of Democratic voters said beating Donald Trump was the most important thing to them.
Yep, and Biden won them by a wide margin. This is off the exit poll. We made this projection from our CBS News exit poll. There aren't any votes in yet. Part of this is how we do this. We've talked to voters as they were leaving the polling places all day. We found out how they were voting. He's got a wide margin in that estimate. It holds up no matter which way you look at it, so we can make the projection. And then the other thing we see when we talk to voters is who they think has the best chance of beating President Trump, and the fact that by a larger margin, people think that they want to return to President Obama's policies rather than being even more liberal.
And this is specifically in Virginia, so this indicates
This is Virginia.
This indicates why Virginia went solidly for the former vice president.
Correct.
Obviously, with 43% thinking that returning to Obama's policies is better than the alternative, which is becoming more liberal, which is what Senator Sanders or Senator Warren would be offering.
Yeah, exactly.
So the other thing that we had been talking about before, of course, Elaine and Anthony, was this big question about Bloomberg. This is the first time that we have closed a state with Bloomberg actually on the ballot. So what did Virginia voters think about him?
Well, he's back of Biden and he's back of Sanders right now in that exit poll estimate that I described. Right now, his favorable-unfavorable ratio is leaning towards, obviously, unfavorable. So, look, this may be reflective of the fact that they voted for somebody else, but we do know that he spent a lot of money. This doesn't mean he'll be shut out of delegates in Virginia. There are still some districts where he could make threshold. We'll see what happens when vote comes in.
And as long as he makes that 15%, he could throw some delegates into his column, but it's obviously something that, as the votes finally start to come in, we'll be watching.
But statewide, this explains it.
All right. Elaine, we'll send it back over to you.
All right, Lana and Anthony, thank you very much. A reminder, CBS News will bring you all of the Super Tuesday election results in a primetime special report tonight. Norah O'Donnell leads coverage starting at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. You can stream that live right here on CBSN. Coming up after the break, Joe Biden was campaigning earlier in California, where more than 400 delegates are at stake. We'll check in with our campaign reporter on the ground. Plus, polls are about to close in North Carolina. We'll show you the state of the race there as part of our Local Matters series. You're streaming Red and Blue on Tuesday.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS, Sunday morning.
In this edition of 2020 Daily Trail Markers, California is expected to play a decisive role in the nominating process this Super Tuesday. 415 pledged delegates are up for grabs. That's 30% of the total delegates to be awarded across all 14 states tonight. In California, candidates must reach 15% of the vote in order to win statewide delegates. They also have to reach 15% in any of the 53 congressional districts to obtain delegates from those districts. Thousands attended a rally for Bernie Sanders in Los Angeles over the weekend. Former Vice President Joe Biden made a campaign stop in Oakland earlier today. CBS News campaign reporter Musaddiq Bidar joins me now from San Francisco. And Musaddiq, you were in Oakland earlier today. What were you seeing out there on the campaign trail?
Elaine, there was a lot of energy, a lot of excitement from voters. The voters that I have been speaking with the last couple of hours tell me they're excited for this day, for this moment. Of course, this is the first time since 2008 that California is voting this early in the primary cycle, and voters and candidates understand the importance and the potential influence this state could have on the nominating process. As you mentioned, Vice President Biden was here earlier today in Oakland. He stopped at a local diner to shake some hands, speak with some voters. He told reporters that he has high hopes for his chances here in California. And outside that rally, or that event, there were some protesters who were heckling Vice President Biden as he walked in and walked out, and then supporters of Senator Bernie Sanders as well, standing on all four corners of the intersection just across the street, chanting their support for their candidate. So we're just now under a few hours until the polls close here in California, and we'll be keeping an eye on the results as they come in.
And Moose, early voting has been underway there in California since February 3rd, but we've seen 3 candidates drop out of the race in the last week. What are the rules there if people want to change their ballots?
People can't change their choice if they have already submitted a ballot. Now, if a ballot has been filled in and hasn't been turned in, they can go and request for a new ballot. As you mentioned, early voting has been underway since February 3rd. Nearly 4 million people have submitted early ballots. That's about 40% of all expected total turnout. And there are estimates that about 500,000 votes were cast for candidates who are no longer in the race. So that's not an insignificant number, but we are going to keep an eye to see what that turnout looks like tonight. But if you have already submitted a ballot and it's in the mail, you can't change that anymore. However, if it's just filled in and you haven't submitted it, voters can at the polling station and at voting centers can request for a new ballot to fill out.
Well, California is largely seen as a liberal state, but it is also home to some more centrist voters. Is it a given that Senator Sanders will win as much support there as the polls seem to suggest?
Well, nothing's really a given here, but Senator Sanders, one reason for his high support in the polls is because of young Latino voters. Latino voters in the state make up about 30% of all eligible voters. Senator Sanders has been making a big play for them. And in our CBS News poll the other day, about a third of voters, 31%, considered themselves moderates. So while California has always been at the forefront of progressive ideas and progressive values, there are plenty of moderate voters who are just looking for something in the middle. And that's where Vice President Biden comes in. The one thing I want to point out is that there are these so-called perfect voters who have voted in the last 5 elections, but in early voting, they didn't turn in their ballots nearly as quickly enough. They were kind of waiting to see what would happen in South Carolina and the other early states. These voters always turn out. In 2016 and 2008, their turnout was upwards of 90%. And so there's a big chunk of them that haven't participated yet, and they're going to be out voting today. And that could mean well for Vice President Biden.
Interesting. Well, this is the first time Mike Bloomberg will appear on the ballot. How does the geography of California give him a unique edge in the state?
Well, California is such a big state. You can't really campaign the traditional way like candidates do in states like Iowa or New Hampshire. You have to really be able to spread out your resources. And that's something that Michael Bloomberg has been able to do in terms of advertisements. He's been able to spend upwards of $70 million in advertisements just in California alone. That's a lot more than what some other candidates have been able to do. In our CBS News poll, 90% of likely California Democratic voters said that they had seen an advertisement from Michael Bloomberg. That's the kind of strategy he's been able to use to get his message out there. Other candidates haven't really been able to do that. And Bloomberg also has a huge staff in the state, over 300 staffers blanketing all across the state. And that's one area where he has an advantage, is being able to spread staffers across the state, being able to use advertisements to get his message out, which is something that not a lot of other candidates have been able to do in the state.
Yeah, it really is staggering. If you just think about it, Michael Bloomberg spending $77 million in one state alone. Musaddiq Bidar for us. Musaddiq, thank you.
Thanks, Elaine.
We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more coverage of Super Tuesday here on CBSN. CBS News, always on.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Millions of voters around the country cast their ballots Tuesday to pick who they want as the next Democratic nominee for president. 14 states, as well as American Samoa and Democrats abroad, participated in Super Tuesday polling stations in major cities. People were busy all day with a steady stream of people coming and going. More than 30% of all Democratic delegates will be awarded in Tuesday's nominating contest. 5 candidates remain on the ticket after Pete Buttigieg and Senator Amy Klobuchar dropped out on Monday. Those two have since endorsed Joe Biden. One of the most important states on Super Tuesday is Texas. That's where CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns joins me from. She is in Houston. Caitlin, thanks very much for being with us. So, Caitlin, I want to just start off by talking about what it is that you have heard from voters there on the ground leading up to this day. Texas, as we know, is a delegate-rich state. What have they been saying to you about their decision-making process?
Hi, good evening, Elaine. Well, we've been at this polling location all day. I hope you've enjoyed our live shot from here because this is where everything is happening, it seems, in Houston. This is the busiest polling location in Houston. There has been a steady stream of voters coming to cast their ballots here all day. As of now, about 1,200 people have come through here to vote, and we've talked to a lot of them coming off the polling location, and we've gotten some really interesting feedback from some of these voters. And I kind of love this anecdotal information that we get from them because we kind of get to test it against the data that we have and the other reporting that we have. And the biggest question that we've had going into today is how these endorsements for Joe Biden, from Amy Klobuchar, from Beto O'Rourke, from Pete Buttigieg, all endorsing Joe Biden in Texas last night, how this would impact voters' decisions as they headed to the polls. And lots of voters that we've talked to have said that, yes, in fact, that has influenced their decision. I talked to one woman this morning who said that she was supporting Amy Klobuchar up until last night when she found out that Klobuchar was dropping out and endorsing Biden. So she told us that she was going to support Joe Biden because of that. I just talked to a man who came off the polling, who had just cast his ballot about an hour ago, who said that he was waiting in line and he was prepared to vote for Bernie Sanders, but he was listening to NPR on his phone, listening to a conversation that reporters were having about these endorsements that Joe Biden was getting. And he said, you know what? I'm actually going to vote for Joe Biden now because he seems like the best fit to take on Donald Trump. So we're kind of getting this information in real time.
I'm going to interrupt for just a moment because CBS News can now project that Joe Biden will be the winner in the state of North Carolina again. CBS News projecting that Joe Biden will be the winner in North Carolina. Sorry to interrupt, Caitlin. Please continue.
No, that's actually a really perfect segue to that. I mean, Joe Biden had been counting on this big win that he had in South Carolina a few nights ago to help propel him into these Super Tuesday states. He had Jim Clyburn, remember, who endorsed him in South Carolina. He was campaigning for him in North Carolina recently, too. So Joe Biden, in his interview with us, kind of reminded us that he has strong support among African-American voters that isn't just relegated to South Carolina. That's something that he believed could translate. So I think that's something that we are seeing in North Carolina with that victory. The Joe Biden campaign also, of course, had a victory in Virginia tonight. CBS News had called that earlier. And so this is looking, at least with these two wins, the Biden campaign is excited about that. And they'd been very focused actually here in Texas with those big endorsements in Dallas. We were with him here in Houston earlier in the day yesterday where he had an energized crowd. And he definitely seems to be feeling momentum for his campaign. And they're hoping that continues on throughout the night. Just a quick word, though, about Houston and why we decided to come here. It's because Houston is representative of the kind of growing, changing demographics in some of these traditionally conservative states that are growing in favor of Democrats. Houston saw Harris County, I should say, which encompasses Houston, saw record turnout in 2018 in those midterm elections. They're hoping to build upon that here tonight with this primary. It's also a very diverse area and representative of kind of the demographics that represent the Democratic Party or this modern Democratic Party. Party. About a quarter of residents in Harris County are African American, about 45% are Latino or Hispanic, and so these are the kinds of areas that Democrats are targeting, not only today on Super Tuesday, but beyond.
Caitlin, I just want to go back to your interview with the former vice president yesterday. I mean, you've been so busy following along on the campaign trail, but I'm curious, tell us what else the former vice president told you, especially with respect to former President Obama, because we have seen in at least the state of Virginia, I believe it was, when it came to how it was that Joe Biden won that particular state, you look at what the voters said they wanted, and a majority of them wanted to see a return, or at least a plurality of them. I'm not sure, I don't have the exact data point in front of me, but they were very much interested in seeing a return to Obama policies.
You know, Elaine, I was fascinated by that data point from our exit polling because this is something that Joe Biden has been talking about since the beginning of his campaign. He's been talking about restoring the soul of the nation. That's been all over his bus tours. That's been all over his that's been his campaign message. And there was this question about whether voters would be attracted to that kind of message. Getting things back to the way they were before Donald Trump is how Joe Biden has been phrasing it, and he's talked a lot about his connections to Obama. I think that served him well on the ground in places like Virginia and North Carolina and South Carolina, and probably serves to boost him in some of these other southern states that are voting tonight as well. But that was really interesting to see, and I think that helps us kind of show what Joe Biden's appeal has been like. Now you contrast that with Bernie Sanders, the other front runner in this race, who has been, is poised to do well here in Texas and in California, has been talking about changing things up, talking about a very different vision for the Democratic Party than Joe Biden. So we're seeing this kind of contrast between the two really come to a head on Super Tuesday.
And Caitlin, just remind us as well about that flood of endorsements that came, Joe Biden's way. There was the endorsement, as you mentioned, from Congressman Clyburn ahead of the South Carolina primary. But then after that decisive victory, we saw the endorsements come. We saw Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg, who we're showing on the screen now, drop out. Is it clear the effect of these endorsements, a large number of endorsements that seem to come really in a flood after the South Carolina victory?
Yeah, I don't think Biden could have asked for a better day. I would say yesterday was really the best day of his campaign so far. You could kind of feel it on the ground, and you could sense it from the way in which Democrats, his former rivals, were quickly coalescing around him as it became clear that there was no path forward for their respective campaigns, and as Bernie Sanders has been very successful in some of these early states. So it is a really interesting kind of moment for the campaign, and it was a critical moment for the campaign because remember, they don't have as much money as some of these other campaigns. Joe Biden doesn't have that grassroots small dollar donor base that Bernie Sanders has, and so he is relying heavily on free media. He got a lot of that yesterday with those big headlines coming from those endorsements, and so that's really the critical thing for the Biden campaign because they hadn't invested heavily in these Super Tuesday states. They had been so focused on South Carolina, and it seems like that strategy, at least for now, and again we'll see, has seemed to pay off, and they're hoping this leads to more momentum, which means more money, more free advertising, and a way for their message to get out.
So based on what we've seen so far, it is very early in the night. We want to let people know. Is there a sense at all, have you been able to talk to any Biden campaign officials, that at least there's a little bit of pressure taken off Biden to perform well, particularly there in Texas?
It's a good question, and they were kind of looking to solidify these wins in Virginia and North Carolina to really help them continue forward. Remember, there was there is this concern among those supporting Biden that Bernie Sanders could quickly change the narrative if he came away from tonight with a big delegate haul. So every time someone wins a state, that gives that candidate good momentum and a good headline. This race is moving so quickly, and I think that's why a lot of voters that we see on the ground here and in our polling are still undecided, up until the last minute, because this race is moving so quickly. So that's something also to consider as we're kind of assessing how voters are feeling. They are just watching kind of every increment of this, and that's why endorsements are really critical, because there are so many choices. This race is moving so fast. A lot of voters have commented to us that it helps when someone helps them narrow down their choices.
Right. All right. Caitlin Huey Burns for us. Caitlin, thank you. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more coverage of Super Tuesday here on CBSN. CBS News, always on.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
We're turning to North Carolina now, where 110 delegates are at stake today. The polls there closed at 7:30, and CBS News projects Joe Biden will win the state. President Trump held a rally there last night. He's looking to win North Carolina again after narrowly beating Hillary Clinton in 2016. The state has voted Republican in 9 out of the 10 past presidential elections. Both Democrats and Republicans believe it will be a potential battleground in November. Nick Oxner joins me now from Charlotte, North Carolina. He is a chief investigative reporter for our Charlotte affiliate WBTV. Nick, good to see you again. Democratic voters today are saying that they're more interested in nominating a candidate who can beat President Trump in November than someone they agree with. Are you hearing the same there in North Carolina?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Of course, you guys have called the race for Joe Biden already here in North Carolina. But if you look at the polling, even as recently as polls done last week and the last couple days, you see it was a pretty tight race between Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, and to some extent Michael Bloomberg. And that might owe more to the fact that North Carolina, we're a weird state, right? We're very rural in some places, very urban in some places, a lot of college campuses, a lot of those kinds of voters. And so really we have intense pockets of Bernie Sanders supporters in some places, some parts of the state. And then you have your more moderate folks in the suburban and rural parts of the state as well. And all of that makes for really interesting demographics when you mash it all up.
So it's so fascinating, Nick, when you look at the numbers that Mike Bloomberg spent in that state. So he was appearing on the ballot for the first time after skipping those early voting states, as you know, spending more than $17 million on ads in North Carolina. By comparison, Senator Sanders spent the second most at $1.7 million. But here we are with a Joe Biden victory in North Carolina. What does that suggest about the Democratic electorate there?
Yeah, they suggest a couple things. First, I think it's first and foremost a big show that money's not necessarily going to buy you victory. You couldn't watch television in North Carolina for the last month without seeing a Mike Bloomberg ad on television, right? But in Charlotte, in the part of North Carolina where I live especially, we had a lot of leaders from the Democratic Party and a lot of minority leaders in the community come out and endorse Mike Bloomberg. Mayor Vi Lyles, the first African-American mayor in Charlotte. We had City Councilman James Mitchell was his statewide director. And so Mike Bloomberg made some inroads in the African-American community in North Carolina. Of course, that's also a strong community that Joe Biden's gotten a lot of support of. And we know that James Clyburn was just in North Carolina on Sunday, the day after Biden's big win in South Carolina. And so it shows that Bloomberg, to me anyways, couldn't take enough of the African-American vote away in North Carolina, at least, to help propel him to win. And that means Joe Biden was either able to hang on to enough of it or take back some of it after his win in South Carolina to help him perform very well today here in the Tar Heel State.
Right. We're going to dig in to more numbers in a bit. But what are some of the issues that were most important to voters there in North Carolina?
Sure. So health care, a really big issue. Democrat Governor Roy Cooper has made health care probably his top priority in the fight with the General Assembly last year, going into the election this year as well. But then when you, again, get into some of those more rural areas, we know farming, big issue. President Trump's tariffs have hit. We have a lot of soybean farmers, a lot of pork producers in North Carolina. Farming, another huge issue. Education, another big issue in North Carolina as well. So those are probably some of the top three things that are on voters' minds or were on voters' minds today as they headed to the polls.
So, Nick, the other big news of the day is the coronavirus. Today, North Carolina confirmed its first case of the virus. Is that something that was on voters' minds today?
Well, hard to say, right? And that didn't come out until late this afternoon. I think about 3:15. The governor held a press conference at 3:30. Interestingly, one of my colleagues did do a story on it late this afternoon, and people were talking about we have touchscreen voting machines in parts of North Carolina, including in Charlotte, right? So you're touching common surfaces. Other places where you have paper ballots, people are using the same pens. So it doesn't seem that it was a deterrent, really, but it certainly was on folks' minds as they ultimately headed to the polls this afternoon.
All right. We're just showing, Nick, as you're speaking, a CBS News exit poll asking Democratic primary voters in North Carolina, was coronavirus a factor in your vote? 76% saying it was a factor, 18% not a factor. But very much this issue is top of mind for folks around the country. But let's talk about this. North Carolina also holding House and Senate primaries today. What races should we be following?
Yeah, so the biggest race, the biggest primary race today is the Republican primary in North Carolina, House District 11. That's Mark Meadows, a name that's known certainly around North Carolina, but also around the country as a prominent House Freedom Caucus member. He kind of abruptly announced his retirement right near the end of the filing period, and there's a multi-candidate race to succeed him. That'll probably go to a runoff just because there are so many candidates. We'll see. Republican incumbent U.S. Senator Thom Tillis thought he was going to have a very competitive primary challenger, someone running from his right, a businessman in North Carolina who raised millions of dollars setting up for a primary challenge, but then in December of this last year opted not to run. So Thom Tillis ultimately not getting a challenger. On the Democratic side, you have Cal Cunningham running against Erica Smith. Both of those, Cal Cunningham endorsed by the DSCC, which has become an issue because Erica Smith kind of got angry that the DSCC decided to endorse anyone in that race, and especially not her. Interestingly, in that race, a Republican super PAC ultimately funded by a group tied to Senate Republican leadership started running ads for Erica Smith in this primary race in North Carolina. So it'll be interesting, I think, Cal Cunningham, just because he had the money advantage and the support of the Democratic Party, is the favorite to win tonight, but we'll see.
All right, Nick Oxner for us. Nick, thank you very much. For more on how things are looking around the country, let's go to Lana Zak at our decision desk. Lana?
Hey there, Elaine. It's just the beginning of a long night, but Joe Biden is obviously off to a strong start. For the first time, Biden has overtaken his competitors to actually lead in the estimated delegate count here at CBS, winning Virginia and now also North Carolina. As you can see, by the way, this map is finally starting to fill in with some of those results here, and you can see Joe Biden, it's all happening in real time, taking Virginia with 39% of the vote in, followed by Bernie Sanders, but there's a big split between the two of them. Then Elizabeth Warren, Michael Bloomberg, and then, as we mentioned before, all these other candidates who are still on the ballot, still getting some of those votes. But let's go over now to North Carolina, where the polls have just closed over there. We still don't have any of those precincts in, but we do know that one of the things that has helped propel Biden to a win here in North Carolina, which is really a pretty purple state, having been won previously by President Obama and then President Trump, was the support that Biden had among African American voters, and especially on that question of whether or not Democratic voters wanted to return to Obama-like policies or become more liberal. Overwhelmingly, they said that they wanted to return to Obama-like policies. And here's where we're getting all of this information from. I want to take you deep inside the decision desk, if you don't mind. These guys have been cranking away at these numbers. They're going to continue to be cranking away at these numbers all night. Anthony, anything you want to tell our viewers right now about what we're learning about North Carolina and Virginia?
Well, we've estimated delegates coming out of both North Carolina and Virginia, and that has put Joe Biden now into the overall delegate lead. Now, it may be temporary. There's a lot more states to come, and we haven't allocated all of the delegates. But based on the estimates coming off of those really big leads that he's had, what our team has done is looked at where those votes are coming from, and we can estimate that he'll pick up, right now anyway, the lion's share out of those two states.
All right, we're going to continue watching all of it for you, Elaine. Sending it back to you.
All right, Lana Zak and Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much. CBS News has already projected 3 wins in Super Tuesday contests. Senator Bernie Sanders clinched his home state of Vermont. Former Vice President Joe Biden won Virginia and North Carolina. Those are the only states where polls have closed so far. Sanders and Biden each won their respective contests by sizable margins. According to our CBS News exit polling, voters across all 3 of those states preferred a candidate who could beat President Trump compared with a candidate who agreed with them on major issues. For more, I want to bring back our panel, Joel Payne, Leslie Sanchez, and Molly Hooper. Joel, let me start with you. So the idea of timing, of being able to call some of these contests so early for Joe Biden in particular, Virginia and North Carolina, suggests what to you?
Well, it just suggests that consolidation that we saw between Buttigieg and Klobuchar and those moderates and that establishment wing of the party really did boost Joe Biden tonight. And so much of politics is optics, as my esteemed colleagues here can, I think, attest to, and just the optics of having strong, muscular, decisions on election night, I think does a lot for the psyche of the Biden campaign. It's going to help boost fundraising. It's going to help lift him beyond Super Tuesday. Remember, not long from now, we've got Florida, we've got Georgia, we've got Mississippi, where he's going to want to make a strong showing. So this really gives Biden the kind of boost that he needs. I think the state to watch for the rest of the night, to me, is Texas, because if Biden can really, mount the type of challenge that might allow him to win Texas, I think that is a monumental night for Joe Biden. I think it takes a pretty good night so far with these results to date, and I think it makes it an excellent night for Biden. And then I think the last part here is just Mike Bloomberg and the fact that Bloomberg really started off this race with a lot of hype, started off the race for him with a lot of hype, but I think now has really become a secondary candidate. It feels, frankly, to me, a lot like Fred Dalton Thompson in 2008, who was supposed to be the Republican savior. If you remember from that campaign cycle, Republicans weren't excited about John McCain, and so they turned to Fred Thompson, and they thought he was going to save the party. Well, Mike Bloomberg was once the savior, and now he feels like the spoiler, and a disappointing spoiler so far. There's a lot of other results to come in, but these were two states that I think Bloomberg definitely thought he'd do better in.
Molly, keeping with North Carolina for a moment, so our CBS News exit polling shows that 41% of voters there have an unfavorable opinion of socialism. Obviously, the demographics and the dynamics are going to be different in this area in North Carolina compared to what we'll see in California later on in the evening. Nevertheless, when you look at that, so there's it's a pretty even. Some would say pretty even split, relatively speaking, not a huge difference there. But what is it that you're going to be watching for as this night moves on with respect to the Bernie Sanders storyline, especially when you look at young voters and whether or not they come out for the senator?
Well, there's a couple of things. Number one, where are these people? Where are these pockets of individuals voting? And if they are young, are they voting? Is it Chapel Hill? Are the students at Chapel Hill saying, yeah, we're for socialism? And who is the member of Congress that represents them at this moment? Because I think that, again, hearing from more establishment figures on Capitol Hill, the idea of having a socialist atop the ticket as your presidential nominee is boot shaken for some current Democratic incumbents in these districts that are more purple. But looking at Bernie Sanders, I'm going to go with Joel on this one. I think Texas will be very important. And I'm looking at some particular races in Texas because Texas primary tonight is not just their presidential, it's their Senate and their House races. And there's a very interesting, possibly bellwether primary going on between 15-year incumbent Henry Cuellar, Democrat, down in southern Texas, Texas 28, as Leslie pointed out, against a young 26-year-old progressive candidate, Jessica Cisneros, who has the backing of Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the squad, so to speak, Elizabeth Warren. And in the first 6 weeks of this year, she raised something like $350,000. And even though Cuellar has a war chest, I mean, he's got $2 million. That's a lot of money to take in the beginning part of this year, especially leading up to the primary. And it's an incumbent-on-incumbent fight. You have a moderate Democrat versus a progressive. What does that remind you of?
Right.
And I think that, like I said, I'm going to be keeping my eye on that race. And I think a lot of other Democrats in the House, incumbent Democrats, will be keeping their eyes on that race as well.
Yeah. Definitely would Texas love that race. Cuellar is one of my favorite members, certainly. I don't know if that's not going to help him tonight. Actually, I'll just retract. I'm just kidding. But he's someone with a PhD in education, understands that state from there. But if there is this pull to the left, this progressive movement you're seeing, it just doesn't gain traction in Texas. Not now. It's still a very conservative red state for so many different reasons. And Republicans win statewide if they earn 38.5%, about 40% of the Hispanic vote. And they've been there consistently. They're very, George W. Bush came from there and talked about the positive aspects of immigration reform, positive aspects of trade and relations with the U.S.-Mexico border, positive relations with Mexico and Latin America. I do want to talk about Latino vote because the Democratic establishment benefited from the Latino vote with Hillary Clinton. They supported her, and they were that firewall against Bernie Sanders, not only in Texas, but in California. They were critical, Nevada as well. That what has shifted here is that there's many more people like this type of candidate. There's a bigger progressive movement that's organized and fed by the Sanders campaign, not only with activists and money, but with opponents, with real candidates.
And incidentally, Jessica Cisneros, she's the daughter of Mexican immigrants. I mean, it sort of feeds into that storyline that the Sanders.
It sounds a lot more like California. Feeds into that storyline, right? So that's why it's different. That's why I'm paying attention to it. But it should traditionally go with the establishment candidate. At least Texas should, and it should split and go with Bernie, which would be different from what happened with Hillary Clinton.
Joel, how is having California this early in the process on the Democratic primary, in the Democratic primary, how has that affected the trajectory of this race?
Well, so interesting. We Leslie and I had an interesting conversation about this. Because California is so early, it just really ups the stakes, and it really makes it that much more consequential. I think in the past it's been in June. Was it June 1st?
June last year. In 2008, it was in Super Tuesday.
Right. So just the fact that it is now, I mean, you could make the California primary this big, kind of blow out the wall coverage that we're doing to Super Tuesday. You could do that for California in any other cycle year.
Right.
But the fact that it is a part of this mega Super Tuesday, a third of the primary delegates are going to be decided today. And that race really becomes about threshold. I think most people think Bernie Sanders is going to win there in California. But will Joe Biden hit that threshold, which I think now, looking at the night that we're looking at, it feels more likely that Biden will hit that threshold, and that will prevent Sanders from having the kind of dominant victory in California that will really kind of pad his stats for the night.
Would you expect to see something here from Mike Bloomberg in the next day if, in fact, there is a poor showing for him tonight across the country?
I do think that, I like to say tough conversations may have to be had with the candidate.
Those are what happens at the reality, because he can continue. He has his own money to do so.
Yeah, you can. Look, I worked on the John Edwards campaign in 2008, and we did not have $500 million. Yeah. In fact, we opted for public financing, which ended up being our Achilles heel at the end. But when you get to the point in a race where the path doesn't exist, and usually it's because the money is drying up, but here I think it's because the institutional support that was there for Bloomberg as recently as 2 weeks ago, it's gone. It's all with Biden now. And so there is no justification. I think we're at the justification stage of the race now. There was no justification for Buttigieg, for Klobuchar to be in the race anymore. That's why they're not in the race. There's no justification after tonight, if the night continues at the path that we at, that Mike Bloomberg should stay in the race. There's no justification for him to remain.
Well, at least if Bloomberg did get out, he could just spend that money helping out Joe Biden, because remember, Bernie Sanders said if he's the nominee, he doesn't want Mike Bloomberg's money. He doesn't want his help.
Yeah. All right, Joel Payne, Leslie Sanchez, and Molly Hooper, thank you all so much. That does it for our special Super Tuesday edition of Red and Blue. Stay right here on CBSN throughout the night for the latest on the primaries. We'll have live coverage as we learn results from across the country. CBS News coverage continues next. That starts right now.
Good evening from CBS News election headquarters in Washington. I'm Norah O'Donnell, and welcome to Super Tuesday, the political version of Survivor. Who will survive as 5 candidates battle for more than 1,300 delegates tonight in 14 states, all en route to the Democratic nomination and the chance to take on President Trump. And a majority of Democratic voters today told us what they want most in a candidate is someone who can beat President Trump. Tonight, in 3 southern states, voters believe Joe Biden is that someone. Tonight, CBS News projects Biden has won in Virginia. He'll get the biggest share of the 99 delegates there. We also estimate that Biden has won in North Carolina, where 110 delegates are at stake. We made those early calls, and Biden has won in Alabama. All this after his big win Saturday in South Carolina. So just when Bernie Sanders seemed unstoppable and Biden's campaign was headed south, the South has saved him. It is a historic shift tonight. But Sanders also picked up an early win tonight in his home state of Vermont. And he has strong organizations in the two biggest delegate prizes tonight, Texas and California. So tonight it looks like a two-man race, and it will be exciting to watch what happens in the hours ahead. Keep in mind, it takes 1,991 delegates to clinch the nomination. Bit of a spoiler alert, no one's going to reach that tonight. But look at this. For the first time, Biden is in the lead for this entire primary season, fueled by those big wins in Virginia and North Carolina. We're also going to be following two other big stories and their impact on the voting. Coronavirus. Did voters stay away from the polls because of it? And which candidate do they feel is best equipped to handle the crisis? The other big breaking story today is the violent weather. Tornadoes are blamed for 25 deaths in Tennessee. Voting there was extended for an extra hour. And throughout the evening, we'll be checking in with some of the best political minds around, getting their analysis of the race, all the details from them. Major Garrett, also here, will bring us the results of our exit polling. And we talk to voters after they cast their ballots for insights into how they made up their minds. And boy, these numbers are so interesting. Give us the big picture.
So, Nora, the numbers, it's exit polls, but it's really the story of this election. And who tells it? Not you, not me, the voters. The voters are speaking to the country about what's on their minds. Sometimes the story of those exit polls will be a broad story. Sometimes it will be very specific. And I'll try throughout the night to differentiate our audience what we're doing. Right now, let's start with some broad picture questions. First question we asked, and this is in the 7 states where polls have already closed, Nora. Prefer the nominee someone who what? What have we seen consistently? Can beat Donald Trump 60%. More important, vastly more important than agrees with you on the issues. Next big picture question we asked. Again, in the 7 states where the polls have closed. When did you make your decision? Nora, this is a very key factor to watch tonight. 41% in the last few days, which means those voters were available to hear all the positive headlines for Joe Biden might be reflected in their actual votes. Decided early, 58%. The last one we have, what policies should the next president pursue? Return to Obama's policies, 46%, 34% more liberal. Those are proxies for Joe Biden up here, Bernie Sanders here. We can tell you this, Nora. Most in this category, return to Obama's policies, fell in Joe Biden's camp.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. Now let's meet our political panel because we will be visiting them throughout the evening for their analysis. CBS News political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist Jamal Simmons, Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, and CBS News senior political analyst John Dickerson, also of 60 Minutes. So much coming into this night. The question was, is Bernie Sanders unstoppable, I should say. And we've learned tonight those early results in Virginia and North Carolina. John, what do they tell us?
Well, we'll have to wait to the end of the night to see if he's unstoppable. But what they tell us is that Joe Biden, who after running for president 3 times had not won a primary, has now won 4 of them. And he has won in South Carolina, Virginia, and North Carolina.
And Alabama.
And now in Alabama. So he has gone from getting his last rites in this race to now not only winning, but winning big. And on this question of who can beat Donald Trump, we've known that's always what Democratic voters wanted. But there was a debate in the party, which was, do you win it by being very liberal, by doing what Bernie Sanders was doing, or do you win it with Joe Biden, who's got a more kind of old-fashioned approach? So they're not just deciding Biden can beat Trump, but they're coming down on the side of this argument, which is that you have to do it through a kind of more moderate approach. And that's a big decision in a Democratic race.
And Anthony Salvanto, who leads our election desk in New York, who we're going to check in with shortly, Margaret, he told us this is a historic shift that we have seen tonight in those who decided in the final days.
That's right. And I mean, it's a historic race to have this many candidates in the field. To begin with, it was historically diverse. It is now down to a group of septuagenarians and who are defining the future of the party for America. And as John was laying out, there is a bit of a tussle over what it means to be a Democrat. Do you even need to be a Democrat to be at the top of the ticket, as Bernie Sanders is arguing? No, you don't. But I also think what's interesting here is it's a test of, can the party ultimately position itself to challenge President Trump? That is ultimately what it's about. It's about that electability quotient. And Anthony Salvanto always goes into this when we break down the numbers. It's about the excitement factor for Sanders. The enthusiasm gap, though, has been substantial with other candidates. It took a lot for Biden to get these wins. It took the American South voting. Yes, it took black voters coming out, but it also took consolidation with Klobuchar dropping out. And you had Beto O'Rourke come out with an endorsement and Pete Buttigieg.
Can I just, a little numbers here from the exit polls in Virginia. Of the 59% who want a candidate who can beat Donald Trump, those voters went to Joe Biden by 64 to 16 for Sanders. In North Carolina, 63% of the voters wanted to beat Trump. That went to Biden 47, Sanders 19. Those are big wins. And in South Carolina, 53% of the voters wanted to beat Trump, 52 Biden, 17 Sanders. They are coming down hard on the Joe Biden side on that question.
When phrased as who can beat Trump.
Right.
Yeah, Ed, go ahead.
Well, same goes in Virginia. If you look at some of these numbers coming in tonight, remember, he's been making the argument in recent weeks. You win the Democratic nomination when you win over black voters across the country. In Virginia tonight, he wins them 71% to 16%, Bernie Sanders, routing him. Among older voters, another reliable voting bloc for Democrats, he wins 65% of voters over the age of 45.
Look at this right now. This is Virginia. Just let's hold on this really quickly. In Virginia, Michael Bloomberg spent almost $18 million. He outspent Sanders 85 to 1. He outspent Biden 75 to 1. He doesn't reach, at this point, the number's still coming in, the 15% threshold to garner some delegates. But he was on the air all the time.
He was, and turns out they didn't like seeing him in Virginia. 56% unfavorable rating among Virginia Democrats, which suggests despite the fact that he spent money on the party's behalf to win back the state legislature, despite the fact that he has a good reputation in the state for helping fund gun control programs, he's not presidential timber for Virginia Democrats.
And you know, Nora, I used to work in presidential campaigns a lot, and I'll tell you, one of the things that's true is earned media beats paid media every day of the week. When people see something on the news, they get it from a trusted source, they tend to believe it more than they believe a television ad. And I think that's what we saw tonight with Joe Biden. They saw him win those elections, and they said, wait a minute, this guy looks like he might actually be a winner.
Well, that's it. Bloomberg had money. Sanders has the movement. Joe Biden, the momentum, if you will, from that win in South Carolina and those endorsements all last night that came out. Could that have really shifted the race so dramatically?
There's this argument in political science about the fact that the parties are dead. They don't have any power anymore. But boy, the party rallied last night. They built a bandwagon. Everybody jumped on it. And one of the important things, as you were pointing out earlier today, Nora, is that in Virginia, there's no early voting. So they're all voting today, which means they saw that bandwagon get built with Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg getting on. And in Virginia, they were jumping on the bandwagon, too.
Well, for Michael Bloomberg, part of his bet has also been that the party is broken, that the old way of doing things doesn't work in this environment, because look at what Donald Trump did, particularly with weaponizing social media, targeted and digital. If you look down at the breakdown of the numbers, we pulled them up earlier, $500 million in spending. But if on Google products alone, $56 million. That means targeting ads to you in the place that you are living, not just your television set, that can target you on issues. And that's going to be interesting, because if he doesn't stay in here, does he hand that off to Biden, who might need a refresher in terms of the infrastructure of his campaign?
We're just getting started. There are so many numbers to dig into. And California, of course, voting for the first time on a Super Tuesday. It has more delegates than any other state in the union tonight. 415. That is where Joe Biden is tonight, campaigning for a share of them. So let's check in with Jamie Yuccas. And Jamie, tell us about the mood there in the Biden team.
Well, it's been interesting to watch throughout the day, Nora. You can see behind me right now there's been some mic checks and different things because the vice president is supposed to be here in about 20 minutes to speak to a large crowd. This was a neighborhood pretty much picked because of the demographics of it. When you look at this neighborhood, this is called Baldwin Hills in Los Angeles, and it is predominantly middle to upper class African Americans. I talked to the organizer of this event. She said she got an email at 7 o'clock yesterday morning saying that the campaign was interested in holding the event here. They originally were going to hold it inside a gymnasium, realized it was not big enough, and have now moved it outside. So there have been a lot of last-minute touches to try to get ready for the vice president. He just was in East Los Angeles, and I can tell you he told reporters that he feels really good tonight about his chances here with those 415 delegates, better than he did a couple days ago. He also said that he's raised $15 million this month. Well, if you look at the calendar, it's only March 3rd. We're 3 days in. If you look at some of the other demographics, we have 30% of Hispanics that will be voting. That was the neighborhood demographics he was in East LA today, Nora.
All right, Jamie, thank you. And want to go now to Bernie Sanders, who voted today in Vermont. Tonight he's holding a rally after his victory there. Nancy Cordes is in Essex Junction. And Nancy, Biden having a big win already tonight in Virginia and North Carolina. What are you hearing from the Sanders team?
Well, Nora, I just got off the phone with a top aide for the Sanders campaign, and at this hour at least, he is rejecting the notion that what we are seeing is a historic shift in Biden's direction. He argued the night is still young, that the campaign always knew that the map would get better for them as we move west later in the night. He also pointed out that North Carolina and Virginia, two states that we project will go to Biden, only contain about 15% of the delegates that are up for grabs tonight. So the Sanders campaign looking to put a positive spin on the situation right now. But I'll tell you, Nora, I was struck when I asked him if he still thinks that Sanders will win in Texas, the second biggest prize of the night. And he said it's possible. I think you would have seen a lot more confidence from the Sanders campaign about Texas even a couple of days ago.
Really interesting. Nancy, just want to touch base with Ed real quick about Texas and why is that so significant?
Sanders' campaign is acknowledging that it could be a little tougher there tonight, a little more competitive. While Mike Bloomberg maybe isn't as big a factor in Virginia, he could be tonight in Texas. He is spending significant sums targeting not only English language voters, but Spanish language voters, something that the Sanders campaign has done quite successfully in other states.
And we'll dig into the power of the Latino vote tonight in a little bit. Let's go now to our decision desk in New York. That is where we analyze the data and results as they come in. And our number crunching savant is Anthony Salvanto, Director of Elections and Surveys. And Anthony, love having you. Tell us, why did Biden win North Carolina and Virginia so decisively?
Well, Nora, the easy answer to that is when we looked at the exit polls, that's our interviews with voters coming out of their polling places, he had a 20 or 30 point lead in those states. So clearly it was going to be a big night for him. But, you know, the biggest thing we're going to do here tonight at the decision desk is look at how the delegate math breaks out. Because let me walk you over to the screen and I'll show you an example from Virginia. You know, when you think ahead to that Democratic convention next summer and you imagine the balloons drop and all those folks are there in the arena cheering, where do those people come from? They come from the states, and they come from districts in the states where the Democrats elect those delegates. So what we're doing here tonight is we're looking inside each state, seeing who does well in each region, and then we're going to be able to estimate how many delegates to that convention each candidate will get. Well, the Virginia story for Joe Biden is every place you see lit up in yellow is a Biden area, and you can see a lot of yellow right here. In fact, our estimates show, as of now, that he would get a 55 to 17 delegate lead out of Virginia. We haven't counted them all yet, but that's the size and that's the scope of his win there so far, Nora.
And so, Anthony, your point is these decisive wins by Biden in those states significant because it means he takes a larger haul of the delegates.
That's right. Now, the Democrats do not give out all of their delegates to the winner. It is not winner take all. They give them out to the top finishers. In fact, they can give them out to everybody who gets over, and you're going to hear a lot about this number tonight as the map kind of moves around, but I want you to see that number. It's 15%. And everybody who gets more than 15% is going to be in contention for delegates. And so we're going to watch the candidates. We're going to see how they divide up those numbers. For somebody like Joe Biden, who's getting like 40% of the vote in these states, that means he is going to pick off the lion's share of delegates, Nora.
So interesting as we dig into all of the numbers. Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. Want to take a look at the results in these key races tonight. As you can see, Biden picked up big southern states tonight: Virginia, North Carolina, and Alabama, all states with significant African-American voting populations. Sanders wins in his home state of Vermont. Time now to take a look at Massachusetts at this hour. We are calling it a toss-up. It is a tight contest in Massachusetts. Look at there, it's actually, wow, Biden with 33%, Sanders close behind, and Warren, this is her home state. That's significant. We will continue to watch that throughout the night. Let's take a look now at Maine, a toss-up there, which means it could go either way. Keep going through these states. Bernie Sanders won Maine in 2016 and is leading there. In Oklahoma, a toss-up at this hour, which means it could go either way. There's the vote tally. The estimates there. Polls close at the bottom of the hour in Arkansas. We'll have the results as they come in, plus a look at the role of healthcare in tonight's primaries and the Washington Monument as you've never seen it before. It's Super Tuesday right here on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, it's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The Democrats who have their sights set on the White House first have to clear this high hurdle, winning 1,991 delegates. Want to show you, this is a live picture tonight of the Washington Monument. And throughout the evening, we'll be using it and what's called augmented reality to show you the latest delegate count. Joe Biden tonight leading with 190, Bernie Sanders at 94. No Democrat can win the presidential nomination without the support of African-American voters. And Major Garrett has been looking into how they voted today and why a number of these southern states have large black voting
Exactly.
groups.
Welcome back to the big board, Nora. It's great to have you here. I told you at the beginning of the broadcast, sometimes we would go very wide and sometimes we get increasingly more specific. We're going to get specific now on this very question, crucial to any future nominee of the Democratic Party. So let's look at the 4 states, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, and Alabama, and the composition within those states of the African-American vote. Look at this, 44% in Alabama, 27% in North Carolina, 27% in Virginia, 26%. You and the panel were spending a good deal of time digging into the numbers of North Carolina and Virginia. Let's dig into the numbers at Alabama, another state that former Vice President Biden has carried. So, in Alabama, remember that vote, 72% of the African-American vote went to Joe Biden, a staggering amount, clearly why we're able to project Alabama. So let's go now, break that down by age. Voters 18 to 44, Joe Biden, not surprisingly, also over Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has some connection with younger voters, but not in Alabama among African Americans. And not surprisingly at all, let's go to 45 and older in Alabama. Wow. 75% for Joe Biden, blowing away the entire field. So North Carolina, Virginia, these numbers even bigger in Alabama. Good sign for Joe Biden.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. Let's go back to our panel. Ed O'Keefe, Margaret Brennan, Jamal Simmons, and John Dickerson. You know, South Carolina was the firewall for Joe Biden, and he did so well with African-American voters there. And now as we look at these states, he also continued that trend.
We have to change the metaphor because the firewall is when everything's going poorly, it stops the fire. This was a trampoline because this shot Biden into these kind of victories, not only in states that are well set up for Joe Biden, but he's winning by big numbers. And the reason that winning with African Americans is so important is, of course, in the general election, Hillary Clinton underperformed with African Americans. If there's a general election strength a Democratic candidate needs to have, it's in the African American community. For states everywhere from Wisconsin to Pennsylvania, and if he shows strength, that means there's a chance it might correlate. Downside for Bernie Sanders, if he's not showing strength or an ability to get inroads into the African-American community, that's one more hurdle he has to clear if he wants to make a general election argument.
And it shows, if you look at 2016, in the primary, Sanders also underperformed when it came to the black vote. So it shows that his campaign, even with the opportunity of having done this last time around, hasn't been able to make up that deficit. And it's something that he constantly gets asked about on the campaign trail and just hasn't been able to close that gap. But he has been able to, when you ask him, always points to the Hispanic vote, Latino vote, and saying that's the minority community that does respond to this message.
Yeah. No, I mean, these numbers are just astounding tonight among black voters. The fact that young black voters, and we were just looking at those numbers from Alabama among 18 to 44-year-olds, that should be flipped. Sanders should be winning that group of people because that's basically what he's done everywhere else. So it signals that, you know, maybe things have changed, maybe it's just Alabama specific, but regardless, there are signs of movement among younger voters for Biden, which is what he needs.
I'm going to give you a theory about this. So it was backed up by some of the numbers, particularly from Virginia. The whole point, the Bernie Sanders theory of the case is that he can bring in new voters, particularly young voters, and get them to perform in a Democratic primary that would overwhelm what he calls the establishment of the Democratic Party. I'd like to change that word a little bit. what he's calling the establishment is really the traditional Democratic voter, right? Those are the people who voted for Barack Obama, voted for Bill Clinton, won the popular vote 6 out of 7 presidential elections, put Nancy Pelosi in the House twice. So I think the question becomes, how is Sanders performing with those traditional Democratic voters? And it looks like not very well. In Virginia, 77% of the people who voted in Virginia had voted in a Democratic primary before, and Sanders lost those voters 50 to 23. Right. If that holds up in these states going across the country, I think that's something that you're going to see that's really definitive. And in those states, who those traditional Democratic voters are? A lot of them are African Americans.
Let me just build on what Jamal is saying, which is tonight's about delegates, hard numbers, real things that are going to lead to somebody being nominated for their party's presidential candidacy. But it's also about an argument. They're having a family feud in the Democratic Party, and every piece of data is a better piece in the argument. And as Jamal's saying, Bernie Sanders' theory of the case is, I can build this and make it big. So big I win, but also so big I swamp Washington with the power of my movement and then can get all of these very exciting things I would like to get done in Washington. If he can't build a coalition that wins in his own party, how's he going to do that larger thing?
One other encouraging sign for Biden tonight, I spoke a little while ago with one of his top bundlers, or the people responsible for helping raise money for the campaign, and his is one that desperately needs cash. An unprecedented incoming, and a lot of people asking to join the campaign, this bundler says. The money is starting to roll in. One other bundler telling one of our producers they raised $100,000 just last night from people who had been supporting Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg. So not only the votes showing up, but the desperately needed cash that Biden needs to close the gap with Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, who still has a considerable amount.
And what I was told today was that there was a lot of pressure being put on Buttigieg and Buttigieg and Klobuchar bundlers to turn some money out for Biden over the last couple of days.
And adding on to what John said, I would say it's not just a family feud, it's them facing a hostile takeover of the party. That's how some of those people writing the checks, view it. That it is reclaiming the Democratic Party for what it has in the past. Those traditional voters stood for not a Democratic Socialist, not a Republican Independent Democrat, but perhaps what Joe Biden, at least at this point, seems to represent.
And maybe you don't need revolution. You just need a little reform.
Sure. The night is still young. We're still waiting for the big delegate prizes out there. California, which is the gold mine tonight of those, where Bernie Sanders had a strong operation for a long time. Texas as well. We're going to check in on those states in a minute. But we should note again, CBS News at this hour projecting 3 wins tonight for Joe Biden in those southern states. North Carolina is one of them. It is a battleground state in the general election. President Trump just campaigned there just last night. Chip Reed is in Charlotte. Chip?
Well, Nora, I was in this part of North Carolina recently doing a story on the evolution of North Carolina. It's not the red state of Jesse Helms anymore. It's a purple state, like you just said, a battleground state. But Democratic analysts believe it is right on the verge of becoming a blue state. And they believe a big reason for that is this flood of people coming into the state because of the booming tech industry. Almost 1 million new registered voters since the 2016 election. And most of those voters coming in to get jobs in the tech industry are younger, they are more diverse, and they are more educated. And Democratic analysts say that is a recipe for Democratic voters. They believe, and they may be wrong, but they believe that's why in November this will become a blue state, following in the mold of Virginia. One other interesting point here in North Carolina, South Carolina's just 10 miles away, and when Joe Biden won there, they heard it here. Nora?
All right, Chip Reed, thank you. I want to take you now live to West Palm Beach, where Mike Bloomberg is tonight. He is hoping to cross the 15% threshold in a number of states to garner some delegates to get a return on his $500 million investment. Florida is not voting tonight. It votes in 2 weeks, and that's why he's there tonight.
What a crowd. Thank you all for coming. Judy and I were just going to sit home tonight, her at her home, I at mine, watch a little television, have a drink or two. But I do want to thank Judge Judy. Isn't she amazing? And also a big thanks to all the elected officials and Florida leaders supporting our campaign, including Mayors Manny Diaz, Phil Levine, Bob Buckhorn, Keith James, and Congress members Ted Deutsch and Stephanie Murphy. Let's hear it for them. Now, it's great to be here in this beautiful state. I know you're not used to seeing a New Yorker in southern Florida in late winter. But unlike the president, I didn't come here to golf.
And there you hear one of the richest men in the world, and also an avid golfer who does spend a lot of time in Florida golfing.
Winning in November starts with Florida.
There you go. You just heard what he said. Florida is what he wants to win. Let's listen here for a second.
Let me make you this promise. We will beat Donald Trump here in Florida and in swing states around the country. Now, tonight the polls are still open in a number of Super Tuesday states, and as the results come in, here's what is clear. No matter how many delegates we win tonight, we have done something no one else thought was possible. In just 3 months, we've gone from 1% of the polls to being a contender for the Democratic nomination for president. Enthusiasm they don't lack. All across America, I've been talking with voters.
All right, and Mayor Bloomberg speaking to supporters there. So far the night, he has only garnered 4 delegates from American Samoa, which is also voting tonight, one of the territories. But that question about how much he spent and how much he's going to benefit from those dollars.
Well, and he was just making the general election case. If you can't win in Virginia and North Carolina, you can't make that case. And also, the more people get to know him, the less they like him, according to the exit polls. In politics, you usually want people to like you more the more the time they spend with you. That's not a recipe for success.
There's so much more to discuss and more numbers coming in just about half an hour. The polls will close in Texas. Also ahead, we'll take a look at health care and the role it's playing in this campaign. That's all when we come back. It's Super Tuesday, right here on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17.
Already some big surprises on this Super Tuesday as Joe Biden takes the delegate lead for the first time in this Democratic primary nomination fight. Here are the states won tonight. Joe Biden winning 3 states in the South, Sanders winning his home state of Vermont. So the night is young. Let's take a look at some of the other states we've yet to call. Arkansas, where the polls just closed. It is a toss-up at this hour. That means it could go either way between Biden and Sanders. Let's take a look at Massachusetts. CBS News estimates this is a 3-way race between Biden, Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren. Remember, that's her home state. And in Maine, at this hour, a toss-up between Biden and Sanders. That means it could go either way. Inside the numbers, they're significant. Still waiting for much of the vote to come in, but this is a state that Bernie Sanders won 4 years ago. And there again is the delegates to date, with Joe Biden opening up an early lead this night. But important to point out, we've still got the big contests of Texas and California still to come, delegate-rich states. Super Tuesday isn't the only thing on people's minds. The coronavirus continues to spread here in the U.S. New numbers tonight, 126 cases have been reported in 16 states. The virus has killed at least 9 people, all in the Seattle area. Jonathan Vigliotti is in Kirkland, Washington tonight with an update. Jonathan?
And Nora, this nursing home is at the epicenter of the nation's outbreak. Over the last 24 hours, the death toll has doubled to 9, as you mentioned. 6 of those cases directly linked to this nursing home, where this evening dozens of patients are inside in isolation. Health officials say 2 people actually died last week before there was a direct link, and now they're warning that hundreds of people could have the virus and not even know it. The cases here stand at 20 over the country, as you mentioned, well over 100 cases spread out over 16 states, including New York City. 2 confirmed cases. We learned of one today, a man in his 50s living in Westchester County who travels to work in New York City. 2 of his sons, we are told, are in isolation with symptoms. But back here at this nursing home, there is good reason to have concern that the virus that took root here is spreading to other areas outside of this small community. Case in point, North Carolina health officials reporting what they believe to be their first possible case. They're waiting for one more test, but they say that patient traveled here to Washington State and actually visited this nursing home days before getting sick. Nora?
As they search for the source of that virus. Jonathan Vigliotti, thank you so much. There is a lot of concern all over the country about coronavirus. And the question tonight, was it a factor in the Super Tuesday voting? Major Garrett has the results from our exit polling. Major?
This is also a time to have a little bit of a tutorial about how exit polls work. A lot of the questions are same from state to state, but sometimes when there's a breaking news story or a story of national importance, we fly a question in. And because these exit polls are taken on paper, on clipboards, the question tends to be very general. So let's look at the question asked in 2 states on Super Tuesday, Virginia and North Carolina. Very general question. Was the coronavirus a factor in your vote? In both those states combined, 74% of primary voters said yes, it was. Now, that could mean they're thinking about who could be a good leader. They could be thinking about health care in general. And as we know, Nora, health care has been a dominant issue throughout this primary campaign on the Democratic side. Let's ask this question. Replace all private health insurance with a government plan. This is not just in Virginia, North Carolina. This is across all Super Tuesday states. 57% replace private insurance with a government plan. 37% oppose. That is overall a generally good sign for Bernie Sanders, because that's where Sanders' campaign has been. Joe Biden and those who've recently endorsed him have been on the opposed side. Nora?
All right, Major, thank you. I want to bring back in our political panel, Ed O'Keefe, Margaret Brennan, Jamal Simmons, and John Dickerson. That's a big number, saying that coronavirus is at the top of their list of issues of importance. And you know that Mayor Bloomberg tried to capitalize on some of the concern about coronavirus with buying a 3-minute, essentially infomercial, campaign commercial on 2 networks on Sunday night to make the case that he's the only one with the preparedness or the management experience to be able to tackle this.
You know, I interviewed Condi Rice, the former Secretary of State National Security Advisor for George W. Bush, and she said, what I want to ask these candidates when they're running is, what's the thing you don't expect, and how are you going to deal with it? Mm-hmm. And a pandemic or an outbreak is the kind of thing that surprises a president, and it's a test. And so if that's on people's minds, it'll be interesting to see how they process that, if they think who that's running could handle this kind of a test. And it's a test of preparedness. Are you thinking about the kinds of challenges you're having before they hit? But then it's a question of public trust. Mm-hmm. When you speak to the country, are you giving them accurate information that makes people feel like they have control, even if the situation is dire?
But doesn't it also converge with this issue about what if I have to go to a hospital and have an extended stay, paying for those medical bills? What if I'm not able to work and I'm dependent on showing up at work every day? I'm not a salaried employee and I don't have disability insurance. So doesn't it converge with a lot of other concerns that voters have?
Absolutely. And it converges with the candidate who we haven't talked about, the current president, who faces not just the issue of public trust, but he's looking at an economy that he says is his best chance in terms of platform issue to run on for re-election. What did you have today? You had the Federal Reserve come out. They are far more powerful than any president and lower interest rates by 0.5%. What does that mean? They're juicing the economy because they know they need to make money cheaper to get companies to go out and spend, meaning American businesses are looking ahead a few months and they are worried. They are getting more worried about what is happening with the state of the economy.
But it didn't juice the market. In fact, it backfired.
Exactly. In fact, it actually showed, at least in terms of how traders reacted today, that they need a little bit more convincing because so much is unknown. So this is a hurt to the president's issue that he wants to run on. It's something that plays into Biden's playbook because he can say, look what we did with the Ebola virus when I was in the Obama-Biden administration. But it also just sort of raises uncertainty. Recession isn't necessarily a good thing for any candidate.
Right. But, you know, and not to discount the obvious concern and the urgency of the coronavirus outbreak across the world. If this election had been held a few weeks ago after the situation with Iran, we would have been asking the question, was Iran on your mind today? And the answer would have been overwhelmingly yes. The point being, there's going to be all sorts of crises, whether they're global, whether they're domestic, that come up. The Democrat, whoever it is, or the Democrats plural, will continue to raise it as an issue of competence and management, as Biden did last week, as Bloomberg has been doing, and Sanders even to some extent as well.
This was the first question we posed at the CBS News debate, was the question about who is best to handle the economy, President Trump or which of the candidates on the stage, because 65% of voters had said in a poll several weeks ago they thought Trump would be elected because the economy is working for a majority of Americans.
You know, in every election I've seen, there are a couple of questions that are always on the ballot. Fear, hope, and then which one of these people do I believe in the most to handle those things for me and my family when they go in the Oval Office and close the door? I think and that fundamental question is about leadership. And I think that's really when you get past the issues, what people are trying to find is which one of these people can I just hand over and trust they're going to do something well. And one of the things you see with President Trump is that people are starting to lose confidence because he doesn't quite tell the truth all the time, that perhaps they can trust what he's saying. And I think we've seen that in the market.
And quickly, John, does the coronavirus infect President Trump's strongest argument for re-election?
Well, it does if it's the market. It does also if it looks like he's not a leader in this time of crisis, in this time when people turn to him. And but I think to Margaret's point, I think for him, he's most concerned, obviously, about the stock market and the economy.
All right, much more to discuss. And coming up, the polls close in 4 more states at the top of the hour, including Texas, as the candidates battle for delegates there. You're watching Super Tuesday right here on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
the biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan. Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the
And welcome back. And as you can see, 4 more states will close at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. And CBS News will then be able to characterize the state of the race in each of those contests. So that is ahead. Also want to update you on what we already know tonight. Bernie Sanders easily won in his home state of Vermont. Joe Biden has won in Alabama, a decisive victory there. And CBS News projects he has also won in Virginia. A surprise win by Joe Biden there, a decisive win so early in the night, suggesting Joe Biden has early momentum. Let's take a look at North Carolina. Joe Biden, the winner in the state of North Carolina there. All this, of course, after winning nearby in South Carolina. Some Southern comfort, you could say, for Joe Biden tonight. Major Garrett has been looking at the exit polls. And Major, what are we learning?
So let's talk about Mike Bloomberg in language that I know he would understand. What's the return on investment so far in a place like Virginia, a state that's crucial not only in Super Tuesday, but for any ambitions of a Democratic nominee to be, not necessarily Mike Bloomberg, but anyone else. So Mike Bloomberg spent $18 million in Virginia on TV ads. That doesn't count what he spent on digital advertising, staff, or mailers. 97% of the dollars spent on television, Nora, were spent by Mike Bloomberg in the Commonwealth of Virginia. What did he get for that? Favorable rating of 40%, an unfavorable rating of 56%. All right, that sounds like it's in isolation. Let's compare that 40% number to those he was running against. Elizabeth Warren, 67%. Joe Biden, 67%. Bernie Sanders, 49%. Mike Bloomberg, there he goes. Sir Paul McCartney is not a pundit, Nora, but in 1964 he wrote a song that might apply. Can't Buy Me Love.
There you go. We'll be talking about that. Well said, Major. All right, Mike Bloomberg's strategy was to skip, of course, those 4 first contests to pump hundreds of millions of dollars into Super Tuesday states. Tonight, he's waiting to see if that bet paid off. Bloomberg is in Florida campaigning for the St. Patrick's Day primary there, and Nicole Killian is in West Palm Beach. Nicole, I feel like you made the biggest headline of the day with the question that you asked Bloomberg earlier today about a contested convention.
Well, Nora, and the former mayor says that he sees that really as the only way for him to win, for this to go all the way to a brokered convention. The question is whether or not he can get there. The room is cleared out behind me. We just heard from the former mayor, and what we essentially heard was a sales pitch from him. He told the crowd that he is in this race to beat Donald Trump. It is no mistake that we are here in West Palm Beach, Florida, just a few miles away from President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. And so the former mayor really feels that he can appeal to swing voters, that he can appeal to voters in Florida. He spent the better part of the day in Miami, in Orlando, continuing to project confidence in this state. But of course, before he gets there, he needs to get some points on the board tonight. His campaign telling us that he has no plans to drop out this evening, that they think this is going to be a long night, and they're going to see how it plays out. Nora?
All right, Nicole, thank you. Bringing back in our political panel, Ed O'Keefe, Margaret Brennan, Jamal Simmons, and John Dickerson, just to remind people about how much money Mike Bloomberg spent on television advertising, not on staff and all that. Take a look at these numbers tonight. Huge. Ed, what's the path for him in order to garner some delegates on this big night?
As he conceded to Nicole earlier today, it's to go into these states and to just hit 15%. Make it messy, make it chaotic, and get enough that you remain a factor. So far tonight, there are signs that he will hit what we call viability, or at least 15%, in Alabama, in Arkansas, in North Carolina. There are tea leaves that he could do it in Texas as well. Doesn't mean he's going to win. But it does mean that he could collect enough that by the end of the night, maybe he hits 3 figures. And so he can conceivably remain in the race as another option. Why he would do that and rob Joe Biden of that, it's unclear, because remember, he got into this race convinced that Biden was too soft, was unable to defeat the president, and now there are signs, obviously, that he could. I was struck. He held an event just across the river over the weekend in Tyson's Corner, probably the wealthiest enclave of Northern Virginia, and a room full of about, they claimed 800, I'm going to say closer to 400 or 500 people there, older, a lot of them in the technology community, which of course employs most of Northern Virginia. They love the competence, they love the experience, they believe he's exactly what could bring the country back together. Problem is there aren't enough people like that living in Virginia, North Carolina, or these other states tonight.
Is it because the voters don't know him, or they weren't excited about him, or they didn't think he did a good job on the debates, or what was it?
I mean, when you spend that kind of money on air, people know your blood type. I mean, he's in everybody's living room almost literally. Here's what's kind of
multiple times an evening.
Here's what's zany about the strategy that Ed is articulating that they may believe. It's sort of like the saying that the beatings will stop when morale improves. He is saying, I'm going to create chaos in the Democratic Party, which is desperate to beat Donald Trump, bum everybody out, and then I'm going to go to a convention and get everybody to vote for me. People have to like you. As Major pointed out, they don't like him the more they hear from him. So not liking people is not good, especially when you're trying to get delegates to vote for you. And then the other thing, he's making an electability argument. In the states we've looked at tonight, people are saying, okay, I listened to Bloomberg and I listened to Biden, and the person I'm believing on the electability is Joe Biden, not the guy who's been spending all the money. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Their storyline is going to continue tonight. Polls are about to close in Texas. That is the second biggest delegate prize of the night, and we'll be right back with more on that, more on Bloomberg. Everybody wants to weigh in. There's more ahead on this Super Tuesday right here on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this. Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major.
Welcome back. It is 9 o'clock in the East and 6 in the West, and it's Biden versus Sanders on this Super Tuesday, with Joe Biden jumping into the lead in the race for the Democratic presidential nomination. The polls have just closed in 4 more states: Minnesota, Colorado, Tennessee, and Texas. Rich in oil and delegates, 228 Lone Star delegates up for grabs, the second biggest delegate well of the night, second only to California. Tennessee at this hour leans Biden. And it's shaping up in Texas as a battle of the Alamo between Biden and Sanders. No winner there yet. And we rated a toss-up at this hour. Want to check in on Minnesota. As you can see, we are characterizing that as a toss-up at this hour, which means it could go either way. And here's a look at the main scoreboard, because earlier this evening, CBS News projected wins for Biden in 3 southern states: North Carolina, Virginia, and Alabama. So far, Sanders' only win tonight is in his home state of Vermont. And Mike Bloomberg, who pumped hundreds of millions of his own dollars into Super Tuesday, is on the board with his first win in American Samoa. Remember, it's a race for 1,991 delegates. That is the magic number. And here it is, the latest delegate count. Biden opening his first delegate lead of the entire campaign with those wins in those states. It is early in the night. Of course, we still have Texas, California, other states to go. We're also watching the Latino vote closely tonight. 30% of voters in Texas and California, the 2 biggest delegate prizes tonight, are Latino. And Major Garrett is looking at the exit polls. This is really interesting to get a sense about how Latino voters are casting their ballots tonight.
Exactly, Nora. For the first time, there's a Sanders-Biden race, and it's going to be tight, and it's going to be tight in Texas. And one of the reasons is the Latino vote. So let's start broadly looking at what is the composition within the primary tonight of the vote, and what percentage do Latinos make up of it? 32%. What's interesting about this, Nora, exactly the same as 2016. So there was not a big jump, even by a percentage point or two. That could be significant as the night plays out. All right, look at all Latinos. How did their vote go across all demographic groups within the Latino voting population? 41% for Sanders, 22% for Biden. Now, that was a quick move to 18 to 44. Let's focus on that. 18 to 44. This is an area where the Sanders campaign thought it would have a nice advantage. It has played out. 54% for Bernie Sanders. Interestingly, a ray of hope for Mike Bloomberg in Texas, maybe the first of the evening. 15%. Biden trailing at 12%. So, obviously, there are voters older than 44 in Texas. 34% for Joe Biden. Interesting here, Nora, this is very good news, possibly for Bernie Sanders, because he's running competitively, only 5 percentage points behind Mike Bloomberg in the hunt. One of the themes we're seeing throughout the exit poll data tonight, this is a very long night for Elizabeth Warren. She's in low single digits or high single digits across almost every metric. That's a tough night for Elizabeth Warren.
All right. Thank you, Major. So much to discuss. So let's bring in our political panel and some new faces at this hour. CBS News contributor Maria Elena Salinas, CBS News political analyst Reince Priebus, former chairman of the Republican National Committee, 60 Minutes and chief political analyst John Dickerson, and Ed O'Keefe. Thank you. And Jamal Simmons, Democratic strategist. Glad to have all of you here. Let's talk about the Latino vote. It looks like in Texas, Sanders winning the Latino vote there.
But this is the first big example of how Mike Bloomberg tonight becomes a bit of a factor and perhaps a spoiler. Talked to Sanders folks earlier today about how they might do in Texas, knowing that they are doing very well with Latinos across the country. As one of them said, if it was just a race between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden tonight in Texas, Bernie Sanders would probably win. But Michael Bloomberg has spent more than $48 million on advertising and other outreach in Texas, much of it in Spanish to Latinos of all ages. That is why we're seeing him with an impressive number in the hunt, and it's taking away from Sanders' advantages. One Sanders aide told me today, Bloomberg has hired every Latino operative in the state, and he's making it easy for them to buy a second home because he's paying these operatives so well, they have no choice but to work for him. And it will work to get Bloomberg delegates to possibly slow Sanders' momentum and conceivably tonight help Joe Biden.
Maria Elena, so good to have you here because you anchored for so many years on Univision. You know this topic better than anybody else. It's interesting to see what's happening tonight.
Yeah, and it's no surprise what we're seeing here. The Latino vote was expected to go to Bernie Sanders, but the Latino voters in California are very different from Texas. They seem to be more moderate. So there was in previous polls about a 31% support for Sanders, and very close after that was Biden and Bloomberg. And there's also that generational divide where you have more younger Latino voters supporting Sanders, and you have the older Latino voters split between Biden and Bloomberg. You know, there's one thing I think we should consider, and that is Beto O'Rourke's support of Biden last night. Let's remember that he's very popular there. He's considered an honorary Latino, even though he's not a Latino, you know, former mayor of El Paso.
He's an O'Rourke.
Exactly.
As an O'Donnell and as an O'Keefe, Rose.
Something like, you know, but you are a real Latino. You're not just an honorary Latino. So we have to remember that he almost beat Ted Cruz, only 2 percentage points behind him. So he's very popular in Texas.
The question is whether that endorsement came too late last night, or did it drive voters like we've seen, Jamal?
Nora, this is the yellow flag for Joe Biden. These voters, young voters in particular, which Democrats have to get young voters to perform at about the level of voters over the age of 65. That's what happened with Hillary Clinton. She got young voters to overperform, but not enough. These voters want change. And what Joe Biden is arguing is that he can win and take us back to the way things were in the Obama era. But a lot of people in the country don't want to go back to the way things were in the Obama era. That's what spawned Donald Trump. A lot of voters want more change. So Vice President Biden, if he is going to be successful in this campaign, has to be able to find a change message as he continues this race.
Yeah, and because of that, he could have a Latino problem, because some Latino voters feel that while they might feel hostility coming from the Republicans, they feel that the Democrats abandoned them because there were so many deportations during the Obama presidency.
One of the things you'll see the candidates fighting over is, what does change mean? Does it mean a change from the way things are now? 60% of the people, for example, on the economy think that it doesn't work for regular people. Or does it mean just a change from Donald Trump? One is just almost you just put a different body in there. The other is a whole set of policies that are very different than the way the country's been going now. Biden obviously is more of the kind of anybody but Donald Trump. The other message is the more powerful one, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
But this is
how we define it into anything. But put a bigger point on the Latino vote. This could be the year of the Latino voter in 2020. One of the topics not discussed a lot is the fact that Arizona, on both sides, Republican, Democrat, is going to be a battleground state in 2020. And a lot of that has to do with the Latino voter and the power of the Latino vote in the United States. And I can tell you, for the last 6 years, one of the things that we have been doing month after month after month is sending money to Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, to speak to the Hispanic voters in those states, because things are changing in America, and tonight is the start, I think, of that story.
And that'll be a real mark on Joe Biden. If for some reason he emerges here as the nominee, but didn't do it with Latino voters, what does it say, potentially, that he can't get the largest growing, most influential block of voters in a lot of these new swing states?
Let's talk about this, because the polls just closed minutes ago in Texas, and there were some very long lines for voters. Omar Villafranca is in Houston. Omar, what are they doing in terms of all these long lines?
Well, we're seeing some of those long lines, Nora, in Harris County, which is the Houston area, and in Travis County down in Austin. And they're still voting. They're still waiting to vote. The rule is if you are in line before 7 o'clock, before the polls close, doesn't matter how long the line is, you can go on in and cast your ballot. So, of course, in Harris County, the largest county here in Texas, more than 4.5 million voters, they're going to have to wait because those people still need to get in and vote. Interesting note, though, those lines that we're seeing, we saw the early vote. More than 1 million people came out and early voted in the Democratic primary, a little bit more on the Republican side. But I want to mention, I heard you guys talking about the Hispanic vote and talking about, of course, Biden. Last night event, I was there in Dallas and Klobuchar took the stage. And what y'all have been saying is absolutely spot on. A lot of the Sanders supporters are young Latinos. I actually talked to 3 women here, young Latinos, and they're telling me we support Sanders, but they're waiting to see what's going to happen in the state. A lot of the polling that happened here in Texas was before Klobuchar and Buttigieg dropped out and went ahead and backed Biden. So they're a little bit nervous here, some of the Sanders supporters in Texas. They want to see what's going to happen. That event that happened yesterday, we're going to see how it's going to weigh out in the polls.
All right, Omar, we will check back in with you. Just quickly, we were diving deep into the exit poll numbers. John Dickerson questioning when people made their vote choice. About 40, almost half said they did it before tonight, and they are leaning towards Sanders.
Yes, in fact, we've been looking at a lot of the late-breaking voters have been going for Joe Biden, but in Texas, 47% of those who voted said they voted before February, and that is a 32. And Sanders is winning that. He also wins those who voted in February. On those who voted in the last few days or just today, overwhelming victory by Joe Biden with those people. So
that composite of the electorate is going to be really interesting tonight. Let's go now to Anthony Salvanto. He's at our decision desk. And Anthony, let's break down the vote so far in Texas.
Yeah, thanks, Nora. You know, when you look at that breakdown between the early vote and the same day vote, that tells a lot of the story. Is this campaign has moved along in some respects faster than people can even cast their ballots. But let me show you in Texas this map, because this in yellow are places we think Joe Biden is picking up more delegates, and in purple are areas we think Bernie Sanders is picking up more delegates. Folks might remember, we're going to talk about this all night because the Democrats choose their delegates to go onto that convention from districts within the state. And I want to give you this sense right away of a split decision, which might well come out of Texas. Yes, somebody will ultimately get more votes, and they'll be the winner, and they'll get bragging rights. But as of right now, when we start looking at how the delegates are going to split up, right now our estimate has it at 25 for Sanders and 25 for Biden. And then Mike Bloomberg is sort of just on the cusp there. He's just above that 15% threshold, but not significantly enough that I would award him delegates right now. So he's still just on the edge of being in play. This is going to keep going as we go through the night. But this split decision idea, that is a storyline that might persist, Nora.
Oh, Anthony, this is so interesting. I'm glad you said that, because a win is a win, but this is ultimately about the delegates. And if Biden can keep Sanders on his heels, he can keep the delegate math pretty even. That's what you're explaining, right?
That is exactly right. Because the Democrats don't give all the delegates to the winner. They divide them up. They divide them up by regions. That is ostensibly to give everybody in every pocket of a state a chance to have a say at the convention. What ends up happening is that when you see breakdowns like you're seeing and discussing there, where Bernie Sanders is doing better with Latino voters, where Joe Biden, as he is throughout the South, doing a little better with African-American voters. You're going to see different delegate counts come out of different regions from the state, and that will translate on as we head to the convention with different constituencies and maybe to a very prolonged fight throughout the spring, Nora.
Okay, Anthony, as a Texas girl, I have to ask you this because I see most of the Rio Grande Valley is still gray. What does that mean?
We do not have enough votes in there yet to estimate who is ahead. As votes start to come in, and you'll see right now on our board, it's only about a quarter of the vote. As those start to come in, we can start to estimate what's going on. We don't need to see all the votes, but what we do here at the decision desk is we look for patterns. We look for who's winning in, let's say, Latino areas, or looking for who's winning in African American areas, or the suburbs, or rural places. And once we see those patterns emerge, we can start to tell you where things are headed.
Yeah, a lot of Latinos in the Rio Grande, and so we will check back in as those votes come in. Want to show you some results from another state just coming in. Let's take a look at Oklahoma. CBS News estimates that Oklahoma is now leaning toward Joe Biden in that state there. Would be another, gives him the edge essentially, which would be another Southern pickup for the former vice president. There's still much more ahead. We're expecting to hear from Bernie Sanders very soon. He's in his home state of Vermont after driving his Subaru Frontero to the polls earlier today. Sorry, it's a Subaru Forester. Ed O'Keefe corrects me. He's got the details on Bernie Sanders' car. That's all coming up. It's Super Tuesday on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Welcome back. We've got an update on some key races. Let's take a look at the state of Tennessee. Tennessee leans Biden at this hour. And we are rating Texas as a toss-up between Sanders and Joe Biden. Let's take a look at Minnesota at this hour, also a toss-up between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders as Klobuchar dropped out of the contest just yesterday. Look at this. Joe Biden with his first delegate lead in this entire primary contest, as he has won a number of early states, but still the big delegate prize is still to be called. Texas, California, more still ahead throughout this evening. The first candidate to get to 1,991 delegates wins the Democratic nomination, or it goes to a brokered convention. We'll talk about that a little later. But right now, Biden leads Sanders, as we showed you just a minute ago. A lot of Democratic voters today had President Trump on their minds, and which candidate can best defeat him. Major Garrett has more on that. Major?
So here at the exit poll desk, Anthony Salvanto talked a moment ago about patterns that lead to projections. There's also patterns in exit poll data. And I'm going to tell you about a question we talked about earlier, but we have more data now and harder numbers. So for Democratic voters participating across all Super Tuesday states prefer the nominee be someone who can do what? What is the central question? Nora, this is a pattern that has flowed through all of the contests. Who can beat President Trump? 62% agrees with you on issues, 35%. If it were not a Donald Trump-dominated political environment, possibly this number would be a little bit higher, but 62% consistent with data we've seen in patterns established in other earlier contests. All right, within that group, best chance of beating Trump, now that that's a huge priority for Democratic primary voters, Joe Biden. This is why he's having a good night tonight, Nora. 36%, Bernie Sanders, 29%. Mike Bloomberg made this a central argument. I can beat Donald Trump, only coming in at 15%. Again, Elizabeth Warren trailing badly at 8%. That's what it looks like, Nora. Back to you.
All right, Major, thank you. Let's bring in our panel, Ed O'Keefe, Maria Elena Salinas, Jamal Simmons, Reince Priebus, and John Dickerson, all of you. Reince, we have to start with you since you are President Trump's former White House chief of staff. Who does President Trump want to run against?
You know, it's hard to tell. I've told folks, and we've talked about it a lot, be careful what you wish for. Because a lot of the Democrats today, Jim Carville, my friend Paul Begala, others, they were the ones in 2015 saying, oh, if only the Republicans would nominate Donald Trump, you know, we'll make it easy. You know, there's only one guy other than Trump that can fill an arena, and that's Bernie Sanders. There's only one guy with a touch of a button can raise millions of dollars, and that's Bernie Sanders. And so remember, the reason why Bloomberg is running was because Biden was getting hit for a couple weeks in the media, and he sunk like a rock, and he disappeared, and Bloomberg emerged. And now Bloomberg is sinking like a rock, and Biden has emerged. So I think that, like any of these races, it's hard to tell. Certainly everyone has their flaws. I think it's hard to beat an incumbent with a strong economy. We're going to wait and see.
And we're going to talk more about this, but CBS News has a projection right now. The state of Tennessee goes to Joe Biden, the former vice president, winning in the volunteer state over Bernie Sanders. Outspent, didn't have as much campaign or operation as Sanders or Bloomberg, and yet wins in the volunteer state tonight. Back to that discussion we were having about President Trump, and yet today you hear the president saying, oh, it's the Democratic establishment is trying to take it away from Bernie Sanders. Already raising the question.
He would probably want to have Bernie Sanders win and thinks that he can beat him. And, you know, he was just asking, I think it was during the South Carolina primaries, asking Republicans to vote for Bernie Sanders so that they can bring him up. And some actually were voting for him.
Well, it makes it much easier as a political matter. I mean, anytime you can have the electorate go into a ballot booth and pick between a socialist Democrat and Donald Trump, that's what you want in politics. But all I'm saying is I don't think it's as simple as just simply saying, oh, well, Bernie Sanders is easy to beat and Biden isn't. You just don't know. But Biden was dead 3 weeks ago.
Well, Bernie Sanders is the change agent in this particular race. Elizabeth Warren would be too if she was getting more than 9.3% in these states. But Bernie Sanders is the change agent in this race. The question is, though, is he bringing in the voters? And so far, we don't see him expanding the electorate. And if he doesn't expand the electorate to the left, then that means that Democrats are going to have to win votes to their right. And Bernie Sanders is ill-equipped to go into the right. So that's why I think you're seeing Joe Biden move up, because people are saying, well, if I got to get my neighbor at my office who voted for Trump to switch, Joe Biden is the one who can do that better than Bernie Sanders.
And go ahead.
Well, here's where I think the analogy with Donald Trump breaks down in terms of the crowds and the raising of money. Donald Trump went to South Carolina and beat up the last Republican president, said he should have been impeached, beat up the beloved Bush family. And his personal life is antithetical to the evangelicals who vote in South Carolina. He won evangelicals, he won the state, which is to say he had all the things you described earlier, and he was jumping into other parts of the party that he should have had no business winning in. Bernie Sanders hasn't been able to do that. In South Carolina, he wasn't able to go and get a big vote in the African-American community. He wasn't able to bring in new people who might not necessarily be in line with him, but nevertheless really loved what he was saying, and that's what Donald Trump was able to do.
All right, political junkies. Get this. Joe Biden, I'm told, never stepped foot in Tennessee, and tonight he won in that state. Major Garrett, how do you do it?
Jealous.
And he's probably going to win Arkansas, too.
But let's talk about Tennessee. I mentioned earlier, Nora, the beauty of exit polls, because they're the story of how this night unfolds. Well, let's go to the story that voters have told us about Tennessee. What is the composition of Joe Biden's winning coalition in Tennessee? Black voters, 62%. Again, thematically consistent with Virginia, North Carolina, and Alabama, well above 60%. Candidate who can unite the country. Joe Biden has talked about that consistently. Also reflective of what we saw in Virginia, North Carolina, and Alabama. Self-described moderate voters, 59%, and above 65, 55%. So what happened in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama has now replicated itself in Tennessee. Nora and panel, that's why Joe Biden won Tennessee.
All right, and there you have it. I mean, we walked into, I think, Super Tuesday with the idea that one of the storylines was going to be, is Bernie Sanders unstoppable? Tonight, Joe Biden is putting delegates on the board and suggesting he can beat him in a number of states where he didn't have much of an organization.
Yes. However, polls haven't closed in California, where he could have an insurmountable lead. We'll see how he does in Minnesota. Certainly, Biden is catching up and likely could surpass him tonight. And remember, we look at these numbers. It's not just about who wins the state at the top. It's about who gets above 15%. In the last few states we've discussed, there's at least 3 candidates getting delegates tonight. So it could remain a scattered delegate hunt regardless. I mean, Mike Bloomberg hitting 15 plus in Texas, in Oklahoma, in Tennessee means that he'll put points on the board and likely slip into 3rd place.
That's why we've got the numbers for everybody. We've got a scorecard for everybody as the night goes on, and we'll update the top races when we come back and the impact late deciders had in several states. We're hearing it's historic, those late deciders, and we'll touch base with Bernie Sanders, who's expected to speak soon in his home state of Vermont. It's Super Tuesday right here on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperate.
It's 9:30 in the East, and what a night it has already been. Want to update you on some of the key races. Massachusetts is a three-way race at this hour between Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, and Elizabeth Warren. Remember, that's her home state. Let's take a look at Oklahoma. CBS News is saying that's leaning towards Joe Biden at this hour. Elizabeth Warren there in fourth place. She was born in the state of Oklahoma. Sanders is the winner in his home state of Vermont. And Joe Biden wins North Carolina, Virginia, Alabama, and Tennessee. We should note that parts of Tennessee extended their voting hours in the wake of the deadly tornadoes and severe weather last night. Want to check in with David Begnaud. He is in Cookeville, Tennessee, one of the hardest hit towns. David, the report you filed earlier on the CBS Evening News, what people are going through there.
Nora, for a lot of people here in Tennessee, Super Tuesday is the last thing on their mind tonight. In fact, where we are in Cookeville, they are still doing search and rescue. The sheriff said a short time ago about 40% of the homes which have been damaged by tornadoes still have not been searched. Listen, you're talking about downtown Nashville, an urban metro area that took a direct hit from the tornado. Then about an hour and a half to the east where we are in Cookeville, 18 people died here, including some children. The local mayor said some people died in bed. They didn't even have a chance to get out and run for their lives. Tonight at a place called Church on the Hill, just about 15 minutes down the road, family members who believe they lost loved ones have shown up at the church. They are being shown pictures of their relatives and asked to positively identify them. Tonight, you hear beeping sounds in the distance. It's search and rescuers going house to house. It's alarms that are going off. You see people kind of mingling about, holding bags under their arms, walking with their children. This is a disaster zone, really unlike many I've seen in the last 20 years of journalism. You're used to seeing tornadoes sort of hit rural areas and scatter, but to hit such an urban area like Nashville and then continue east, if you will, for nearly 2 hours, the images, Nora, are incredible tonight.
It puts everything in perspective about how people depend on their neighbors, their community, and their government in times like this. David, thank you. Also want to point out that one thing that stood out in our exit polls tonight was the significant number of voters who made their decisions in just the past few days. Major Garrett has been looking into this. And Major, this is something we were looking at because really Joe Biden only picked up momentum in the last few days.
48 hours to 72 hours. Phenomenal for Joe Biden. The best 72 hours he's had in this campaign. The central question going in tonight, how big of a difference would that make? It made a significant difference, and we can show you the data to back up that contention. Okay, here's the big picture. Who decided in the last few days? 29% of the electorate across all Super Tuesday states. About a third of that, Nora, slightly more than a third, decided today. So late deciders, a significant factor. Earlier than that, 69%. All right, let's get into the numbers and dig more deeply. Among those who decided late, where did they go? If you're asking yourself, was there a rush? Was there a groupthink dynamic for Joe Biden? The answer, undisputably, is yes. 47% for Joe Biden, 21% for Bernie Sanders, 14 and 11 for Warren and Bloomberg. Okay, for the earlier deciders, there's also something part of the Biden phenomenon here that's playing out tonight. 36% for Bernie Sanders, not a surprise, consistent with what his campaign has always told us. But Joe Biden only trailing by 10 percentage points. The Biden campaign has often said he's resilient for a reason. Voters have a favorable impression of him that tends to linger. This number right here, among those who decided early, Biden being somewhat competitive with Sanders, tends to back that up. Nora?
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. Want to bring our panel back in. Let's talk about Senator Elizabeth Warren. At this hour, at a third in the polls there in her home state of Massachusetts. What does that say about the state of her campaign, Ed?
It's in pretty bad shape. If you can't win your home state, why are you in this? And there's a real concern, or there should be a real concern, if she's trailing not only Bernie Sanders from nearby Vermont, but also the former vice president. And it may speak to this phenomenon we're seeing in other states, that people decide at the last minute to just go with Biden. She trails among young voters. She's trailing among older voters. She's trailing among voters with no college degrees, does decently among white women who have college degrees. That's perhaps no surprise. She herself a Harvard professor. That is kind of her base up there in Massachusetts and across the country. But just all sorts of troubling signs in her home state, and would make it really difficult to sort of justify continuing on. Sanders won his home state. Amy Klobuchar got out before she would lose her home state. Warren stated it tonight and can't deliver the base state for herself.
She has no lane. The problem is she has no lane. And someone more aggressive and louder on the same issues, Bernie Sanders, is taking up the lane. It reminds me in 2016 of sort of Chris Christie and Donald Trump. Put the bridge issue aside. Chris Christie was supposed to be the big middle finger to Washington, D.C. It turned out that someone more aggressive, louder, came along, and it was Donald Trump. And so when your lane gets shut down by something similar to you, but in a bigger, bolder, louder way, it makes it impossible to move forward.
I'm going to alter that a little bit.
He used both middle fingers.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to alter that a little bit because I think it's a little bit different. I think that the Warren campaign thought that they could draft behind Bernie Sanders and stay out of the way of all the incoming. And what happened is Elizabeth Warren sort of turned into a flak jacket for Bernie Sanders. So all the negative issues about the big programs they were trying to propose, like Medicare for all went to Elizabeth Warren, and she's the one that took all that incoming, while Bernie Sanders was pretty much scot-free because most Democrats are afraid of Bernie Sanders voters, and then nobody wanted to do to them what Hillary Clinton did and end up in a position where they were in trouble.
And yet,
so Elizabeth Warren ended up taking on all that weight.
Sanders also had the infrastructure and the ground game and the people and the data and an email list of millions of people that he's never farmed out to anyone. It's always fresh, it's always ready to go, and it always makes money.
One piece of data to back up your point about the lanes. In Massachusetts, asked liberal voters in the exit polls, who are you going to vote for? 33% went for Warren, 34% to Sanders. So her home state people who should love her on this set of issues are they're splitting between her and Sanders.
Well, let's talk about that policy proposal that Jamal just talked about, Medicare for all. You saw even today and yesterday Senator Warren saying, yes, but I'm the one who's proven I can pay for that plan. And trying to draw a distinction with Senator Sanders, arguing he hasn't proven how he would pay for such an expansion of government-run health care.
Yeah, but she's also darted away from it, as she did in the fall a little bit, where she couldn't quite explain how she would implement it and whether or not she totally embraced it. And she got tripped up on health care the way that other candidates did. Kamala Harris, remember, had trouble with this. She could never clearly define define whether she was all in on Sanders' plan or not. And when she began to lay out the way she would actually implement it, it put distance between her and Bernie Sanders and caused some problems for her among liberal voters who would be inclined to back her.
What about effectiveness? She tried to make that argument.
Well, exactly. Thank you, Nora. You anticipated my thought precisely. After South Carolina, this is what she said, that Bernie Sanders had a 30-year track record that shows he consistently calls for things he fails to get done and consistently opposes things he nevertheless fails to stop, arguing that he is ineffective in fighting for the progressive ideas. And that was a hammer to him after South Carolina. What will she do now?
But why did it come after South Carolina? Her supporters will argue. Why didn't it come last summer? Why didn't it come on a debate stage? Why did she wait so long? That's a question they're going to have to answer.
And it's the worst of all worlds, because now she's in a place where the moderates all think she's too progressive, and the progressives think she's not trustworthy on the issue. One last point, Elizabeth Warren is a textbook case for why you should have a pollster. She does not have a professional pollster on her campaign.
And why would that make a difference? Explain.
Because a pollster can help you decide. He can get you from 12 or 13% in one of these states up to 15. The fact that she's not going to be viable in some of these states by a point and a half, that's campaign malpractice.
All right. Want to check in with Nicole Killion because former New York Mayor Mike Bloomberg skipped the first 4 contests, putting his considerable money on these Super Tuesday primaries. He's in Palm Beach, Florida tonight. That's where Nicole is with some new reporting on the state of his campaign. Nicole?
Well, Nora, as you can see behind me, most of the crowd has left, and so has former Mayor Mike Bloomberg, as his campaign now goes into a mode where it reassesses what's next. Bloomberg's campaign manager, Kevin Sheekey, told reporters that the campaign will reassess after tonight, as all campaigns have to do. And we really have seen more or less some mixed messaging from the campaign on this front because, of course, when the former mayor was on the stage behind me, he talked about being in this race to beat Donald Trump. He talked about trying to win here in Florida. And earlier today, he told me that he was willing to take this to a contested convention if it gets to that place. So, on one hand, we're seeing the mayor really try to project strength here in this race. But on the other hand, we're also seeing the campaign really a few steps back, look at the numbers, because we know former Mayor Mike Bloomberg is a numbers guy, and again, reassess where this campaign goes next. We do know as of now that the former mayor does have events on his schedule for later this week. So, of course, that is something we will continue to monitor to see if he keeps those obligations.
All right, as questions being raised about the future of Mayor Bloomberg's campaign, Nicole, thank you. Elizabeth Warren is spending Super Tuesday in Michigan. Manuel Bojorquez is there. And Manny, I understand she addressed supporters just a short time ago. What was her message?
Her message is that she is still in this to win it. You can see the supporters have left here tonight, and so has she. But she was very much saying that she is not withdrawing from the race, despite, as you have been talking about, not having a very favorable night out there. Her campaign had said, listen, Massachusetts, in their view, was not make it or break it. But many people outside of this organization have said that it very well could be that it's not a good thing to not have an outright win there. Some of the things that they were looking for heading into Super Tuesday is that possibly, even though they endorse Joe Biden, that supporters of Mayor Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar, the senator, might drift into her camp, especially those who would like to see a woman become president. There are only 2 women left in this race, but they're hoping to paint her as a center lane candidate between Sanders and Biden. She has done everything in her power in the last few days to say this is not a 2-man race. Of course, there is a long night ahead for her and her campaign. They spoke very early here, which could be an indication they thought that things might be going this way. Nora?
All right, Manny, thank you. And we have a call to make at this hour. CBS News projects that Senator Bernie Sanders wins the state of Colorado. 67 delegates up for grab in Colorado. Sanders won this state in 2016. A strong showing tonight by Michael Bloomberg in that state, where he has spent $10 million. Joe Biden spending less than $10,000 on ads in the state of Colorado. I know everyone's laughing, but that's the disparity that presents ourselves tonight, really, in many ways, which we're going to talk about, just that disparity and how much Bloomberg was able to spend and Biden was riding momentum.
Colorado is another state where the Latino vote is significant. It's 16% of the vote. So it did make a difference there for Bernie Sanders also.
We'll dive more into those numbers. There's a lot more ahead, including how suburban women voted today. This is Super Tuesday on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the
Live pictures now from Bernie Sanders' campaign rally tonight in his hometown of Vermont. We're waiting to hear from him shortly. He has won Vermont as well as Colorado. Let's turn now to Major Garrett, who's been looking at the exit polls in Colorado to break down that vote. Major.
Hello, Nora. You're so far away. Let me talk to my good friend Camera 6 here. How did Bernie Sanders win in Colorado? Okay, the exit polls can tell us that story. So here's the constituency for Bernie Sanders. Very liberal, no surprise there, 54%. Want a candidate who will bring change. They probably mean in their mind big change, 45%. Want an overhaul of the economic system, 43%. Those have been building blocks everywhere Bernie Sanders has won. He won in Colorado. That's a formation of the Bernie Sanders. Hello.
Did you say that you missed me?
I do miss you. The big one is so much fun. Come on, it's the greatest part over here.
I'm here, and now I'm going to race back over to the panel.
Okay, race back over there.
Let's talk about that, because Colorado, really interesting, but also kind of brings up the Bloomberg factor, right? I mean, how much money he spent and how he's doing. He's doing not as poorly as in some of the other states. That's a fair way to characterize it.
Just what you want when you spend that much money to be not doing as poorly. One thing about Colorado that's interesting, it's a good night for Sanders. He won there. He beat Hillary Clinton in 2016. But because of Bloomberg and also Biden is doing well enough in Colorado, the delegate prize is going to be messy. And sort of like what Anthony was saying about Texas, where Sanders is doing well, but the delegates are going to split. That means Sanders is, again, if tonight's about numbers of delegates and also argument points in that family feud, it's messy for Sanders because Colorado is a split result.
And what is the basis of the Bloomberg candidacy going forward? He got in because Biden collapsed, and now Biden is having a good night, and where does Bloomberg go from here? The problem Bloomberg has is he doesn't fit into either party. He did a Fox News town hall the other night. At times he sounded like a Republican, at times he sounded like a Democrat. In order to win, you have to be genuine and authentic. Warts and all. Trump, Sanders, Biden, these are genuine and authentic people, and they do well. And his authenticity is in question. And it's hard to win when people question your authenticity as a candidate.
Yeah, but although Bloomberg said that now he says he's in it to win it, remember that when he first went into the race, he said he was because he wanted to beat Trump. All of the advertising since November was anti-Trump. He said he was running against Trump. Also, there seems to be a huge staff around the country that he has already told they were going to stay on until November, regardless of whether he wins the nomination or not.
So that's a great point, Maria Elena. Is the infrastructure that Bloomberg has built, is it transferable if Bloomberg is not the nominee to Sanders or to Biden or to Warren?
It is in some extra legal way, but not necessarily. He can't necessarily hand over the keys because that's just an insurmountable campaign contribution. And so there'll have to be something worked out. Sanders has said, I don't necessarily need it. Biden right now would certainly say he wouldn't mind it because he needs the money in the operation. But
the digital infrastructure.
The digital infrastructure, but also, frankly, the physical infrastructure. One of the biggest costs for Bloomberg has been office space. He's rented offices across the country. And Ryan, Jamal, you guys have run campaigns before. Have you ever given out fruit kebabs at a campaign rally?
No, but
sushi.
Have you ever given out free T-shirts? Yeah. Because that's a Bloomberg rally. Right, we've never seen anything like the way he spends money.
Hundreds of millions of dollars that if he got out of the race and got behind a different candidate, of course, and a candidate had viability, it would be helpful. You know, there's a lot of things you pay for in campaigns that are just money down the drain, but have to be done. You know, hiring paid walkers to walk in Des Moines and make sure absentee ballots are turned into municipal clerks' offices day in and day out with hundreds of people. Someone has to pay for that. And all of those things, the data licenses, the license with credit bureaus, all these things that cost hundreds of millions of dollars can be paid for by a guy like Mike Bloomberg.
And one of the things he's doing right now that's very helpful is he's pinning down Donald Trump with negative advertising in a bunch of states where no other Democrat has been able to go into. If he keeps that up over the course of the summer as Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders builds up their coffers again, that is helpful to Democrats.
I just think the two data points that must stick in their minds tonight up in Times Square where the headquarters is, speaking of expensive office space, the fact that in several of these states, his unfavorables are higher than his favorables. The advertising did nothing to help him in terms of winning over people. And the fact that when we ask, is it fair that somebody gets to spend their fortune to fund their campaign, most Democrats tonight are saying, no, it's not fair.
All right, Ed, stand by. I want to check in with Anthony Salvanto. He is at our decision desk, and he has been looking deep at these numbers inside Colorado and the entire race tonight.
Hey,
Anthony.
Nora, you guys are making me hungry. All we get to crunch here is numbers, all that food talk. So, look, we looked at Colorado, and Boulder wasn't in when we projected this race, but we figured that a very liberal area like Boulder would go for Bernie Sanders, and in fact it did. In fact, all the purple that you see here on this map, all the area around Denver has gone for Bernie Sanders as well. There's a story in that, and one of the arguments Bernie Sanders' campaign is going to make is that he can activate Democrats, that he can build up enthusiasm and turn them out. When you see him secure wide wins in places like this, that bolsters that argument, that he can win not just in very liberal areas, but that he can turn out a large number of Democrats. And look, on the delegate count that you mentioned, right now it's 276 Biden to 160 Sanders. Sanders will pick up at least another 7 delegates out of here, but to the point John made earlier, he's not going to get them all, as we estimate, the delegates out of this, because he's going to split a lot of them with these other candidates, Nora.
And Anthony, while we have you, because you are so well versed in all of these numbers, still at this hour, even though Joe Biden has taken a lead, there's much more still to come, right?
There is. When you look at the states that are still outstanding, we talked about Texas before. We talked about places where either candidate could end up picking up more delegates. This is a great example. You see the votes start to filling in here, all these counties in Texas. There's over 200 delegates out of here still to come. And so I think that what will happen is, because the Democrats hand out delegates just to the top finishers, well, they might end up splitting a lot of these. And that's what we're seeing tonight. Even when a candidate loses, quote unquote, loses a state, they're still picking up delegates, Nora.
Really important point, and we'll come back to that, Anthony. And since we're on Texas, let's stay with Texas. I love Texas. I'm from Texas. Long lines for voting in Texas. Some people waiting hours to vote. Want to check in with CBS News political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns, and she joins us from a polling station there in Harris County. What have you seen today?
Hi, Nora. We've been enjoying Texas, too. We've been at this polling location in Harris County in Houston since 8 o'clock this morning, and the lines outside this polling location waiting to get in have been a steady stream. We just talked to a few people who just waited in line for 3 hours to cast their ballots. Now, about 22% in our exit polling showed that voters were making up their minds at the last minute. We talked to a lot of voters coming out of the polls today, having done just that, and lots of them were influenced by those endorsements that Joe Biden got last night. We talked to at least 3 women who said that they were wanting to support Amy Klobuchar and switched to Joe Biden at the last minute because of that dropout and because of that endorsement. We also just talked to 2 people coming away from this line who waited for 2.5 hours. They said they're supporting Bernie Sanders, that they had no questions about it, never wavered in that decision. We've been asking these voters as they've been coming out whether this wait is worth it, and they say we'll see what the results are. But a steady stream here doesn't show any time of wrapping up anytime soon. Lots of people waiting to vote here in Texas.
Caitlin, Ed is pointing his finger and agreeing
well, just
with what
to the point
Caitlin
that
is
she's
saying.
making there about the fact that she talked to people in line today who say that last night's Biden family reunion actually totally swayed their vote. We have not mentioned tonight Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, and Beto O'Rourke, but I got to believe, hypothetically, in a Biden administration, pick your country, you get to be ambassador to it at this point, because they may have delivered him back from
I think you want something more than that. Yeah.
And Ed, I'm looking inside the exit polls right now. 30% of the vote in Texas, Hispanic or Latino. It's breaking 45% for Sanders, 24% for Biden. Sanders is winning.
That's higher than what was expected before. And it really depends on turnout. I mean, if we use 2018 as an example of turnout, Latinos turned out in great numbers. In fact, there were some areas in 2018, or predominantly Latino areas, where the voter participation amongst Latinos increased by 300%. So they're energized, they're motivated, and it all has to do with your former boss. They're motivated because they feel that they're being attacked. So a lot of young voters are voting for their parents because their parents can't. And they feel like the anti-immigrant rhetoric has affected them, and that motivated them to go out.
Okay, coming up next, we've got another poll closing. We'll have that. And a look ahead at the big prize of the night, California. It's Super Tuesday here on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Welcome back to Super Tuesday here on CBS. And tonight it is coming down to a two-man race for the Democratic presidential nomination. And those two men are former Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Bernie Sanders. Polls in all of the Super Tuesday states are in, except California. As you can see, most of them closed, just waiting for the big prize tonight. They'll be voting for one more hour in the Golden State, which is the biggest delegate prize of the night. It was just a few days ago it appeared Sanders could not be stopped. But Biden found a way. South Carolina proved to be his firewall Saturday, and he's been burning up the South tonight, winning in a number of states. Let's recap his victories. Biden tonight won Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, and Tennessee. Sanders has won 2 states so far tonight, Colorado and his home state of Vermont. But interestingly, Biden had a heartbeat in Vermont. We'll look at that in just a moment. Keep in mind, Sanders has strong organizations in California where polls are still open. And Texas, look at this, still a toss-up. at this hour. So this night is far from over. Let's take a look at what's going on in Massachusetts. Look at this. It is a three-way toss-up at this hour between Biden, Sanders, and Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren. Let's take a look at Minnesota. Look at that. Also a toss-up at this hour. Remember, Amy Klobuchar, that is her home state, three-term senator there. And you see Joe Biden at this hour with a bit of a lead. Let's take a look at the delegate board. Joe Biden opening up an early lead tonight with all of those victories, 283 delegates, and Sanders with 166. Want to touch base with Nancy Cordes, who is following the Sanders campaign in Essex Junction, Vermont. Nancy?
Nora, we expect to hear from Senator Bernie Sanders any minute now. He has been here at the venue for about an hour backstage, watching the returns, watching particularly closely the two biggest prizes of the night, Texas and California. One of his top aides telling me earlier tonight, as we began to project various races for Joe Biden, that they always expected there would be tightening at the end. But it is striking, Nora, that so far tonight, CBS News has only been able to project 2 states for Bernie Sanders. Just a couple of days ago, we were talking about whether he would be unstoppable coming out of Super Tuesday. He will win more states tonight, but it's an open question whether he will match his victory count from 4 years ago. He won 6 of the 14 states that are up for grabs tonight.
And what about, Nancy, how he did in his home state of Vermont?
Well, that is one state that he was counting on. He knew he would do well here. The signs for Sanders are everywhere. So that was a comfort level for him. But you look at a state like Maine that is so close to Vermont. This is a state that he swept back in 2016, 64% to Hillary Clinton's 35%. Tonight, it's still a toss-up. Now, part of the reason for that is that back in 2016, Maine was a caucus state, and we know that caucuses tend to favor Bernie Sanders. They favor candidates whose supporters are very passionate, enthusiastic, willing to come and stand around for a couple of hours instead of a couple of minutes to make their preference known. But Maine in the past 4 years has moved to a primary, just like several other states that are voting today. And so the lead that Bernie Sanders enjoyed in some of these states has shrunk, and in some cases has reversed.
You know, it's so interesting, Nancy, as we wait to hear from Senator Sanders. We just showed Minnesota, a state where Bernie Sanders was just yesterday as he tried to make a play for Amy Klobuchar's home state. And if we look at the boards in Minnesota, that is at this time just too close to call between Biden and Sanders, and raising the question where those last-minute ads today running in Minnesota by Amy Klobuchar benefited Joe Biden, whether he got a bounce from that.
Right, and Minnesota is a state that Bernie Sanders won 4 years ago and won handily, 62% to 38%. Another state that was a caucus state 4 years ago, a primary state today. And now, Nora, Bernie Sanders is taking the stage.
Thank you, Vermont. You know, it's a funny thing. 31 years ago today, we won the mayoral race in Burlington, Vermont. And we won that race against all of the odds. Everybody said it couldn't be done. And when we began this race for the presidency, everybody said it couldn't be done. But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination. And we are going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country. We are going to win. We are going to defeat Trump because we are putting together an unprecedented grassroots, multi-generational, multiracial movement. It is a movement which speaks to the working families of this country who are sick and tired of working longer hours for low wages and seeing all new income and wealth going to the top 1%. It is a movement which says the United States will have health care for all as a human right. It is a movement that says we will bring major reforms in education, making sure that all of our kids can go to college without coming out in debt. Now, what makes this movement unique is we are taking on the corporate establishment. We are taking on the greed of Wall Street, the greed of the drug companies who charge us the highest prices in the world, the greed of the insurance companies, and given the existential crisis of climate change, we are saying to the fossil fuel industry, their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our country and the world. But we are not only taking on the corporate establishment, we're taking on the political establishment. But we're going to win because the people understand it is our campaign, our movement, which is best positioned to defeat Trump. You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement, and which in November will create the highest voter turnout in American political history. So we're going to beat Trump because this will become a contrast in ideas. One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You're looking at him. Another candidate voted for the war in Iraq. One of us has spent his entire life fighting against cuts in Social Security, wanting to expand Social Security. Another candidate has been on the floor of the Senate calling for cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and Veterans Program. One of us led the opposition to disastrous trade agreements which cost us millions of good-paying jobs. And that's me. And another candidate voted for disastrous trade agreements. One of us stood up for consumers and said we will not support a disastrous bankruptcy bill. And another candidate represented the credit card companies and voted for that disastrous bill. So here we are. We have two major goals in front of us, and they are directly related. First, we must beat a president who apparently has never read the Constitution of the United States. A president who thinks we should be an autocracy, not a democracy. But second of all, we need a movement and are developing a movement of black, white, Latino, Native American, Asian American, gay and straight. Of people who are making it clear every day they will not tolerate the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality we are experiencing. We will not give tax breaks to billionaires when 500,000 Americans sleep out on the streets.
And Bernie Sanders using his speech tonight to take direct aim at Joe Biden. Another sign that this is a two-man race tonight. Want to update you on some of the other contests. CBS News has a projection Joe Biden wins the state of Oklahoma. CBS News also has another projection to call at this hour. Arkansas, Joe Biden tonight wins the state of Arkansas. Let's look at Massachusetts. This now leans Biden, a state where he had no television ads, spent just $11,000, and leads, and Warren is in third. Minnesota, take a look at this, leans Joe Biden at this hour, a state that Bernie Sanders had thought he could topple Amy Klobuchar. She threw her late support to Joe Biden, and that contest now leans to Joe Biden, which means he has the edge in that contest. Want to check in with Anthony Salvanto, who is at our decision desk in New York. Anthony?
Hey, Nora. So we said Minnesota was a lean Biden because as the vote starts to come in from the Twin Cities, he's running even with Bernie Sanders, and that's an area where you might have expected Bernie Sanders to do especially well, but it seems like as long as Biden runs even with him there, he's going to do pretty well statewide. And then Massachusetts, too, we're kind of going back and forth on this, but it looks like sort of the same deal. In the Boston area, a lot of liberal Democrats, but right now our models show that that's even between Biden and Sanders, too. So as long as Biden can keep up that pace, he looks like he's in pretty good shape in both those states, Nora.
All right, Anthony, also again on the Minnesota, I'm looking at the numbers. Biden spent $6,000 in Minnesota. I mean, it's just breathtaking, the very small amounts of money that Biden spent in some of these states in which he is winning tonight. Proof that sometimes momentum can catapult someone into a victory, and perhaps name recognition, certainly as the former vice president
Never
of the
even
United States.
visited Arkansas or Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But in Minnesota, you just heard Bernie Sanders say the only way we're going to beat Donald Trump is if we have somebody who's not the same old, same old. Well, that's, of course, he's talking about Joe Biden. Then he walked down and talked about Social Security cuts and a whole list of particulars. But if you look at Minnesota, a state where he hoped to do well, voters in the exit polls who were asked, Who do you want to beat Donald Trump? 66% said yes. Biden beat Sanders 44-23. So they are making a conclusion. The person who can beat Trump in November is Joe Biden by more than 20 points. If you look at non-college white voters, working class blue collar voters, Joe Biden beat Bernie Sanders in Minnesota, but he was just making the case that only he has this special access to these blue collar voters. So the girding understructure of his campaign is taking some hits tonight, and not just the fact that he's losing in the delegate numbers.
The other factor there for Minnesota, you ask Democratic primary voters, would you prefer to return to the policies of Barack Obama or become a more liberal party? It's divided almost evenly right now. 43% say, let's become more liberal. 42% saying, let's go back to the ways of Obama. If the number holds like that in Minnesota, that helps explain why Biden is winning. But again, whatever cabinet position she wants, Amy Klobuchar has it after what she's done for him in the last 24 hours.
It's an extraordinary night thus far for Joe Biden. 6 states he has won. Bernie Sanders 2 states, but the big 2 prizes still remain. The night is young, Texas and California. There's a lot more ahead, including the role played by first-time voters. We're going to break that down. Can each of these candidates or either of these candidates grow the Democratic base? It's Super Tuesday on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Just a few days ago.
Go live now to Joe Biden in Los Angeles.
And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy. Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, and maybe even Massachusetts. It's too close to call. We're still waiting for Texas and California, a few other small states to come in. But it's looking good. So I'm here to report we are very much alive. And make no mistake about it, this campaign that will send Donald Trump packing. This campaign is taking off. Join us. To those folks, listen, go to JoeBiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, contribute if you can. We need you, we want you, and there's a place for you in this campaign. People are talking about a revolution. We started a movement. We've increased turnout. And the turnout's turned out for us. That can deliver us to a moment where we can do extraordinary things. Look. Our agenda is bold, it's progressive, it's a vision where health care is affordable and available to everybody in America. Where we bring drug prices down under control with no more surprise billing. Access to hospitals in rural areas as well as urban areas. Access to care. A bold vision where we invest billions of dollars to find, and I promise you, cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Standing up to and beating the NRA and the gun manufacturers. And leading the world to take on the existential threat of climate change. I'm going to start by rejoining an outfit I helped put together, the Paris Climate Accord, and we're going to move it a long way. A country where the quality of education will not depend on your zip code. Where we triple funding for low-income school districts, providing raises for teachers, full-time school for 3, 4, and 5 years old, and increasing exponentially the prospects of their success. Free community college, providing credentials for every job of the 21st century. And significant reduction in the cost of going to college and your student debt. If you volunteer, you pay nothing. Folks, we can do this. And let's get something straight. Wall Street didn't build this country. You built this country. The middle class built this country. And unions built the middle class. And the neighborhoods we come from, the three... say? We're going to go. Look, the middle class is getting clobbered. The middle class is getting clobbered. Too many people in the neighborhoods that Jill and Val and I grew up in. So they're getting hurt. They're badly hurt. And guess what? They're the places where we come from, many of you come from. It's where we were raised. The people, they're the reason why I'm running. There's the reason why I'm a Democrat in the first place. These are people who build our bridges, repair our roads, keep our water safe, who teach our kids. Look, who race into burning buildings to protect other people, who grow our food, build our cars, pick up our garbage, our streets, veterans, dreamers, single moms. And by the way, every dreamer, have hope because I'm coming and you're not going anywhere. And we're going to provide a pathway for 11 million citizens. If the other guy had voted for well, I shouldn't get into that. I won't get going. Look, the iron workers, the steel workers, the boiler makers, the plumbers, the electrical workers, these are the people that have been forgotten. I agree with you, man. Look, the people Trump forgot, the people I will never forget and I will always remember. Folks, that's why we need an economy that rewards work, not just wealth. Reestablishes the middle class, and this time brings everybody along. Everybody. Regardless of their race, their ethnicity, whether their gender, their disability, their economic state. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, every stripe. Look, like we did in South Carolina, like we did across America today, like we'll do on all the way to the White House. Look, that's why I was so proud yesterday being embraced by Amy Klobuchar. We won Minnesota because of Amy Klobuchar. And we're doing well in Texas because of Beto O'Rourke. And that's why I was so proud, so incredibly proud to have Mayor Pete's endorsement as well. There's a man of character, intellect, and courage. And by the way, I was proud to be endorsed by Jim Clyburn. Man, he is something else. Look, our campaign reflects the diversity of this party and this nation. And that's how it should be, because we need to bring everybody along. Everybody. We want a nominee who will beat Donald Trump, but also keep Nancy Pelosi the Speaker of the House. Win back the United States Senate. If that's what you want, join us. And if you want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, join us. Look, this all starts with a revival of decency and honor and character. Trump has fanned the flames of hate and sought to divide us. He's insulted, demonized, and actually just the way he talks about people. He has not a single sense of empathy. He doesn't have any compassion. No regard for the values that made this country who we are. Not the way you were raised by your moms and dads. He looks at honesty and decency and respect, and he views it as a sign of weakness. He doesn't believe that we're the beacon to the world. He doesn't believe we're all part of something bigger than ourselves. That's why I've said from the moment I announced for this candidacy, we're literally in a battle for the soul of America. Folks, winning means uniting America, not sowing seeds of division and anger and hate. We got to beat Donald Trump, and we will, but we can't become like him. We can't have a never-ending war between the parties. We need a president who can fight, but make no mistake about it, I can fight, but look, we need as badly, someone who can heal. Look, just look what we did when we passed Obamacare, or what President Obama and I did saving the American automobile industry, or what we did to pass the Violence Against Women Act. But it's not enough. This is just a start. We need a president who can heal the country as well. And that is what I will do as your president, I promise you. It's about delivering real results for you, your family, and the community. It's not about me, Jill, or Valerie. It's about you. It's about our families. To paraphrase English poet Robert Browning, he said, "Our reach should exceed our grasp." And my reach does exceed our grasp because there's no doubt in my mind we can grasp whatever we reach for. Ladies and gentlemen, I quoted an English poet. Well, let me quote a real poet now. An Irish poet. Seamus Heaney.
Joe Biden tonight in Los Angeles as he has won a number of states, and CBS News is ready to call another one. Minnesota, Joe Biden, the winner there, who was lagging in the polls in that state, receiving the endorsement of three-term Senator Amy Klobuchar, and eked out a win over Bernie Sanders, who was just there on Monday. Also, CBS News projects Bernie Sanders the winner in Utah, his third victory of the night. Joe Biden, I have with 7 victories tonight. Let's check in with our political panel. Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan is back with us. Also joining us, CBS News political contributors Robbie Mook and Terry Sullivan. Mook was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. Sullivan was Senator Marco Rubio's campaign manager. Ed O'Keefe, John Dickerson, all with us here as well. Robbie, you look at this campaign. You've run a campaign against Bernie Sanders, and you look at what's happened tonight with Joe Biden. Explain what's surging through that campaign at this hour.
Yeah, look, I mean, they should feel really good. When I was going through these states tonight, and I had my columns for Sanders and for Biden, Minnesota, Maine, the fact that it's so close, Massachusetts is so close. These were all states that Bernie really should have won, and they're either close or, I can't underscore enough Minnesota, the fact that the Biden's winning there is a really big deal. And look, when you step back, I think it's important to point out the early states were never going to be Biden's strength. And I think we all got a little bit too disheartened when he didn't do well, in Iowa and the Nevada caucuses. But it's important to keep in mind those 2 caucuses are probably the least representative demographically in terms of the volume of voter participation. Some say, is Biden being resurrected? I think Biden's actually just kind of pushing forward with where he was. I do think the win in South Carolina was really important to give him that boost of adrenaline going in. But again, I can't underscore enough, this performance is much better than I expected.
Well, and as Robbie knows, when you are set up as the inevitable electable candidate, it's kind of a burden because everybody thinks, oh, you're just getting it because it's your turn. So what Biden can say tonight is, and you heard it in his voice, which you'll need a lozenge to take care of now, is he can say, I earned it. I came back. I was on the mat. And what does he talk about when he tells that story about getting up again after you've been knocked down? He just did that.
Terry, you looked at these different states and some of the exit poll data. What does it tell you about the storyline tonight?
This is a great storyline for Joe Biden, but the night's not over. I mean, at the end of the day, half of the delegates are still out there in 2 states, Texas and California, and Bernie's leading in both of them. So while Biden is going to have clearly won more states tonight, the 2 biggest states that matter the most, it looks like that Sanders is going to win, and that matters. At the end of this looks like it's going to go to a convention because there's not going to be, coming out of this Super Tuesday, 40% of the delegates are going to be allocated, and it's going to be split pretty evenly.
Well, and look, momentum, as we're discussing, matters. The problem for Sanders is even if he wins California, his vote's probably going to come in later because it's younger, and it's going to take days, okay? We're going to go to bed tonight, we won't have it, and it'll take days after that for it to really...
The polls are still open in the Golden State. That is the biggest prize of the night. We'll talk more about California and check in on what is happening in Texas and the vote there. This is Super Tuesday on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan. Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
And welcome back to Super Tuesday here on CBS. There is not a national Democratic primary, but this is about as close to it as you can get. Super Tuesday. We are waiting for the polls to close in California. That is the big prize of the night. So we will have an update in about 20 minutes from now on just what's happening in California. But in the meantime, take a look at where we stand at this hour. Joe Biden holds the delegate lead with 318 delegates. Sanders close behind with 215. Biden thus far has won 7 states. Let's talk about them. Early wins in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Arkansas, and we just called Minnesota for Joe Biden. Sanders has won his home state of Vermont, Colorado, and Utah. We mentioned the polls will close in California at the top of the hour. That is the big prize. The other big prize of the night is the state of Texas, the Lone Star State. Let's look at what's happening there and go to Anthony Salvanto at the decision desk. Anthony.
Hey, Nora, keeping an eye on Texas all night. This patchwork of colors that you see in all the counties in Texas tells a big part of the story. You've got the purple areas, places where Bernie Sanders is doing well. We got some data in from El Paso, where he's done well. And, you know, he's done well in places that have a lot of Latino voters. He's done well with them. He's done well in Austin. If I hit Austin, he's got a sizable lead there. Elizabeth Warren, she's done well okay in pockets of places where there's liberal Democrats, but not really enough to get on the delegate board very often. And then the other thing, Nora, is coming out of Texas right now, we still have Biden and Sanders splitting most of the delegates that will come out of the state. So as we've been saying throughout the night, bragging rights, yes, whoever finishes ahead in the state. But even when you come up short statewide, you're still going to pick up delegates as you go through pockets of the state. That's the way the Democrats give them out. So that delegate count that you read before nationwide is still, it's Biden, but it's still relatively close, and both of them are still pretty far from that 1991 that they need.
And why? And explain that, Anthony, why we haven't called Texas yet. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, this is a state where, number one, you've got a lot of early votes. So most of the vote that you see counted here is a mixture of folks who cast their ballots a while ago and some folks who voted on Election Day. What we know about this race is that it shifted in the last couple of days, that so much of it has moved toward Joe Biden. So we really want to see a lot more of that Election Day vote before we know what's really going on. And the other part of it is, if you switch over and we look at this by districts, the way they give out the delegates, you still see a lot of gray space. These are places where we can't estimate who's ahead because there isn't enough vote counted yet, Nora.
Okay, can I throw this at you too, because we're still waiting on Massachusetts.
Sure.
In that state, and of course, one of the storylines of the night too, Elizabeth Warren, and now in third place in her home state of Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, if we look at Massachusetts by district, again, this is the way the Democrats give out delegates so that they allow everybody in every region of a state to have a say. You see a lot of this orange-yellow color. That means Joe Biden is leading. That's the reason why I lean this race toward Joe Biden. It means he's got a lead. You can see it there, 33 to 26. We think this lead may hold up, but we're not entirely sure yet. The only place where you see Elizabeth Warren doing well is right around Boston and Cambridge. That's a liberal pocket, a lot of liberal Democrats there. She's doing okay, but it's her home state. But overall, you see Joe Biden with that lead, 46% of the vote in. So not everything counted. Our exit polls we're pointing at a tight race. You've got about half the vote in. That's enough to say it's a lean Biden.
All right, Anthony, thank you. We're going to return to you more to go into the delegate math, but I want to go over to Major Garrett, who's got the exit polls. And this is a battle for the ages, isn't it?
It is a battle for the ages, Nora. What is the premise, or one of the premises, of Senator Sanders' coalition? You heard him talk about it in Vermont. Multi-generational. Well, we have a couple of test cases to look and evaluate that. Let's start in Tennessee. Voters 18 to 44. Okay, Bernie Sanders did very well, 47% over Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren, and Mike Bloomberg. That's solid evidence. All right, let's go to Tennessee voters older than 45. How does that show for Joe Biden? 47%. Ooh, Mike Bloomberg here. Sanders trailing at 14%. Here's the key issue. How big was this Voting bloc, 68% of the Tennessee vote was older than 45. So yes, Sanders won the young vote, but winning the old vote for Joe Biden, or the comparatively older vote, because I'm in this category, I say comparatively older vote, Joe Biden did that. Let's go to Texas, the exact same set of questions. 18 to 44, again, a sizable advantage for Bernie Sanders, 55% to 16%, everyone trailing by a considerable distance. All right, voters older than 45. Again, in the state of Texas, what does it show for Joe Biden? 44% lead, Bernie Sanders 20%, Bloomberg 17, Warren 9. And in Texas, Nora, 62% of the Democratic primary vote older than 45. Building blocks for a good night there for Joe Biden.
Fascinating. All right, the polls will close in the Golden State, California, in 12 minutes from now. We'll have an update when we come back. We'll be right back.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out? We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out? We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
The big storyline tonight as we await the poll closings in California, a seismic shift as Democratic voters on this Super Tuesday are moving to former Vice President Joe Biden as the moderate alternative to Bernie Sanders, the self-described Democratic socialist. In just 4 short days, South Carolina revived Biden's struggling campaign. His 2 moderate competitors, Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar, dropped out, endorsed Biden, even Amy Klobuchar helping swing Minnesota in favor of Joe Biden. And tonight, look at this. Biden has won at least 7 of the 14 Super Tuesday states. Look at them: Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma. I just mentioned it, Minnesota. Bernie Sanders winning his home state of Vermont and also Colorado and Utah. You see in gray there, Texas, and California. Those are the two big prizes of the night. We're waiting for the polls to close in California. Then we'll be able to characterize it for you. Texas, at this point, still too close to call. But as Anthony Salvanto said, because it's so close, it could mean that Biden and Sanders essentially split most of the delegate haul. Remember, 1,991 delegates helps one secure the Democratic nomination. And at this hour, Biden leads with 323 and Sanders just changed, 326. See? More delegates being awarded as we speak. We'll be watching California as the night picks up. Want to bring in our panel here. And let's talk about what has been this seismic shift and the other candidates, truly. We've talked about a big night for Biden, still could be much more ahead in terms of Sanders, but Elizabeth Warren. Terry, you worked on the Rubio campaign. You know what that discussion is like that goes on. Is it time to exit? Do you stay in? What's happening, do you think, inside the Warren campaign?
Well, it's a tough decision, and it's a very personal one. But at the same time, look, the establishment of the Democrat Party wants to keep her in. She might have been the greatest gift to Joe Biden tonight. By helping him win in a state, or it looks like he may win in a state like Massachusetts, peeling away votes from Sanders in state after state. She may have given him a victory in multiple states. So there's not going to be a lot of pressure by the establishment, by the donor class of the party to push her out.
What about, though, personal reputation? Because there are going to be a lot of people who are Bernie Sanders fans who are friendly to her. Heck, they've been friends for 30 years, who are going to say, why are you doing this to us?
Yeah, after some of those debates, I don't know how close of friends they are anymore. I don't, again, it goes back to just being a personal kind of decision. But she's a smart lady. She's very strategic in what she does. I think she sees, being a part, she would have a much bigger footprint in a Biden administration than she would in a Sanders administration.
Let's talk, go ahead, sorry.
Well, Nora, I was just looking at, there was a headline from an advertised spending dollar amount of $7 million that Mike Bloomberg has put out for the next 2 days in states that haven't voted yet. He is signaling he's going past at least tonight. And what we were touching on earlier is that it's a return on investment, not just for him if he's at the top of the ticket, but what he's trying to build out in terms of essentially a makeover for the DNC and handing that off to anyone who ends up being the nominee. So it's going to be interesting to watch what happens with that platform.
You teed up exactly where I wanted to go in this next conversation, which is the map going forward. March 10th, 1 week from tonight. Idaho, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, and Washington, the big one of those, Michigan. Robbie?
Yeah, look, I was worried about this going into tonight because when you look at those states, these are states, you don't want to compare Hillary and Biden exactly, but look, she ran against Bernie. He won Michigan. Idaho used to be a caucus. Now it's a primary. Missouri was basically a tie between the two of them. And North Dakota and Washington, which were caucuses, are now going to be primaries. When I go through this list now, I definitely think Biden can win Michigan, Missouri, the Washington primary. Maybe Sanders can go into Idaho and North Dakota and have some success. But I feel much better about this map today than I did a few hours ago.
March 17th, Florida,
yes,
Illinois, Ohio, and Arizona. That's a total of 577 delegates.
Yeah, and those, again, he's going to struggle. Sanders will. In Florida, Arizona is the kind of place with more moderate Democrats where Biden could do very well. Illinois, at least party leadership is beginning to fall in behind Biden. I mean, the map starts to look better for them. They are thrilled tonight in Philadelphia campaign headquarters about the fact that turnout has increased, not because of Bernie Sanders, but because of Joe Biden. They're calling him now the enthusiasm candidate. Hard to believe, even just a few days ago, that we would be in a position where they could do that, but they justifiably can. Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, turnout up because Joe Biden is the preferred candidate.
Well, we were just talking about how this is reminiscent of John McCain's 2008 campaign, where he was dead and out. All of his staff left him, ran out of money, and this guy just willed it back and became the nominee. Now, the problem he had was, how do you staff up? How do you grow back quickly? But I think it's a very similar type analogy.
And he had Mitt Romney getting out of the race. Yep. Bernie Sanders doesn't get out of races. Right. Took it all the way to July last time. So if Biden's got to, we're in for perhaps 3 more months of combat.
Yeah. But an interesting piece on that is Bernie Sanders kept winning. And when I look at, for example, March 10th, 3 out of those 5 states in 2016 were caucuses. Those are states where Bernie would have blown Hillary out. I don't think that's as possible this time. And it's ironic to me because Bernie Sanders was so influential in this Change Commission that made these changes. I think it might have really hurt him.
Which, to your point on Minnesota, which was a caucus, but this time it was a primary.
Totally
he won. Sanders did last time when it was a caucus, lost when it was a primary.
And for Democrats like you, it's just sweet revenge.
Look, I think it is great that we're having more voters participating in the primary. That's what we're seeing tonight.
It doesn't hurt that Sanders is now suffering
The other
from changes he
interesting
wanted.
data tonight that we learned from the exit polls is that Democratic voters are angry, and that the top thing that they want is someone who can choose President Trump. And in many of these states, they overwhelmingly said what, John?
They said, we want Joe Biden. You know, if you look at the other polls, it shows that Sanders and Biden basically match up against Trump in about the same way. But he has convinced them in these exit polls that those people who care about beating Donald Trump, they have gone overwhelmingly for Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders.
All right, thanks to our panel. We're going to be watching California closely in the minutes ahead as we wait for the polls there to close. Our Super Tuesday coverage continues on the CBS station and on our streaming news service, CBSN. And not yet determined are Texas, Massachusetts, and Maine. As soon as there is a winner in the remaining states, we will let you know. I'm Norah O'Donnell reporting from CBS News election headquarters in Washington. We'll see you again soon.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through?
Good evening. I'm Norah O'Donnell at CBS News election headquarters in Washington. It is 8 o'clock in the West this Super Tuesday, and the polls have just closed in California, making its Super Tuesday debut, offering 415 Democratic delegates. That is the biggest prize of not only the night, of the year. And CBS News estimates the race there is leaning toward Bernie Sanders. But the big story of the night thus far is Joe Biden's incredible comeback. As recently as last week, his campaign was on life support after losses in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada. Well, then he won the South Carolina primary on Saturday, picked up a number of endorsements, used that momentum to propel him to this. States won tonight, 7 states: Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, and Tennessee. But don't count Bernie Sanders out. He won 3 states: Colorado, Utah, and his home state of Vermont. And as we said, California, the biggest delegate prize of all, is leaning his way. There are still a couple of states yet to call. You can see Texas there as well. But here's where we stand right now. You need 1,991 to be nominated and win the Democratic nomination. At this hour, Biden is leading, opening up his first lead of this entire primary campaign with 331 delegates. Bernie Sanders at 269. Elizabeth Warren, who is still in this race, trailing Mayor Buttigieg, who dropped out over the weekend. Where do we stand? We have 77-year-old Joe Biden battling 78-year-old Bernie Sanders for the right to challenge 73-year-old Donald Trump. You could call it the septuagenarian sweepstakes. It's hard to say. Try that. Say that 3 times. All right, the Sanders campaign wants voters to have more time to cast their ballots in Los Angeles. We have just learned that it has filed a request with the courts to give voters more time to do that. For an update, let's go to Nancy Cordes. Nancy?
Nora, this is a new wrinkle in California. The Sanders campaign tonight filing an emergency injunction to keep the polls open in Los Angeles County for 2 more hours. They say that they've heard many complaints of hours-long lines and voting problems. They want a judge to grant 2 more hours to anyone who wants to vote. We don't know what the judge is going to do. We do know that a LA County executive has told CBS News that anyone who was in line by 8 p.m. Pacific time will be allowed to vote. So what we don't know now, Nora, is how this will affect our ability to project the race in California. Obviously, LA County, one of the most populous counties, so this could have a big impact. Here in Vermont, if Bernie Sanders is disappointed at all by the outcome of the races that have been projected so far, he didn't show it. In fact, in his speech, he said that he's confident that he is going to win the Democratic nomination. One thing we didn't hear him say, Nora, is that this was a huge night, as he often likes to say. It certainly wasn't as huge as he had been predicting even a couple of days ago.
All right, Nancy Cordes there in Vermont with Senator Bernie Sanders. And what a turnaround tonight for Joe Biden. His win in South Carolina, racking up those endorsements from others, propelled this momentum today, even in states where he had barely spent any money. He had not even set his foot in some of these states, had no campaign infrastructure relative to his campaign competitors, and yet has done quite well tonight, given the odds. Jamie Yuccas is with the Biden campaign in Los Angeles, and we will check in with her in just a moment. But you're watching Super Tuesday coverage on CBS. The story of the night is Joe Biden and what we're all waiting on, what's happening in California. Let's check in now with Jamie Yuccas. Jamie?
Nora, I can show you that the crowd has dispersed right now. They waited almost 2 hours to hear Joe Biden take the stage, and they liked what they heard. We talked to one of our CBS News colleagues who's been following the campaign very, very closely, and what he told us tonight is that he had never seen energy like this so far on the campaign trail, that tonight was really a turning of the tides in terms of where Joe Biden was at. He saw new T-shirts in the crowd, and you could hear people just very excited about this candidate, which was was somewhat of a surprise, I think, even to Joe Biden, who came out and was extremely energetic when he took the stage, introducing his wife and his sister at his side. He had gotten a boost here in Los Angeles from the mayor, Eric Garcetti, who he spent much of the day with, touring around Los Angeles, wearing sunglasses, eating ice cream. He even said to reporters that he was feeling really good about the night. A very different change in tone from what we heard from him on Sunday, when he said this was going to be a very tough state for him to come back from. As you were talking a little bit ago, he has spent barely any money here in California, $0 on TV ads, just a few $1,000s on digital ads. Now, they chose this location in Los Angeles because it is predominantly African American. It is middle and upper class African Americans, many of whom voted for President Obama back in the last election. So he chose this area. The community organizer said that she got an email on Monday morning, and I can tell you this has been very disorganized. As you saw throughout the night tonight, we were told that he was going to come out early. They then spent 2 hours of delaying us, and then quickly, all of a sudden, he took the stage without much warning to any of the media as well, and came out, and that's been pretty much the day that we've seen unfold here in the state of California. I can tell you here in California as well, you had almost a quarter of early voters undecided. They had remained undecided. They wanted to see what would happen in South Carolina. We know that early voters had requested those ballots early. Elections office is saying they sent out about 16 million early ballots by mail, but many of those had not been returned. We're also hearing of very long lines at polling places, up to 4 hours in some locations, both here in the Los Angeles area and also in Northern California near San Francisco. So a lot of people waited until the last minute to see how they would vote. And I can tell you the breakdown in voters here in California is also interesting. Obviously, a lot of talk about the Hispanic vote when it came to Bernie Sanders. 30% of Hispanics will make up the Democratic vote here in the state. 14% of Asian voters will come out to vote. Those are record numbers from what is being indicated tonight, a record number of Hispanic and Asian voters. Now, Joe Biden earlier, when he was with Mayor Garcetti, pointed out a few numbers, and this could show the change in tone here in the state of California. He said that he has raised $15 million so far this month. Well, if you look at the calendar, it's still March 3rd. That means that just in 3 days alone, he has boosted the amount of money in his campaign tremendously just this month alone. Of course, California has 415 delegates, and we are in for probably a very long night, as people who were already in line will get a chance to vote, and that could take some time, Nora.
All right, Jamie Yucca is giving us a full wrap-up of everything that's happening in California. I want to bring in our panel now to discuss what's happening in the Golden State. I think we knew walking into tonight that we may not have the results of California by the end of tonight. We may have to wait tomorrow till we get it. And that's because of the unique way that California votes.
It could be weeks, Nora. The way they count in California, it could take a while, because remember, a good percentage of the state mails in their ballots, so those are in the system right now. Others would have dropped their ballots off at voting locations today. Others showed up to vote in person. The other thing to keep in mind, about 25% of the state is officially independent. If they were trying to vote early, they had to request a special presidential ballot. So there are a few barriers to entry, if you will, when it comes to voting. It was a struggle for the Bernie Sanders campaign, which spent millions of dollars to reach those independent voters and tell them exactly how they have to vote now under new laws in the state. But it appears to have paid off. One other thing Bernie Sanders did, it pays off here again as well. He showed up. He made at least 23 visits to the state over the course of the past year. And the advantage he has is, unlike many of his other competitors, he didn't show up to California to raise money. He actually went to meet with voters, and it will pay off for him tonight in big ways.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. Robbie Mook, who managed Hillary Clinton's campaign. In fact, Bernie Sanders has been visiting the state of California since he lost to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the late ballot thing is very real. You know, Bernie Sanders voters are younger. We saw in 2016 the vote changed quite a bit over the, in let's say the week coming after the election. So one of the challenges, I think, for the Sanders campaign, who knows what numbers are going to come out early on, but one of the challenges for them may be to keep us looking at that number, because we're just going to want to move on to the next contest. But again, to level set here, the last total you showed, Biden's only leading with 62 delegates. So as much as we might move on and forget about California in terms of momentum, those delegate numbers are really going to matter. And this is a tie right now, and California could be a huge difference maker.
Sure. One other little detail inside the California numbers we have here on this question I've been obsessed with all night. Who can beat Donald Trump? 64% of the voters in California are interested in that question as well. Bernie Sanders beats Biden in California, only 30-27. But if we've been talking about this big debate in the Democratic Party over what do you beat Trump by being a Joe Biden, who's more of a traditional Democrat, or do you really have to go loud and proud as a progressive, as Bernie Sanders has argued? In California, they're buying that argument.
Well, and also one of the top issues in California, healthcare. Bernie Sanders winning on that measure in healthcare in the more liberal state of California, which would favor the Sanders proposal to fix the healthcare
Right, and that's not only an issue for all California voters, but specifically for Latino voters. They also care about healthcare as their number one issue. It's interesting. Another thing that could possibly be delaying is counting these votes is that the ones that are mailed in are counted as of today. And in California, one of the many new rules is that you can register to vote right then and there. And that could be also delaying it. We have some numbers for Latinos, if you want me to give you some of the numbers that we have for Latino voters.
Because about a third of the vote will be Latino.
Exactly, but this is interesting. It's more than what was expected. Latinos 18 to 29, 84% for Sanders and 5% for Biden. And older Latinos, 45% for Biden and 28% for Sanders, which is that generational divide that we were talking about earlier.
Well, just in the numbers that we're seeing here, it looks like more than 5 out of 10 Latino voters broke for Sanders. I mean, that's a significant turnout.
And a really important change from the past, right? This is why, Hillary's performance with Latinos is part of why she won in 2016. One of the things that's changed, maybe it's because of Sanders' visits, was a shift with that demographic cohort, which is also important in Texas, right? So I think that's one of the big news stories for Sanders this year.
The question we will have tonight, and we will check in with our own Anthony Salvanto in just a moment to do the delegate math, because even if you win a state, the question is how close you can hold that margin, because that ultimately decides that portional representation of the delegates, how they get meted out to each of the candidates. So the margin of victory is important for all of these candidates. And I think the other thing we'll be looking for tonight, how's Bloomberg doing in California? What was the latest number that I saw that he spent in California? $77 million. What did he get for that in the state of California?
He got the American Samoa Islands. That's what he got. $500 million, and the only thing he's going to end up winning tonight is the American Samoan Islands. And it's proof positive you cannot buy an election, even if you're one of the richest men in the world.
He had made 7 visits to the state of California, but not many in the last few weeks, a signal that he thought perhaps California, or at least viability in California, was no longer in his grasp.
Mm-hmm. And he's not winning on his main argument, which is I can beat Donald Trump. So he's behind both Biden and Sanders. So he's spending a lot of money. He's less popular than he was before he spent all the money. And the signature case that he's making is the one that he comes in third in of the top 3 candidates. That's really not a recipe for success.
I think it was key for Bernie Sanders to show up, because a lot of Democrats, especially Latino Democrats, feel that they are being ignored, that their vote is being taken for granted by Democratic candidates. And he showed up. And there was such a good relationship between him and young Latinos that they call him Tío Bernie, which means Uncle Bernie. Sure. They say he reminds them of their grandfather, and of course they think their grandfathers are very wise.
Well, so why don't they call him Abuelito Bernie then? That's right, grandfather?
Right, it should.
Abuelo Bernie does work.
You know what? This is reminiscent of 2016, though, in that what we saw a lot of is that earned media matters so much more than paid. I mean, it's whether you're in the state or not, or whether you have an organization or not, it's earned media that matters.
All right, Terry, thank you. And you are watching Super Tuesday coverage on CBS. And tonight has been about the math, the delegate math. And Anthony Salvanto is at the CBS News decision desk in New York breaking down the numbers. And Anthony, before we get to you, I want to make a quick projection. CBS News projects Joe Biden is the winner in Massachusetts. That is a big deal. as Elizabeth Warren represents the state of Massachusetts. Bernie Sanders had tried to give Elizabeth Warren a run for her money, and Joe Biden, in a surprise tonight, winning the state of Massachusetts. It just was unimaginable walking into this night. There was a thought that maybe he would do well in some of these states, that he would get some momentum from all of the endorsements, but Massachusetts was not one on our list.
And if Elizabeth Warren didn't win, people were expecting Bernie to win.
In Massachusetts.
Right.
Yeah. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto at our decision desk in New York to break down some of these numbers. Anthony, explain to us what we're seeing tonight.
Well, we called Massachusetts, but I want to take you back to the West Coast, Nora, to California, because this is where that delegate math is going to really change, as you mentioned. Now, we don't have a lot of vote. In fact, we don't have any vote in yet from California. But based on what we saw in our exit polls, we can estimate that Bernie Sanders has already netted, I'm going to put a plus 48 here, and our viewers can get used to what I hope is neat enough handwriting. He's going to get 48 delegates at least out of California, and that's going to give him a boost. We saw Joe Biden really take off tonight, start amassing that delegate lead that you've been showing everybody, but now with California coming in, Bernie Sanders is going to start to catch up. So that delegate number overall for the nation, that 331 to 278 that you were showing folks, that's going to get a boost out of California here. Again, not just the winner gets delegates. So Bernie Sanders is going to get some. Joe Biden might pick some up as well. But based on our exit polls, we can start adding to Sanders' total, and then that catapults us further into March in what will probably continue to be a tight race, Nora.
Well, let's break that down, Anthony. I just want to see what our latest numbers are that you've apportioned to each of the candidates. Let's go back to the delegate board, if we could, or the Washington Monument. Yeah, 332 to 280. So as the delegates come in from California, do you expect that Sanders could take the delegate lead?
Well, he might get close to it. He might get close to it. You know, you've still got more than 400 delegates here, about 400 delegates here yet to get allocated. But if Sanders ends up winning this state, if he does win this state by, let's say, 5, 6 odd points, then he's going to get more of the delegates, but he'll have to split them up with Joe Biden. And that's where I think the math starts to get a little bit in Sanders' favor, maybe not enough to put him back in the lead. We could end up with a tie out of all of this after all is said and done. I suspect tonight we'll probably allocate maybe another 50 delegates out of this, and then we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait maybe another week to see what comes in from all the individual California districts.
So are you saying we could finish this night with Joe Biden in the delegate lead?
Yeah, we could. In fact, what will probably happen is that what we can count will have Joe Biden in the lead, but there'll be a lot of votes still from California left to come in. And as we see it come in, if it's more for Bernie Sanders, then his delegates, we're going to come back here. We'll check in on Thursday. We'll check in on Friday. And maybe you'll tell folks on the evening news we got some more from California. And then we'll start updating that delegate count again as we head into next week.
All right, math nerds unite. Political junkies. We've got more straight ahead. Anthony Salvanto will be back. Ed O'Keefe has questions for you. And Major Garrett on what issues were important to California voters. That's all coming up. It's Super Tuesday on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Super Tuesday here on CBS. It has been a big night for Joe Biden. Let's take a look at where he has won. The former vice president has won 8 states tonight in the South: Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Arkansas. And we just called Massachusetts and Minnesota for the vice president. The biggest surprise of all may be Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren's home state. How did Biden win there? Sanders has taken Vermont, Colorado, and Utah. Remember, it takes 1,991 delegates to win the nomination. And here's where it stands right now. Biden with the lead at 344. We have yet to call here at CBS California or Texas. Major Garrett, though, has been looking over the exit polls, and Californians have a lot to say about free programs.
And they're getting to say it earlier than ever before in the Democratic nomination process. So California is speaking tonight, and Democrats across the country are going to have to listen. We've called it Lean Sanders. There's a couple of reasons why. Let's look at some of the issue matrix in California, their level of support. Free tuition for public colleges, support 76%. Only 20% opposed, something that's been identified mostly with Bernie Sanders' campaign. Let's go to how do you want to do with health care? Replace all private health insurance with a government plan. That would be Medicare for all. Bernie Sanders, very aggressive on that. Support in California, 57%, opposed 36%. Also, what do California Democrats think about the economic system? Needs a complete overhaul, 52%. Needs some minor changes, 39%. So, Nora, more than 90% of Californians participating in this Democratic primary want some changes in the economic system. That does favor Bernie Sanders, but if you're a tech titan in Silicon Valley, if you're in San Francisco or Los Angeles, part of the governing system, it's got to give you a few tremors, because California Democrats are saying whatever it is in California, they're not happy with it. Part of that is what Bernie Sanders is talking to and voters are responding to.
That's great. Thank you, Major Garrett. Let's pull back up the California board, because at this hour, California, we have not called at CBS News, except that it leans towards Bernie Sanders. Let's bring back in our political panel. And if you look at the state of California, this is one that Bernie Sanders has invested in for a long time.
Yeah, and he needed a win here to pull ahead. Like he has to come out of tonight with a big lead because the calendar there's no huge pickup opportunities for him. You know, back in 2008, Obama came out of Super Tuesday with a tiny lead, but then he had all these caucuses and states with heavy African American vote where he eventually built up that lead. Bernie doesn't have anything like this in the map. So if tonight's a tie or maybe 50 delegates, I really think Biden's going to overcome that, and that lead comes from California.
Yeah, but if we learned one thing tonight, it's that campaigns matter and things happen. And a week ago, the world looked like a very different place than it does now, and a week from now, it could look very different yet again. So the pendulum can swing and just may do so.
Go ahead. Well, the one caveat I was going to put on that is, until today, we hadn't had mass voting, so to speak. Right. We had a few states that were very particular. Iowa, Nevada, small caucuses, New Hampshire, very demographically narrow. Frankly, South Carolina, two-thirds African American. This is where we're seeing a broad swath of the electorate. And it's doing really well for Biden, much better than I expected.
That's what I'm comparing it to 2008, and remember that this is the first time that California can become a game changer by moving up the primary from June to Super Tuesday. So now their role is much bigger. So there will be more decisions made today than in the time that you mentioned when Obama was running.
Just back to Terry's point, it's a two-man race now. And what are the next couple of weeks going to look like with everybody focused on that? Because the Democratic race has been kind of a blob for a long time. Now it's really down to two. And once people live with that, and once people realize what that means, that is going to be significantly different than what we had coming into this race.
And that is a strong contrast between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, two men who have spent their lives in politics. Bernie Sanders, who has spent almost 40 years, Joe Biden, almost 50 years in politics. They have been steeped in Washington and in politics and policy, and both of them have long voting records.
Yeah. And both of them have a choice moving forward. I was listening to Bernie's speech. He was pushing off on Biden.
Yeah.
And look, as a Democrat, both of these candidates have a choice. Are they going to attack each other, or are they just going to kind of let this play out? I really worry if they start impugning each other's character going forward, that's going to hurt that eventual
Okay, here's
nominee.
a question. If it's down to Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, does Barack Obama weigh in?
I think based on my conversations with folks in the president's camp, I think he doesn't want to look like he's putting his thumb on the scale. I think he's going to wait until it's a foregone conclusion. But what I do hope the president does is go out and forcefully say, let's not attack each other. Let's not cast aspersions.
Here's one thing about the Bernie Sanders message, though, which is that it's against the establishment and it's against the political establishment. And that seems to have more vinegar in it than what Joe Biden is saying. Just because it's Sanders' argument, which is basically the system is rigged. Maybe that's a loaded word, but the system is against me. And so that seems to me to be a more potentially dangerous argument.
Right. One thing that hurt Hillary Clinton's campaign, and I'm sorry to bring this up because I know you managed that campaign, was that 12% of Sanders voters voted for Donald Trump. That's one well-known estimate that the Sanders team, a group of them, did not vote with Hillary Clinton, and that may have led to her demise on election night.
Well, and third-party voting was huge in 2016. We don't really talk about it very much, but you go back and look. Donald Trump won so many states with, those critical states with less than 50% of the vote. And this is my concern. If we go in and project to Democratic voters, really anti-Trump voters, that there's a permission structure to just walk away and give up, we could lose the election. And that's why I feel this with every fiber of my being. They've got to keep this positive. Do not attack each other.
And look, as a Republican, this is wonderful. I mean, this is great. These guys are going to keep clubbing away at each other for not just weeks, but probably months, could be into the summer. Well, Republicans just build their war chest and prepare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I just say a word about California itself? Sure. Kind of wonderful that they got to play as early as they did this time. And I think they're showing what profound influence they can have over this process. I remember being back in June at the State Party convention in San Francisco, where a woman came up to me and said, "Do you know what time Pete Buttigieg is speaking?" I said, "I think he's speaking around 2 o'clock. She goes, "I'm a hairdresser in San Jose. When I heard that he was here in the state today, I canceled all of my appointments to come and see him." She kind of touched me on the shoulder. She said, "They never come here this early. We never get to see them." there was such incredible enthusiasm across the state that for once they weren't just the ATM, but they actually got to participate. And tonight, they're certainly helping craft the future of this race.
And that's what this is all about,
Exactly.
that voters get to have their voices heard, and we report all that tonight. All right, we've got much more to discuss, much more to report. We'll take a look at the delegate count and what's happening in Texas and in California, what it means for this race. It is Super Tuesday right here on CBS.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation.
All right, take a look at this. Not much of the vote in yet, but the race leaning towards Bernie Sanders. It may be days, even weeks, before we get the final tally in there. We should also note Bernie Sanders' campaign has filed a lawsuit to keep the polls open longer in California. Texas, still a toss-up at this hour. That means it could go either way. CBS News projects Biden has won the state of Massachusetts. Elizabeth Warren finishes third in her home state. That gives Biden at least 8 wins for the night. Sanders has won at least 3 states, and you can see Maine, Texas, and California still outstanding at this hour. The delegate race extremely close at this hour. I want to check in with Anthony Salvanto, who is at the CBS News Decision Desk. And Anthony, how does Texas play with his whole delegate lead.
Hey, Nora, it's going to be a split decision. Whoever comes out maybe marginally on top in Texas. Right now, there's a couple of things going on. The first one is that if we were to zoom in here in the areas of Texas like Dallas, you see a lot of gray. Those are areas, those are districts where we can't yet estimate who has picked up delegates. Those are urban areas. They're places Bernie Sanders would like to do well. He's been doing okay throughout the night, but we have to wait and see. The same thing is going to be true around Houston, one of the most diverse areas in the country. This is a place where it's going to be delegate rich. There's going to be a lot to pick up here around Houston. And again, you see not a lot of votes still in from there, only half statewide. So what we're going to do here is overall in Texas, we're going to break the delegates out, basically split evenly, right? We're going to split them up. For right now, it's going to be 38 Sanders, 36 Biden. And there's a lot more left to allocate. So I think by the time all of this is done, you're going to see about a split decision out of Texas, and then you're going to move on to California. And that's where maybe Bernie Sanders is going to get a boost back as he tries to edge back closer to Joe Biden in that overall delegate count, Nora.
Okay, good. Let's take a look, if you don't mind, at California. And
Sure.
I know it is early in the contest.
It is.
Very, very early, but it looks in this early tally that that Bloomberg is it about 19%? Do I see that right?
Yep, you do. And that's very early, only 10% of the vote in, as you mentioned. Now, what we do here at the decision desk is we take what you're seeing here, this 10% of counted vote, and we combine it with our CBS News exit polls. And when you do that, these numbers shift a little bit. Bernie Sanders is still in the lead. That's why I leaned it towards Sanders. But Joe Biden does a little bit better, i.e., what we mean is as the vote comes in, then Joe Biden is going to pick up some more momentum. He's going to pick up some more votes. That's what our exit polls are telling us. Given that, though, given what we see here, we're estimating Joe Biden is going to end up over the threshold, at least for now. But then Bernie Sanders is for sure going to get some delegates. And I've given him, so far anyway, I've given him 48 delegates out of California. And that's helped his overall delegate math. Biden will probably get some, too, but we're not there quite yet.
Anthony Ed O'Keefe has a question for you.
So, Anthony, we talk about these things on the phone all the time, but one of the more interesting things, of course, about the way Democrats now proportion these delegates is that you get a statewide number and then you get a congressional district number, right?
Yep.
And then there are two districts in California that have, was it 7 delegates each? Because they have the biggest percentage of Democratic voters in the country, but more importantly, in that state, right? And it's Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco district and the Oakland district just across the bay.
Yep.
Which explains why everyone visited Oakland, California when they went to California, right?
Yep. I mean, if we get really wonky here, Ed, we can tell everybody that, well, let's look at it. What happens is that the Democrats give out delegates for every district within a state. They want to give everybody in the state a chance to have a say and elect some delegates to the convention. But they give a little more of a say to places that have more Democrats in them. So you're exactly right. You go to places like San Francisco, like Oakland. If we go down south to places like Los Angeles, those places have a few more delegates to give out. And yes, if you're going to get, say, bang for your buck, if you're a campaign, you're going to go to the places where you might be able to pick up a few. The way this is looking right now, every delegate is going to start to count.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you. There has been lots of talk about contested conventions. Major Garrett, what does our exit poll say about this?
Hello, Nora and panel. I've got a real gift for you because the exit poll data tells us something about something you've been discussing all night long. What is this ability or inability of Democrats to unify once a nominee is known? Guess what? We asked the question, we got answers. Will you support the nominee no matter who it is? We asked Bernie Sanders supporters. 83% of them said yes, no matter who the nominee is. Only 15% said no. What about supporters of Joe Biden? How did they answer the very same question? Again, vote for the nominee no matter who it is. Biden, 87%, no, 11%. One caveat on this, anyone who remembers the 2016 convention, those who participated in the Democratic primary are different than delegates. Delegates for Bernie Sanders caused some disruptions in 2016 because they weren't altogether happy with the outcome. But this is an indication of voters across the Super Tuesday primary states saying unity matters, and it matters a lot, and they'll support the nominee no matter who it is. Back to you.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. Let's talk about that idea of a contested convention. What would it look like?
It's interesting as he was describing that, I was remembering the 2016 convention, and it really was very chaotic. I remember the sit-in in the media room by Bernie supporters. They were protesting. They were very, very, very upset.
And it also depends whether we're talking about mere fussiness or whether we're talking about a really contested convention. Because if you get in 1980 in the Democratic Party and in 1976 in the Republican Party and even in 1952 in the Republican Party, the fights get over the rules. And like they say about faculty fights, you know, they're so vicious because the stakes are so small. Well, in this case, the stakes are large. It's who's going to be the president of the United States, but they are incredibly vicious over these small little rule changes. And your feeling about the opposition gets to be molten levels of antipathy. And so that's why people don't like contested conventions, because, of course, in 76 and 80, the parties that had the contested conventions lost.
Well, the issue is that 1991, if a candidate gets a plurality but not a majority, then it would lead to this vote at the convention.
Yeah, but history is important here, and John mentioned, you know, the late 70s and 80. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama in 2008, Hillary Clinton in 2016, none of them went into their convention with the magic number, with that win number. What happened was they had the plurality, they were recognized as the presumptive nominee, and there was a political process and a whole, I mean, it's literally a choreographed process to figure out how will we formally elect them. Now, 2016, there was a lot of agita around the scenes. Yes, exactly. And so, look, I really believe, particularly given what happened tonight, we're going to have a presumptive nominee. The question is, does the person who lose come forward and say, time to come together?
Right, but the rules are different than in 2016 because superdelegates do not vote on the first vote at the convention.
Except, and this is the key, the rules can change. Someone can raise their hand and ask for a vote by acclamation. That's what's happened these past few times. That's what I expect to happen again. But everybody's got to go along.
Yeah, but I think there's a big difference, and a little credit to Robbie here is the Clinton campaign had a heck of a structure. I mean, a really strong structure, an organization that was counting these delegates from the very beginning and really on top of this. I think what Biden has done tonight is very impressive, and I think his campaign has been underestimated. But boy, they are not at the same level of organization, and they've got to scale up quickly. And I think that's a big difference on being able to roll at the convention, because it's all about organization and intensity, and Bernie has both of those things.
And one of the most important hires each of these big campaigns made in the past year was a delegate director to keep an eye on this, because once they realized that there was going to be such a big field that could survive this long, there was a premium on having somebody that kept the Rolodex. But every time we talk about contested conventions, Nora, I just remember what Warren Zevon said. Send lawyers, guns, and money, because it's essentially what it'll come down to. It's going to get ugly if it comes to that.
And the fight takes place in the Rules Committee, which is this thing that happens before anybody really arrives at the conventions, and it's incredibly technical, it's just very ugly.
Can I ask you, Robbie, how much do you see 2020 and the fight for the soul, the ideological soul of the Democratic Party, similar to 2016?
I think what we're seeing, what we saw in 2016, what we're probably going to see again, is a fight for institutions as a thing in our society. I mean, what used to happen, we certainly saw this with Hillary and Obama in 2008. It was close. Hillary arguably won the popular vote, but when Obama was the presumptive nominee, she stepped back and said, "Okay, I'm all in." And I think the question for whoever loses this, if this becomes a two-person contest, is did they step up right away and say, "I'm all in"? And we have done that historically because we believe in the institution of the party. The party has progressively become more of a vessel, and people care less about the precedent they set, and it is guns and it is warfare in some people's minds, and figuratively. But it's funny you brought up lawyers. The funny thing about the party too is there is no court, there is no law, there is no constitution. The party can do whatever it wants, and so it becomes a food fight because there's no cop, there's no judge. You just got to figure it out.
Well, is there an establishment?
I think that is overstated. And by the way, the party really has become a mixture of kind of the old school party, Clinton people, and Bernie people. A lot of Sanders people came into the party after 2016. Yeah. They're in elected positions in the party. Yeah. So this looks very different. It's much more diverse than before.
But we've heard in the last few days Bernie say over and over and over again the Democratic establishment is trying to hurt us. They're trying to fight against our movement, and that's just going to get all of Bernie's
President Trump is making that argument as well,
also,
that the establishment is taking the race away from Bernie Sanders. There is much more to discuss. We're going to dive back into what is happening in Maine, a state we haven't called yet, Texas, and California. We'll be back with more on tonight's big story, the Biden resurgence.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this. Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley. There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan. Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
A super surprise on this Super Tuesday. Here's the states won tonight. Joe Biden with 8 states tonight and Bernie Sanders with 3. But as you can see, we have not called Maine, Texas, and California yet. Let's take a look inside each of those states. In Maine, look at that. Too close to call. Neck and neck between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, a state that Sanders easily won in 2016. Take a look at Texas. Biden has been narrowing the lead that Bernie Sanders held earlier in the night. Remember, Joe Biden had that big campaign rally last night with Beto O'Rourke, Mayor Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, and they topped it off with Whataburger. California now leaning Sanders after the polls closed just this hour, and Michael Bloomberg, who spent almost $80 million there, looks to be getting somewhat of a bang for his buck in that state. Want to check in with Anthony Salvanto at the CBS News Decision Desk. And Anthony, tell us about the states yet to be called.
Well, let's look at Texas. We've been looking at that quite a bit tonight. 55% of the vote in, and you want to talk about close, 28.6 for Bernie Sanders statewide, 28.2 for Joe Biden statewide. Here's the news out of this. They're going to basically split the delegates out of the state. So once all is said and done, this will be for bragging rights, and somebody will get them. But in the end, they're going to split the delegates out of the state. Frankly, they're going to basically split the delegates out of Maine, which you mentioned, too. All of which tells a larger story, Nora, which is that as we go on, Bernie Sanders, given the areas that he's won, given the states that he's won, and the places he's won, is going to make the argument about excitement. He's going to make the argument that rank-and-file Democrats, that liberal and progressive Democrats are enthusiastic about him. And Joe Biden, with that string of wins through the South, is going to argue that he is the one with the core constituency of Democrats. He's got African-American voters supporting him. He's got blue-collar Democrats supporting him. And that's going to be a look at two different constituencies going forward.
Big theme of the night, Anthony, you told us you saw a historic shift in terms of these late deciders. Have you ever seen anything like it?
No, frankly, we have not. And when we asked people in the exit polls, when did you make up your mind? You saw, in some cases, half of voters saying that they did so just in the last 3 days. And so what happened was those other candidates dropped out. They endorsed Joe Biden, and almost all of those folks went to Joe Biden. And that's a big reason that you see the state shifts that you saw tonight.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, I want to bring back in our panel. Bloomberg had the money. Bernie Sanders has the movement. Joe Biden had momentum from just a couple days ago. It's incredible what it's done in terms of painting this map in his favor.
And I mean, he has risen like the phoenix. And it seems basically based on this idea that he's been able to convince a lot of voters that he is the more electable candidate against Donald Trump. And Bernie Sanders, as I said, in the public opinion polls, it's pretty close for both of them. But Joe Biden has been able to convince in a very profound way in the states that are going to matter in the general election, places like North Carolina and Virginia, that he's the one who can beat Donald Trump. And that's very strong for a person that everybody was basically thinking leaving for dead.
And stronger still because the next few states that come up are potential swing states. Michigan, Florida, Arizona. Maybe
Ohio.
even Missouri, depending on what goes on. Ohio, depending on how things break. That has become a more Republican state. But regardless, Biden can walk in there and keep making the same argument. Do you want a socialist? Do you want someone who can help you win back congressional seats in this state? And the other thing is brush up on your trade policy in the next week, because when they go to Michigan to have an argument over the future of manufacturing in this country, the two of them have strong opinions on this, and it'll, again, lay bare the ideological differences across the party.
Maria Elena. We give so much importance to polls before these elections, and now we see that people don't believe in polls because people are actually not necessarily telling you what they really think. It's like, maybe I'll vote for this person, but they end up changing their minds. And I think another thing that we saw in some of the exit polls is that electability is becoming the #1 issue. People want to make sure that they vote for someone that can beat Trump, and therefore maybe some are changing their minds from what they said in the previous polls.
There was still a large number of undecideds in some of the polls, and we saw that those broke towards Joe Biden tonight. That was the story of the evening, as well as this historic night also for Latino voters having a big say in the future of the Democratic Party as California moved up its primary this early to Super Tuesday. To all of you, what a night it has been. I can't think of anybody better to have spent it with, to talk about what happened, what we witnessed, to have this front row seat to history. Thank you so much. So just a recap on this Super Tuesday, Joe Biden, making his third run for the Democratic presidential nomination, secures his place as the moderate alternative to Bernie Sanders. It's an incredible comeback, but the battle between Biden and Sanders is just beginning. In the weeks and months ahead, Democratic voters will decide which of them is the better choice to try and defeat President Trump. Let's take one last look at the Super Tuesday results at this hour. Biden swept across the South, winning Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, and Arkansas. He also won Massachusetts and Minnesota, big surprises, and Oklahoma. Sanders won Colorado, Utah, and Vermont. And California, the biggest delegate prize of all, is leaning his way. At this hour, Texas, still a toss-up, but as Anthony Salvanto told us, it looks like that Sanders and Biden will split the delegates there. And in the race for 1,991 delegates needed for the nomination, Biden at this hour finishing the night with 395 to Sanders' 310. It has many people shaking their heads, including Robbie Mook right here. No one thought this night would end this way, a complete surprise. That is our Super Tuesday coverage for tonight. I want to thank all of our panelists and correspondents across the country. Also, big thanks to you, Major Garrett, on the exit polls, Anthony Salvanto at the decision desk, everyone who worked so hard to make Super Tuesday possible, all the producers, all the crew. Woo! And we'll have the latest returns first thing tomorrow on CBS This Morning. I'll see you tomorrow night on the CBS Evening News. Till then, I'm Norah O'Donnell at the CBS News election headquarters in Washington. Good night.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.